Chapter 901. Transplanting Immortal Aperture, Relocating Blessed Land. In accordance with locations indicated on the GU formation chart, he found the 8 formation cores in star form Blessed Land. Through star form Land Spirit's guidance, he placed the corresponding Immortal GU there one by one. Star form Blessed Land had few space path DAO marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were very varied in distance. They were either close by or far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time due to this. By the time he finished, he had already spent half a day. After this step, Fang Yuan, who was vigilant and cautious, inspected these 8 formation cores carefully again. After confirming that there were no issues, Fang Yuan returned to his original spot and placed the chosen spine-fin star Dragonfish into his own Immortal Aperture. Under his orders, star form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out into Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land doors were shining with light, but it could only radiate over a small range of land. The inside of Earth Abyss was very dark and silent. This was a deep part of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this deeply yet. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless hidden desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. There was no time to waste. Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish had the size of an ordinary whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in blue fish scales. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Fang Yuan placed the Immortal GU on the body of the spine-fin star Dragonfish in accordance with the smaller GU formation chart. One was in its mouth, one was in a particular bone on its back, one was in the left eye, and the last one was in its stomach. Even though the spine-fin star Dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan only took a short while before his arrangements were completed. He inspected it carefully again. Before Fang Yuan confirmed it, the 12 Immortal GU had been put in place properly. He started to scatter countless mortal GU around the area. There were even 1 or 2 Immortal GU that he tossed out, creating a powerful GU formation. Next, he was finally at the most crucial moment of relocating the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan followed the method closely. He activated the remaining for Immortal GU. Star form Blessed Land's doors slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body started to glow in a bright yellow light. Even though the yellow light was bright, it was not painful to look at. It was a very warm color. After 17 breaths of time, the light started to fade. They gathered into Fang Yuan's 2 eyes. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He willed. At the next moment, a faint yellow light beam shot out of his right eye, hitting the whale-sized spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish's body shook. The small GU formation that was on its body activated. It shined with a red light. Under this red light, the spine-fin star Dragonfish seemed to be wearing red armor. The entire spine-fin star Dragonfish was tough like a rock, and did not move, as if it was a statue. Fang Yuan breathed roughly for some time. Next, a yellow light beam shot out of his left eye, directly piercing star form Blessed Land's hidden location. Under the influence of the light pillar, star form Blessed Land was drawn out, turning into a blue light lump. The blue light lump was only the size of a large bean, a sharp contrast to the enormous, whale-like spine-fin star Dragonfish. The moment that star form Blessed Land was absorbed by this, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture started to be consumed at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye turned with difficulty, moving the yellow light pillar with it. The yellow light pillar began to slowly move while pulling the blue light lump. And that spine-fin star Dragonfish that was now like a stone statue, also moved along with Fang Yuan's right eye, slowly approaching the Blessed Land. Rumble, the ground tremored and earth shook. Roar, 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 countless ferocious beasts in the darkness roared in panic and fury. A Blessed Land's relocation naturally caused intense turbulence in heaven and earth chi. A powerful earthquake was already forming in the depths of the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these trifling details, and poured all his concentration into the spine-fin star Dragonfish and star form Blessed Land. An enormous boulder crashed down on his head, but was blocked by his prearranged methods. Fang Yuan was confident he could hold on for some time even if desolate beasts attacked. He had created an environment that would not allow any disturbance to him for a while. As if he was moving two large mountains, the two pupils in Fang Yuan's eyes moved slowly. At this moment, both his body and soul were exerting all their strength. Not much time had passed from when the two lights touched each other. However, to Fang Yuan, it was like a year had gone by. The moment when star form Blessed Land and the spine-fin star Dragonfish touched, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if he had unloaded an extremely heavy burden. Fang Yuan's carefully arranged Immortal GU formations played a crucial role at this moment. Star form Blessed Land was like a wanderer returning home, or a swallow returning to its nest, settling down in the spine-fin star Dragonfish's body, turning into an immortal aperture inside it. This was the method Lang Ya Land Spirit used to relocate Blessed Lands. There must be a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast in which the Blessed Land would be transplanted as an aperture within it. Afterwards, the desolate beast or ancient desolate beast could bring the immortal aperture wherever they were moved. However, time was very limited in this transferal process. The desolate beast or ancient desolate beast that held the immortal aperture could not take in any other immortal aperture, and also could not use any immortal GU, otherwise it would influence the workings of the immortal GU formation on their body. The specific circumstances were, Fang Yuan could not store this spine-fin star Dragonfish into his immortal aperture to quickly move it. At the same time, he also could not use any other immortal GU or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star Dragonfish's own physical strength to float and move to another place. After all, although an immortal aperture was residing inside the spine-fin star Dragonfish, it was only barely done with the help of the larger and smaller immortal GU formations. Even a slight outside influence could cause the GU formation to collapse, and not only would the relocation of the Blessed Land fail instantly, the immortal GU used could also be destroyed. But even such a large disadvantage could not conceal the enormous value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor, but was equally famous as Long-Hair Ancestor in history. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long history of GU Immortals, he was one of the three Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. His research and understanding of apertures and immortal apertures surpassed his time. It was his efforts that allowed those of the 10 extreme physiques to advance and become GU Immortals, forming super-grade Blessed Lands. Old Immortal Kong Ju named the immortal killer move of relocating Blessed Lands as the Immortal Aperture Transplantation Method. Up to this point, this was the immortal killer move with the highest number of core immortal GU that Fang Yuan had seen. Nevertheless, this immortal killer move with up to 16 core immortal GU was only an incomplete immortal killer move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial thoughts had been to perfectly transplant a GU Immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast's body, unlike the current situation, where they could only rely on the two GU formations and consume a lot of immortal essence to join the two together with difficulty, and just for a while on top of that. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this inheritance of Old Immortal Kong Ju, he also made many attempts to complete it with Old Immortal Kong Ju's research results, but they all ended up in failure. Under the inspection of the Inkman Wisdom Path GU Immortal Yi Yang, Long-Hair Ancestor discovered this incomplete immortal killer move already had shocking value. GU Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of dead GU Immortals. Time passed by, bringing great changes to the world. Now, countless years later, Fang Yuan was benefiting from this. Move, go there. Fang Yuan commanded the spine-fin star Dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, the spine-fin star Dragonfish's speed was less than half the original speed, and the pressure on the body was huge, as if it was moving with a mountain on its back. This made the distance the Blessed Land could be relocated every time limited. Lang Ya Land Spirit had moved Lang Ya Blessed Land, but it should not be far away from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan did not move Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, Earth Abyss is an extremely good hidden area. It will be a long while in the future before this layer gets exposed and developed. I can use Starform Blessed Land as a reliable camp to replenish and recuperate. Moreover, I know the disadvantages of the Immortal Aperture transplantation method, but others don't know. When Hei Lulan does not see star form blessed land, she might think the blessed land was destroyed. After all, the concept of relocating blessed lands has already surpassed the common knowledge of GU immortals. Like this, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star Dragonfish to move in Earth Abyss. The path he moved on was naturally according to an elaborately drawn map, which had already gone through large numbers of tests and probing. He continued to move deep into Earth Abyss, while avoiding many desolate beasts. In the gaps between the territories of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly moved with the spine-fin star Dragonfish. Fang Yuan's destination was 3 layers down from the original location of star form blessed land. However, after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was used up as he ran into a desolate beast one-eyed giant ape. The one-eyed ape was extremely vigorous and would often wander around in Earth Abyss. When it discovered the spine-fin star Dragonfish, it excitedly started a chase. Fang Yuan began a fierce fight with this one-eyed giant ape, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Dragonfish. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered from having no battlefield killer move, and was unable to effectively restrict the one-eyed giant ape's movement. Eventually, partway to their location, the one-eyed giant ape heavily injured the spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish was extremely weak while carrying the Immortal Aperture. It was already using all its strength to move and thus did not have any spare energy to strike back. Fang Yuan finally drove away this damned one-eyed giant ape, but the spine-fin star Dragonfish had already been injured heavily and could no longer move. Fortunately, the immortal GU are unharmed. If anything happened to them, wouldn't I have to compensate Lang Ya until I'm bankrupt? After Fang Yuan inspected the condition, his heavy mood eased up. This was good fortune within misfortune. Since the situation had already turned this way, Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option, and place star form blessed land nearby. The moment the Immortal Aperture was removed, the spine-fin star Dragonfish completely crumbled, turning into a pool of meat and blood. Even its beast soul had dispersed. This was the necessary sacrifice of the Immortal Aperture transplantation method, and Fang Yuan had already known this. Even if the spine-fin star Dragonfish was not injured, when it reached the destination, it would still die from exhaustion. Star form blessed land was successfully relocated, hidden in a completely new area. Everything was worth it. Chapter 902. Heavily developing star form blessed land. Star form blessed land's heaven and earth chi were greatly affected by the relocation. Intense earthquakes occurred in star form blessed land. Only until star form blessed land was placed down and started to absorb the endless amount of earth chi did it stabilize, as the earthquake ceased. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked over it. The vast landscape was filled with cracks and crevices. Dark smoke rose up from burning flames. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. He sighed deeply. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Because to transplant the Immortal Aperture, he could not interrupt the activation of the 2 immortal GU formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had methods involving immortal GU, he could not use defensive or protection methods on star form blessed land. Lang Ya land spirit had once told Fang Yuan about this. Lang Ya blessed land's losses were far greater than Fang Yuan's star form blessed land. Thus, ordinarily, the blessed land would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan called out. Star form land spirit's eyes were red. He did not understand why his master wanted to move. Under star form land spirit's guidance, Fang Yuan started inspecting star form blessed land. He first had to inspect star form blessed lands for sources of revenue: the arrow bamboo forest, broken star lake, meteorite pit, and the star fragment grass fields. Broken Star Lake's water was flowing along a huge crack. There were piles of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left inside. It had not dried up completely yet. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal GU and poured his Immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal GU gave off a white light, sweeping over the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground below Broken Star Lake mended. The lake water filled up and returned to its original state. But the loss of seaweed was still going to affect the production of Star River GU for a period of time in the future. There was nothing inside the water, only seaweed and aquatic plants were floating around. The original palace below the lake was completely destroyed. Landscape as before could not restore things like man-made buildings. But the fish groups, insect groups, and GU groups that were inside this lake did not die from the earthquakes. Fang Yuan had moved them into Immortal Blessed Land long ago. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture was a dead land, living beings could not live inside for long. Afterwards, Fang Yuan went to Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Fields to inspect them. Out of his expectations, Arrow Bamboo Forest was unharmed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long cracks, they narrowly grazed the edge of the forest, it was truly a close call. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was the biggest plantation in Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and kept them in Immortal Blessed Land. To think that Arrow Bamboo Forest dodged this crisis, it was truly a stroke of good luck. But the Meteorite Pit and the Star Fragment Grass Fields were not so lucky. The Meteorite Pit suffered huge damage, it was nearly unrecognizable. As for the Star Fragment Grass Fields, because of the fire, some had been burned into ashes. At first glance, it was a barren land. Under the effect of landscape as before, the Meteorite Pit was restored to normal, and even the terrain of the Star Fragment Grass Field had been restored. Landscape as before Immortal GU is truly useful. With it, my losses shrunk by at least 80%. And since I already moved out most of my resources beforehand, Star Form Blessed Land only suffered a minor loss in the end, even though there was huge destruction that occurred. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He used landscape as before to restore the landscape of Star Form Blessed Land, but that expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. He did not repair everything, he left some cracks in the ground as they had been. He had a stroke of inspiration, maybe I can use this chance and turn the cracks in the ground into river channels, creating a network that can spread throughout the entirety of Star Form Blessed Land. But Star Form Blessed Land has a unique terrain. As for how I can make this a reality, I will need to use the light of wisdom and think over it. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and went to Lang Ya Land Spirit, returning the Immortal GU back to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit returned the Immortal GU that had been held as collateral to Fang Yuan as he said, if you need to relocate anything else, you can find me again. After all, he had earned a huge sum just now. In a short time, he earned more than 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Lang Ya Land Spirit continued, if you join my Lang Ya sect, and become a Supreme Elder, in the future when you relocate your blessed land, I can give you a huge discount when borrowing Immortal GU. I will think about it. Fang Yuan replied half-heartedly. He had only wanted to obtain benefits from Lang Ya Land Spirit, he did not want to be tied together with these hairy men. Once he joined, he would be unable to go away, he would lose his freedom. He would not make such a stupid decision. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's Immortal Aperture, returning landscape as before to him. In the Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan asked about Eastern Sea's information from Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng told him that Song Yisha and the others were searching for him all over the place. Some people had approached Tai Bai Yun Sheng as a result. Looking at the situation, our relationship would be exposed in a short while. Fang Yuan muttered. I suggest that you contact Shark Demon and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Relying on Zombie Alliance, you will be able to resolve this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng said. Fang Yuan was not anxious, his plan was unaffected by external pressure, he shook his head, it is still not time yet, there are still more than 10 days from the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see. Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. I still failed after all. He muttered, standing up slowly. He was sitting down on a small mushroom stump, he used it as a stool. But such short stumps were very rare now. Right now, the underground cave was a huge G-forest. These Lingzi were very different from before, not only were they tall and thick, they were red in color. This was because of Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity, the blood poison carrier flowers. Because of that opportunity, the ordinary G-forest became a blood G-forest. Who Immortal Blessed Land soil was originally not suited for the growth of G-forests, but now it has become a blood G-forest. It could grow very well. But this G-forest would need 100 or 200 years to expand and growing into a true forest, by creating more space and pushing aside the soil and rocks. Fang Yuan did not have much expectations towards this blood G-forest. He was not going to invest into it. These last days, Fang Yuan had neither slept nor rested. He was putting in all his effort into developing Star Form Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang building. Who Immortal Blessed Land would have to be given up. Star Form Blessed Land would become his only base by then. By that point, if Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie and had not revived, Star Form Blessed Land would have an even more important role to Fang Yuan, having immense value and use. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Who Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for the plan of developing Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already thought about it dozens of days ago using the light of wisdom. According to his earlier inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. The actual plan after deducing it properly was grander. The entire water river system would not only be on the ground, he would even encompass the sky into it. He was going to create a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land had a depression at the center, while having high altitude around the sides. It resembled the shape of a bowl. If he only built a river system on the ground, all of the water would flow towards the center. But if this was three-dimensional, the water from the center would be drawn into the sky. It would flow towards the edges of the blessed land, and form a grand system for water to flow. As for the way to create rivers in the sky, Fang Yuan had deduced the cheapest and easiest method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by Lang Ya Land Spirit to forcefully create a cloud continent in the sky of Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan intended to use the cloud soil to create many river channels. Along these rivers, the fertile cloud soil would have countless star fragment grass growing on them. The soil that the star fragment grass grew in was the cloud soil. Star Lord Wan Slong had no choice but to plant them in black soil, as he did not have enough financial ability to bulk purchase cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suited for star fragment grass to grow. This caused the growth rates of star fragment grass to be higher in Star Form Blessed Land than Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan lacked a huge amount of funds. He had just accumulated 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but he had passed them to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Thus, these days, he could only repair the 4 sources of revenue in Star Form Blessed Land. Arrow Bamboo Forest had grown to its best condition, emitting a light fog under the use of large amounts of moon well water. Meteorite Pit and Broken Star Lake had been fully restored. The star fragment grass fields were more troublesome, but after Fang Yuan used the killer move Spring Star Rain several times, they were growing quickly as well. Ever since he obtained the Star Path inheritance and gained Star Shoot Immortal GU, Spring Star Rain had turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the Dragonfish, Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons, Regretful Spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain inside Who Immortal Blessed Land, they were not moved over yet. Firstly, he needed to develop the place for now, and finalize a proper water flow system before relocating the Dragonfish. Secondly, Star Form Blessed Land was facing its heavenly tribulation soon. Why was Star Lord Wan Slong so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 GU immortal with 1 heavenly tribulation past. He was facing the second one soon. Because he battled with Song Zixing and was gravely injured, he lost confidence in surviving the tribulation. He had to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag Chalet in to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. Fang Yuan was still hesitating over if he should move all these resources away before the heavenly tribulation struck. Leaving the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Gu Yu Fangding, who was held captive all along, seemed to have resigned himself to fate. his eyes were hollow as he sat in the prison cell without moving. Evidently, the truth of Immortal Crane sect attempting to kill him, and his master Lord Sky Crane trying to possess him were very impactful news towards him. According to his usual habits, Fang Yuan stood before him and said some words. Guu Fangzheng did not move at all, his expression was numb, as if he did not hear a word. Chapter 903. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Afterwards, Fang Yuan came to another secret room and inspected Dongfang Changfan's soul. He had many souls of immortals now. There was Dongfang Changfan, Featherman Gyu Immortal Zhengling, Snowy Mountain Shui Songzi, as well as the Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Ji Pai. These last days, other than developing star form Blessed Land, he had been searching these souls. Currently, he had searched all of their souls already. He gained a lot of benefits. But what truly made Fang Yuan crave for more was Dongfang Changfan's soul. Once in a while, Fang Yuan would search his soul. It was no exception this time. After the soul search, Dongfang Changfan's soul suddenly spoke, "My memories have been read by you countless times, but recently, when you conduct soul searches, you will always check the memories regarding the dismantling of battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance, or have faced a strong foe that requires you to unravel a battlefield killer move." Towards Dongfang Changfan's words, Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He replied frankly, "That's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, especially the details about resolving battlefield killer moves. Combined with my experiences and your memories, I will gain a lot of insight each time." Soul searching was like reading a book, but one was reading the memories in the soul instead. But like reading a book, there was no way to memorize every single small detail accurately. One thorough soul search was like reading a book from start to finish. You would learn about the contents of the book only. With constant revision, one would learn in depth about the information, and would obtain more knowledge from it. Dongfang Changfan's soul smiled. "Have you thought about it? I can actually help you. You're just a wisdom path newbie. No matter how much you revise and read through, the gains that you can have are limited. Meanwhile, my wisdom path attainment is much higher. As long as you give me a body, I will be able to make deductions for you and help you think of solutions. Isn't this a good idea? You can use information path methods to restrict me. I will be your most capable assistant." "That is a good idea indeed." Fang Yuan nodded. He smiled faintly. "But I will not do that. Forget about it. Even after being left with a soul, you are still not giving up. It seems that I have not given you a thorough lesson yet." Fang Yuan's smile turned into a sinister sneer. Dozens of GU worms moved with his will, activating. "Ah!" Dongfang Changfan's soul shook intensely. The cell was full of his anguished cries. This punishment lasted for 2 hours. The pain in the soul was much more intense than in the body. Dongfang Changfan was definitely taught a good lesson. Fang Yuan obviously did not waste time there. He left long ago and went to 2 other secret rooms. In one room, there was the rank 7 Featherman Gyu Immortal Zhengling's soul. In the other room, there was Shui Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gyu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gyu Immortals during their lives, they had memories regarding battlefield killer moves as well. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path techniques, one was Wind Path and the other was Snow Path, they had their own unique methods to deal with battlefield killer moves. These memories were useful as references for Fang Yuan. What was worth noting was, both their souls had been searched multiple times by Fang Yuan already. From Shui Songzi's soul, Fang Yuan learned that he had kept a fortune in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In his mountain peak, there were a number of snowmen, as well as plants related to snow pines there. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old Ancestor Shui, whose capabilities were unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both members of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. After learning that Fang Yuan killed Shui Songzi, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would have to inform old Ancestor Shui Hu due to the alliance agreement. Meanwhile, from Jingling's soul, Fang Yuan also made some gains. he obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Jingling, as well as the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, along with precious information regarding the Immortal GU House, Sacred Feather City, and the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen lived in. This world was huge. There was a lot of resources inside. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he almost drooled. Even though he knew about the scenery in the Green Heaven Fragment world, such that Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to get there, but since that place was currently occupied by White Sea Chartuor and other GU immortals, it was like a lion's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk easily. After coming out from the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yunsheng's transmission. He said, "I have already met up with Shark Demon and the others." Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and teleported into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture before coming out of it. At the next moment, Xingxuangzi appeared before Shark Demon and the others. "Come, let me introduce you, this is the world-famous Xingxuangzi." Shark Demon laughed as he introduced enthusiastically. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. "Lord Shark Demon, please don't make fun of me, sigh." Saying so, tiny explosions occurred over Fang Yuan's body. It was as if firecrackers had been ignited on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook as hundreds of mortal GU on his body fell out. None of these mortal GU survived. Some were torn to shreds from this explosion. He, Xingxuangzi, you offended Song clan. This wisdom path mortal killer move cannot conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly GU immortal spoke. Another skinny middle-aged female GU immortal had an arrogant expression as she said with disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the three most capable wisdom path GU immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song clan Song Jiaodan. If you only have these methods, you will be exposed soon." The last person was unfamiliar. He wore a golden robe and had a fat body. He looked like a rich person as he smiled and expressed goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Jiaodan sits in Twin Polar, Huron hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This refers to the three best wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiaodan ranks the highest. He sacrificed himself for his clan and fused himself into the world of Eastern Sea itself. As long as it is within Eastern Sea, he can deduce it accurately. This is very scary. Even if Sir hides in someone's immortal aperture, you will only delay the timing. You will be found eventually. Xingxuangzi nodded. He cupped his fists towards the three GU immortals. "I have been enlightened. Thank you for the information." The mortal GU that died were his defensive wisdom path methods, to protect him against others' deductions. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive measures self-detonated. One could see how skilled Song Jiaodan was from this. "All right, Brother Xingxuang, let me introduce you." Shark Demon referred to the elderly GU immortal with his hand. "This is the demonic path GU immortal 9th Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path mainly and wisdom path on the side." Shark Demon shifted to the arrogant middle-aged female GU immortal. "This is the wisdom path GU immortal Xie Shu Fang, Master Xie." Finally, he talked about the smiling fat GU immortal. "This is the big bag the Lu Tan Xin. He mainly cultivates space path, but he has wisdom path attainment as well. It is my honor to meet all three of you." Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, having a humble attitude. The middle-aged female GU immortal Xie Shu Fang said coldly, "Meeting you is my misfortune. You offended Song clan, don't think you can escape. Right now, you are still scot-free. That is because Song clan did not go all out to find you, as they are busy fighting for ascending Heaven Plane and have no time for you. I would advise you to surrender to Song clan. Burdening me is one thing, but if you burden everyone and cause our Yulu blessed land invasion to be obstructed, you will be doing everyone a disservice." Her words were very rude. Many GU immortals heard it and had a change of expression. They were not worried about Xie Shu Fang's words. Instead, they were worried that Xingxuangzi might feel insulted and create a conflict among themselves, creating internal strife. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned grim, while Bo Dan felt secretly joyful seeing that Fang Yuan was insulted. Fang Yuan gave Xie Shu Fang a look. He thought that this GU immortal was probably in the righteous path, resulting in such a poor attitude towards himself. Fang Yuan was joyful instead of angry. he continued from her words, Master Xie is right, Song Clan is a super force, they have such great influence, how could I defend against them? Thus, I have decided, Lord Shark Demon, I would like your help in joining Zombie Alliance. Do you think I can avoid this trouble if I join? Xie Shu Fang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains GU Immortals were very rash and arrogant. Why was he being so mild? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed loudly. Of course you can. Brother Xingxiong is a great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is a good idea. I can assure you, you will join Zombie Alliance smoothly. As long as you did not defile Song Yishu, we can back you up in this matter, and support you as we negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon first. Fang Yuan's face was full of helplessness and bitterness. Don't worry Lord Shark Demon, I had accidentally entered the bottom of the volcano and saw that fairy Yisha bathing. That was the cause of this crisis. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He showed a look of feeling upset over a great misfortune that he did not intend for. Bo Dan's expression became very dark. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I believe Brother Xingxiong Zi. Come, let's go and break that fighting soul battlefield. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, everyone entered Fighting Soul Battlefield again. In a dark and gloomy area, dark clouds were looming as a thunderstorm approached, intense winds blew and a sandstorm was blowing. Soul beasts formed in the sandstorm. They grew in numbers and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others without stopping. Fang Yuan, Bo Dan, and the others had started deducing the battlefield the moment they entered. They displayed all their methods and techniques. Because of their earlier probing, they had found out, the key to this round was not traps or difficulty, it was the immense time needed to find all the GU worms. 7 minutes later, ancient soul beasts would start to form. It would be best if they dismantled this fighting soul battlefield before 7 minutes. Chapter 904. Star Thought Immortal GU. If Shark Demon and the others could not hold off the soul beasts, then this invasion would end in failure again. If the GU Immortals could unravel the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom! Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was used. He destroyed 7 to 8 hidden GU worms. Earlier, when he targeted this fighting soul battlefield killer move, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden GU worms at once. But now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this time, he had been hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and learning to improve his Wisdom Path techniques. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This kind of self-directed learning is too limited in terms of improvement. To increase my rate of deducing this battlefield killer move, I need Immortal GU. It is a pity, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to deal with battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU's effect was to help a GU Immortal think and solve puzzles and mysteries. If the battlefield killer move was treated as a puzzle, then Unravel Mystery Immortal GU would be very helpful in unraveling battlefield killer moves. But simply Unravel Mystery Immortal GU alone could not do anything to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom and intended to use Unravel Mystery Immortal GU as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move that could unravel battlefield killer moves. But unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had been trying hard, up until the point when he had to come to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. Deducing an immortal killer move was very difficult. Normally speaking, even if Rank 8 GU Immortals wanted to deduce a brand new immortal killer move, they would need to spend years. And every so often, their foundations would be insufficient. Until their deaths, they would not be able to complete the immortal killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan also had many incomplete immortal killer moves in the inheritances that he had obtained. Even though Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary, relying on Wisdom GU, he could completely deduce some incomplete immortal killer moves that resulted in Star Fire Escape and projected Star Thought. But now, he wanted to deduce a brand new Wisdom Path killer move without any foundation. This was out of Fang Yuan's abilities. Even with the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was ordinary. This was his greatest drawback. It was holding him back. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal GU and the unraveling of battlefield killer moves are very closely related. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment level reaches Master level, I will be able to design a new Wisdom Path Immortal killer move specially used to unravel battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had estimated this inwardly long ago. But now, even though he felt some regret, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had promised him publicly to recommend him to Zombie Alliance, there was little chance that he would go back on his words. Even if this attempt to unravel Fighting Soul Battlefield fails, Fang Yuan would not be implicated. Fang Yuan had achieved his goal, that was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. In fact, from another perspective, to express my value to Shark Demon, so that it would benefit me, battlefield killer moves like Fighting Soul Battlefield should take as long to deduce as possible. If he completely deduced these battlefield killer moves, and Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Fang Yuan would receive little benefits from it. He might as well drag the time out and wait for himself to get stronger, he might get a bigger share of the profits then. Fang Yuan continued to move his hands, he was calm as he observed the situation secretly with his peripheral vision. He did not need to observe Bo Dan, he was doing the same, trying his best to deduce, but he could only destroy one hidden GU worm at once, he made barely any progress towards this situation. Fang Yuan's focus was on the 3 new GU Immortals. They had Wisdom Path techniques in one way or another, they were invited by Shark Demon for this purpose. The one closest to Fang Yuan was the elderly GU Immortal, Demonic Path GU Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. Right now, he was lowering his head and looking at his hands. His 10 fingers were intact, but when he moved his fingers rapidly, only 9 fingers could be seen in the silhouettes. His Wisdom Path inheritance was very unique, the missing finger represented the one in the Great Tao that fled, it was the most profound heavenly secret. 9th Ghost Finger moved his fingers, they danced in the air like phantom spirits, he chanted in an unknown language that no one could understand. At the same time, all sorts of mortal GU flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal GU flew into the air and self-detonated, revealing the hidden locations of GU around the area. Some mortal GU only destroyed one spot, while some mortal GU destroyed 7 to 8 hidden GU worms. On average, his speed was slightly slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tanshin. The title of Big Bag was very interesting. Fang Yuan guessed that since he was a Space Path GU Immortal, did Big Bag mean that he had incredibly skilled storage techniques? But normally speaking, GU Immortals who mainly cultivate Space Path have a lot of Space Path Tao marks. Their immortal aperture would also be much larger than ordinary GU Immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tanshin's eyes had turned into vertical pupils, they were like cat's eyes as he investigated continuously. His fat hands turned golden and oily, the aura that leaked from it displayed to others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tanshin first observed for a few breaths of time before striking. He stretched out a golden hand and aimed at one point, pointing a finger. This movement seemed to have expended a lot of his energy, soon, he was breathing roughly and panting. But after each time he pointed, at the corresponding direction, large numbers of hidden GU worms would be destroyed, turning into golden dust that scattered. Every strike of Lu Tanshin's destroyed 8 hidden GU worms. But his speed was very slow. His attacks needed investigation beforehand, and he had to take several breaths of time to prepare it, it was very exhausting. The more tired he got, the slower his attacks became. Thus, in conclusion, Lu Tanshin was slower than 9th Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tanshin, he said that he had Wisdom Path attainment. When he introduced 9th Ghost Finger, he said that he cultivated Wisdom Path on the side. Meanwhile, Shark Demon also placed much focus on GU Immortal Xie Shu Fang. As a person mainly cultivating Wisdom Path, she was undoubtedly the most capable among the 3. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shu Fang next. As expected. Xie Shu Fang stood in the air arrogantly, 2 streams of yellow and white vapor were blowing out of her nose continuously. The yellow and white streams of vapor moved extremely quickly, they moved around in the air, destroying up to 100 hidden mortal GU. After destroying these GU worms, the yellow and white streams became thinner, but when they returned to Xieshu Fang's nostrils and were breathed out again, they regained their power and become unstoppable again. Heaviness flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes secretly. These two streams of yellow and white vapor had incredible power. This was surely an immortal killer move. The power of an immortal killer move was much greater than the mortal killer moves that Fang Yuan had. Fang Yuan sighed to himself internally, my wisdom path attainment level is insufficient, I cannot use Unravel Mystery Immortal GU properly, so be it, attainment levels can only normally be accumulated through long periods of time. But if I have Star Thought Immortal GU, according to Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, I will be able to use at least 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Killer moves to destroy battlefield killer moves. Among them, 2 are even stronger than this yellow and white vapor by at least 5 to 6 times. The Wisdom Path Inheritance from Dongfang Changfan was more refined than the one Xieshu Fang had. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Star Thought Immortal GU the most now. On one hand, he had a huge need for star thoughts. One Fang Yuan stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was refining Star Thought GU all the time now. If he had Star Thought Immortal GU, he would be able to use this stone nest for the production of Airsac GU, increasing its scale and earning more Immortal Essence Stones for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal GU was one of the 2 cores of the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Dark Limit Immortal GU. It could defend against other people's deductions, making their deductions unclear and inaccurate regarding the truth. Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path Inheritance had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them, but facing people like Song Jiaodan, there was no way to defend against his deductions using them. Once Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal GU that he had used instantly self-detonated, the defensive mortal killer moves collapsed in no time. Evidently, if Fang Yuan really became a fugitive in the future and was hunted down by everyone, countless people would be deducing his whereabouts. Then, he would need an immortal killer move to protect himself against others' deductions. It could be seen that mortal killer moves, even if they were top tier, would have no use no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortal and mortal. But to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, there are many difficulties. Firstly, the issue of funding. I have just spent 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones. The money I have on hand currently is limited. Even if I have enough to purchase all of the immortal materials, I will need enough time and luck. Also, my success Dao mark was used up already to refine Change Form Immortal GU. Even if I prepare adequately, if I am unlucky and encounter the failure rate, I would fail to refine Star Thought Immortal GU. As for other people refining Star Thought Immortal GU, the possibility is very small. After all, Dongfang Changfan only self-detonated Star Thought Immortal GU not too long ago. Time passed, 7 minutes had gone by already. In Fighting Soul Battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. A continuous stream of soul beasts encircled Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Compared to the dark swamp of soul beasts, Fang Yuan and the others were like sesame seeds on a pancake. However, Shark Demon and the others were not desperate, they had intent to fight and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the others were close to succeeding in dismantling the battlefield killer move. All or nothing. Shark Demon gritted his teeth, he knew that he had to stake it all now. He activated the incomplete Profound Ice House without hesitation. The incomplete Profound Ice House took in everyone as it rushed out of the Soul Beast army by charging forward. It charged unhindered, tearing countless soul beasts to shreds. Even the Desolate beast-level soul beasts could not stop the rampaging Profound Ice House. Bam bam bam. Ancient soul beasts had enough strength, they surrounded Profound Ice House and attacked ruthlessly. Immortal essence was expended intensely. Shark Demon, Subai Man and the others' expressions turned pale. Chapter 905. Pitiful Victory. Success depends on this. We will win if we endure for just a bit more. In the incomplete Profound Ice House, everyone was screaming loudly, they lost their composure. Outside the incomplete Profound Ice House, there were an uncountable number of soul beasts, they were like swamp savants encircling Profound Ice House in the middle. How many hidden spots left? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bo Dan immediately reported. Even though he could not destroy the mortal GU efficiently, at this point, fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing, Soul Beasts were no longer being produced, Bo Dan's investigative methods could cover the entire battlefield. 178. Subai Man muttered, her expression was ugly, but the light of hope in her eye shined brightly. This number of hidden locations seemed easy to deal with. But in fact, it was very difficult. Firstly, the core Immortal GU left were the hardest to deduce and take down. Secondly, the Immortals were now inside Profound Ice House, their methods were restricted, they could not use their methods as freely as before. The Immortal GU house had both offense and defense, as well as movement. It was a war fortress with capabilities in all areas, without any apparent weaknesses. The more GU Immortals inside the Immortal GU house, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more immortal essence they could provide to the Immortal GU house, and the more power the Immortal GU house could unleash. But there was a flaw in this. That was that the GU Immortals could only provide fuel for the Immortal GU house. The Immortal GU house's offense, defense, movement, healing, investigation, and others, were decided based on the Immortal GU house's own Immortal GU and Mortal GU. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xieshu Fang, and the others' methods were obstructed by the Immortal GU house, they could not be used. From this perspective, ancient battle formations were much better than Immortal GU houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been deemed outdated in history after the emergence of countless Immortal GU houses, facts showed that ancient battle formations still had many advantages. For example, the fighting methods of ancient battle formations were much more flexible than Immortal GU houses. An Immortal GU house's offense, defense, movement, healing, and investigation abilities were all decided by the Immortal GU, they could not be changed. Their power only depended on how much immortal essence was used, they were inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, even though ancient battle formations were also made of GU formations, the core was the GU Immortals inside. The GU Immortals could use their personal immortal killer moves inside the ancient battle formation. Just like during the defensive battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land when Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man GU Immortals used the second best ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its form depending on what killer moves the GU Immortal used, and the killer move's power would be amplified greatly as well. In all, if it was an ancient battle formation, the Immortals might have already destroyed all of the hidden GU worms and obtained victory. But because this was an Immortal GU house, they were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain, they only had a small flight of stairs in front before they could reach the mountain peak. But just this small distance was an incredible obstacle to them. In the Immortals' perception, time seemed to have slowed down, every second felt like years. Are we going to fail again? Subai Man muttered in disappointment, she showed a dark and defeated expression. But at this time, Xieshu Fang stood up, she said heavily to Shark Demon, I can settle all of the remaining hidden GU worms, but I would need to pay a huge price for my method. If you can give the Immortal GU inside to me as compensation, I will help. Shark Demon's expression was ugly, he snorted coldly. Subai Man also showed a ruthless and unfriendly gaze. Xieshu Fang's actions were likely to be extortion, but at this moment, they had no other ways left. To complete this difficult task, they could only rely on Xieshu Fang. But Xieshu Fang asked for an Immortal GU as compensation. Immortal GU were extremely valuable, she was really asking for an exorbitant price. But after Shark Demon thought about it for a while, he agreed without waiting for too long, you can only take one Immortal GU, that is my limit. He had undergone an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to seize the mission for attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that had to be given to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would go to Shark Demon and Subai Man. This immortal zombie couple had already invested a huge sum, their foundations were shaken. The Immortal GU inside Yulu Blessed Land were their property, right now, Xieshu Fang's request was simply digging away at their fortune. But one had to say, Shark Demon really had a grand disposition, he knew how to assess the situation and give up some benefits when necessary. He could actually hold in his anger and agree to Xie Fang's request. This made Fang Yuan praise him secretly. Xie Fang saw Shark Demon giving in and did not hesitate. She nodded, smiling, "Sir Shark Demon, I am not a greedy person. But one of the Immortal GU in the battlefield killer move suits me a lot. I will not dare to ask for more Immortal GU, I owe you a favor this time. Go ahead, Master Xie Fang." Subai Man crossed her arms, saying in a cold tone. This Immortal GU was not easy to obtain. Everyone watched with anticipation as Xie Fang's expression turned serious. Her aura was growing. At the same time, black and white lights appeared on her body. The black and white light swirled around, forming into a big ball. The ball was made of black, white, and grey. It resembled a map and was showing a lifelike scene of the battlefield. In the map, the incomplete profound ice house was a white dot in the center, surrounded by darkness. They were all soul beasts. The hidden GU worms were around the countless soul beasts. They were shining like stars, having very clear locations. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Distinct Map. Xie Fang breathed in deeply. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the map. She used her index finger and thumb to grab onto a hidden spot. By exerting some strength, she squeezed. The Immortals only heard a soft cracking sound, like something had shattered. Immediately after, Xie Fang's fingers grinded. When she took out her hand, the GU worms at the hidden spot were destroyed. At once, the Immortals gasped. Xie Fang's Wisdom Path killer move could bypass profound ice house and attack the outside world with such precision. The soul beasts outside could do nothing to stop it. It was incredible. Even Fang Yuan found it eye-opening. This female immortal, Xie Fang, might have a terrible attitude towards Fang Yuan, but she was called Master Sue by Shark Demon. She truly had some abilities. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage in terms of a good wisdom path inheritance and could surpass Bo Dan, Lu Tanxin and Ninth Ghost Finger, against a wisdom path GU immortal like Xie Fang, he was lacking by a lot. Eventually, Xie Fang used this distinct map killer move and destroyed most of the hidden GU worms, capturing an immortal GU in the process. When she took out this immortal GU from distinct map, the other GU immortals were all shocked. After losing one immortal GU, fighting soul battlefield broke down rapidly. The remaining immortal GU and mortal GU disappeared quickly, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts growled. As they growled, they attacked relentlessly for the final time. Profound Ice House was after all an immortal GU house. It resisted the soul beast's frenzied attacks until the end. Eventually, the soul beast army disintegrated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the others finally obtained victory. But soon, they fell into another battlefield killer move. Heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Bo Dan held his head in desperation. After the fighting soul battlefield, the Immortals went into another new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than 8 huge doors around them, there was nothing else. But even the best wisdom path GU Immortal, Xie Fang, showed a difficult expression. She reminded them, "Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used specially to trap enemies. Even though it does not have the killing nature of fighting soul battlefield, it is harder to deal with." Nobody had any rebuttal. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. When GU Immortals were trapped inside, they would lose their sense of direction to a huge extent. Furthermore, each of these 8 doors would only allow one life form inside. After entering, the door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors before Shark Demon and Gang meant that they only had 8 chances to explore it. After entering the door, the GU Immortals would need to fight alone with any help. There were no other GU Immortals to help them. Rumor says that after entering the door, GU Immortals will end up in a second area, and make another choice out of 8 doors. In the 8 Doors Labyrinth, there are 8 areas. Each area has 8 doors. There is only one correct path, however. Choosing the wrong path would just be going in circles. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful at trapping people. Without a wisdom path GU Immortal skilled at deductions, there is no way to unravel it. GU Immortal skilled at fighting cannot progress through this, they might even be trapped inside until they die. Xieshu Fang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path GU Immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer move distinct map earlier had already exposed her foundation. She was a wisdom path GU Immortal skilled at investigation and long-ranged attacks. She was more of a battle type. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was good at deductions, but he did not even have the most basic Star Thought Immortal GU. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. This was a very awkward state. This is only the first area, we can still retreat. Xieshu Fang reminded. In the earlier battlefield killer move, they could probe it. But against 8 Doors Labyrinth, GU Immortals would be risking their lives to investigate it, they could not even probe it from outside. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder to deal with. We should be close to completely taking it down. Shark Demon sighed, he wisely chose to retreat. Using Profound Ice House, the Immortals charged out and left Yulu Blessed Land. This time, even though Shark Demon and the others unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It was a pitiful victory. The one that benefited the most was Xieshu Fang. She obtained an Immortal GU as compensation. She was overjoyed. Chapter 906. Yellow Spring Sea Area, Undying Kingdom. After parting with the other Wisdom Path GU Immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng followed Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to Shark Sea where they were hosted to a banquet. Brother Xing Xiong, I wonder how much assurance you have in deciphering 8 Doors Labyrinth. In the banquet, Shark Demon asked. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed as he heavily shook his head. I am ashamed, I don't have the least bit of assurance. Even you don't have any assurance? Su Bai Man said with disappointment. Fang Yuan mumbled, if I could refine a certain Wisdom Path Immortal GU, I would have 30% assurance. Unfortunately, although I have been trying with all my efforts to gather the Immortal materials, I am still far away from the standard to refine Immortal GU. Refining Immortal GU is really hard. Shark Demon's eye slightly brightened at Fang Yuan's words, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xingzhongzi not only once, and knew ins and outs of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indeed lacked Wisdom Path Immortal killer moves. While unraveling the battlefield killer move this time, Shark Demon also learned several things. Big Bag Lu Tanshin and the Demonic Path GU Immortal 9th Ghostfinger could not match Fang Yuan in Wisdom Path methods. There was no need to even mention Bo Dan. Xieshu Fang, on the contrary, was truly skilled, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a Righteous Path GU Immortal, and not to mention that she could not fit in with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was too big. In this trip, Shark Demon and the group did not even get anything, but Xieshu Fang obtained an Immortal GU, gaining the biggest profit. No matter how open-minded Shark Demon was, he felt extreme loss from losing an Immortal GU. Although they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, they held a poor impression of Xieshu Fang. It was only that they suppressed it and did not mention it. With Shark Demon's personality, he would get back at her for this, sooner or later. Fang Yuan was observing Shark Demon's expression. Seeing the latter's eyes brighten before dimming, he sighed and said gently, I won't hide it from the two of you, my Wisdom Path inheritance is complete. If I have that Wisdom Path Immortal GU, I can use several powerful Immortal killer moves and my strength will definitely rise greatly. Even if I can't match Xieshu Fang, the gap won't be too big. Shark Demon nodded and talked about other things, not continuing this topic. Fang Yuan had not fully expressed himself before he was interrupted, but how could Shark Demon not understand Fang Yuan's meaning? The hidden implication of Xingzhongzi's words is to make me sponsor him in refining that Wisdom Path Immortal GU. But I will suffer greatly in this transaction. It is okay if the refinement succeeds, but if it fails, all the investment would be gone to waste. That will just be adding to my misfortunes. Shark Demon pondered, and denied the thought of helping Fang Yuan refine Immortal GU. In fact, the pressure on him recently was huge. To invade Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Bai Man had invested large amounts of energy and wealth, but up to this point, there were few results. On this attempt too, they had paid quite a lot to invite 3 Wisdom Path assistants. Even if Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were veteran experts with deep foundations, their accumulation was showing signs of being exhausted right now. Refining Immortal GU might just be sending themselves into a bottomless pit. Unless it was the only choice left, Shark Demon absolutely would not choose this option. Fang Yuan felt slight regret about Shark Demon's stance, but he had already predicted it and did not feel any disappointment. He had used up most of his Immortal Essence Stones to relocate the Blessed Land. With his current financial ability, he required a long time before he could gather enough Immortal materials for refining Star Thought Immortal GU. It doesn't matter that Shark Demon did not take the bait, the main thing is still to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his current main goal. Shark Demon also wanted Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's side. Like this, with Zombie Alliance's alliance restrictions, Shark Demon could more conveniently and more assuredly use Fang Yuan the next time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land. This would be of great help to Shark Demon's present development plan. Helping Xingslongzi was helping himself, so after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying quickly. This is Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below, and introduced. In fact, there was no need for his indication, as Fang Yuan was already looking at the special sea below him. The seawater of the Yellow Spring Sea area was yellow in color, like the sea was mixed with dirt and sand. Waves billowed, moving up and down the sea. But in fact, there was no sand floating on the Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater by itself had a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is an extremely special sea area. As you get closer to the center of the sea area, you will find there are no living creatures. This is the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded and used investigative methods. His vision increased sharply, penetrating the sea surface towards the depths. He saw countless skeletons floating inside the sea, large numbers of zombie fish groups, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and so on, moving in the sea, and constantly fighting each other. In the seabed lived grayish-white decomposed corals which gave off intense stenches that pervaded the surrounding seawater. Strands of seaweed, drifting with the water flow, were deathly pale, like nooses used to hang people. Over these 2 days, we used for undercurrents, and flew for a day and a half, going past 10 sea areas before we reached this Yellow Spring Sea area where Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters lies. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions, to be able to grasp such a large territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sincerely exclaimed. Shark Demon laughed heartily. The Zombie Alliance branches in the other 4 regions are weaker, but this here in Eastern Sea is the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It is powerful and prosperous, and can surpass other super forces. Brother Xingxiong, joining this powerful force is a sensible decision. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance possessed a public blessed land which they used as their headquarters. This public blessed land, located in the center of the Yellow Spring Sea area, was known as the Undying Kingdom in the world of Eastern Sea GU Immortals. Under Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan smoothly entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Unlike Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was a scene full of life, filled with the twittering of birds and fragrance of flowers. This formed a stark contrast with the death energy and putrefaction of immortal zombies. Since immortal zombies are already among the living dead, their immortal apertures turns into dead lands. How could you raise such a large public blessed land? Could it be from the blessed lands of living GU Immortals members of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon laughed. Xingslongzi, you can be at ease. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forcibly demanded any living GU Immortal that wants to join Zombie Alliance to offer a part of their immortal aperture. Naturally, Zombie Alliance encourages you to offer part of your blessed land by providing large amounts of rewards. You will see this once you look at the assignments in the inner hall. Most of the Undying Kingdom blessed land still came from immortal zombies. Or to put it more accurately, it came from those old GU immortals whose lifespan is ending and are planning to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lives, or for various other reasons. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has unique methods to merge pieces of blessed lands to preserve and maintain their vitality. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, showing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon was observing his expression, and laughed. Xingxiongzi, are you also interested in this method? He, that's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has already gained some success from countless predecessors' studies and accumulations on how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while not causing any change to the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan's heart thumped loudly. He had always been thinking of how to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? It was because an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land and had no potential to progress in cultivation. However, now, as Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words, his thoughts towards reviving had another change. The reason I am trying to be free of an immortal zombie body and revive is for my immortal aperture to be full of life and to progress in cultivation. But if I could truly maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture as an immortal zombie, and have the possibility to improve, then wouldn't it be making the best of both worlds? To be an immortal zombie was to be among the living dead with no limit to lifespan, and could be considered as another form of longevity. Fang Yuan was using this advantage to continuously step into the wisdom light halo, greatly improving his capabilities. But if Fang Yuan revived into a living person, his lifespan would sharply reduce under the light of wisdom and he would only be able to use wisdom GU for a number of times. The immortal zombie body had advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom GU, the disadvantages still outweighed the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had been looking for a way to revive all along. If I can truly maintain my immortal zombie body and still revive my immortal aperture to advance my cultivation, this would be the best option for me. But right now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has made remarkable achievements in this aspect, they are still a great distance from perfecting it. If they truly had this method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would already have been dominating Eastern Sea. The 5 regions would also not have the current structure. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he speculated the truths of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. All humans are mortal, they will have a day where their lifespan ends. Brother Xingxiong, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can contribute to the Alliance and use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon smiled as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan nodded with a fervent expression on his face, but his mind was calm and knew Shark Demon was simply trying to entice him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and already understood that to exchange for such a level of research results, the contribution to the Alliance must be extremely big. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of the Undying Kingdom. Over there existed a mountain range carved from skeletons, and on the tens of mountains lay tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan to a hall. After a long while, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the hall. Fang Yuan now had an identity token and also information path Mortal GU used to transmit all sorts of information to and from Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan smoothly became a member of Zombie Alliance. Chapter 907. Interacting with Song Clan. Originally, Fang Yuan was afraid that his identity would get exposed. After all, there were several rank 8 immortal zombies guarding Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large number of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal GU into the killer move vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and Star Mark, 3 Immortal GU as the cause, it was much more realistic when Fang Yuan transformed into a Star Path GU Immortal or a Star Path Desolate Beast. But this time, when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see a single rank 8 GU Immortal. Even the inspection towards his Xingxiongzi identity was only a formality. The reason for this, other than the busy schedule of rank 8 GU Immortals, should be that Shark Demon has a high status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Living GU Immortals cannot become higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The reason should be because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a huge force, it has enough confidence and foundation. Fang Yuan analyzed secretly. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups emerged from the water, landing on the boat flowers floating on the sea. During May in Eastern Sea, the surface of BC would have ripples that carried countless boat flowers that floated over. These flowers were in vibrant colors, they were as large as small boats, they were like scrolls that spread out in the sea of flowers. BC was a sea area that was connected to Flower Sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in BC. This special type of bee could only fly temporarily, they were more skilled at swimming in the sea freely. During May each year, countless boat flowers would flow along with the waves, arriving at BC area. It was the only opportunity for the water bees to collect nectar. In the air of this sea, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others got into a formation, as they underwent an intense negotiation with Song Clan's GU Immortals. Eventually, after 30 minutes, the two sides came to an agreement after coming to terms. Song Yishu and the others no longer pursued Xingslongzi's wrongdoings. Even though Xingslongzi did not do it on purpose, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to apologize, he even had to compensate Song Yishu 600 Immortal Essence Stones. Xingslongzi could not pay everything in one go, so he could have 6 installments for it. He could pay 100 Immortal Essence Stones first, followed by 120 on the second installment, and 140 Immortal Essence Stones on the third. According to the agreement, if he were to pay in batches, Fang Yuan would definitely make greater losses. Thus, after they came to an agreement, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of Immortal Essence Stones from Tai by Yun Sheng and Shark Demon, getting a total of 600 and passing it to Song Yishu. Song Yishu's expression was dark. She received these Immortal Essence Stones as she stared at Fang Yuan angrily. She said coldly, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a person who could give in if needed to. He smiled bitterly and apologized earnestly. "I did not intend to offend Fairy Yishu, to have angered a beauty. I truly deserve death. Please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishu interjected. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "If I had seen Fairy Yishu's body fully, I would deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But Fairy should know, the mist in the hot spring is thick. You also used an isolation immortal killer move. How could I see anything?" Song Yishu snorted. She was extremely clear of the situation then. She had no defenses set up at the bottom of the volcano. How could she have any immortal killer move? Even if there was mist, Song Yishu had gotten rid of them in advance. She did not like to have her vision obstructed. But Song Yishu did not argue against Fang Yuan's bullshit. Even if this lecherous and shameless old man had seen her entire body, Song Yishu had to deny it and refuse to acknowledge it. The two GU Immortals from Song Clan had a dazed expression. They even secretly pitied this Xingslongzi. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly. The truth was, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had inspected Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only been formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishu did not inspect the bottom of her volcano clearly, such a loophole was formed. Xingslongzi only took a look, and because of the thick mist, he could not see anything, but he had to compensate 600 Immortal Essence Stones. This was simply too much of a price to pay. In the end, it was all because Song Clan was a superforce with a large foundation. If Xingslongzi offended anyone else, it would have been fine, but he actually looked at Song Yishu. Even though she herself was not an issue, she was backed by the first supreme elder of Song Clan, Song Chi Yuan. If not for Shark Demon negotiating in this matter on behalf of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have been able to pay merely 600 Immortal Essence Stones to settle this matter. Xingslongzi, even though this matter is over, I don't want to see you appear in front of me ever again. Song Yishu said harshly before flying away. The other two GU Immortals from Song Clan had a milder attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bai Man, farewell. Take care." Shark Demon replied. At this point, the incident was resolved. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng to Shark Sea again as guests. But Fang Yuan rejected him. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any lucrative missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could make use of his expertise, in order to earn Immortal Essence Stones and settle his debt. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection and consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance had a loose structure and would not restrict his freedom. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. He made Shark Demon believe that he was really a lone cultivator that was very bent on having freedom. Since Fang Yuan rejected them, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not force him. This couple also needed time to prepare for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with Shark Demon, Fang Yuan actually took some deduction missions from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was a vigilant person, he had to finish the act, he would not leave flaws in such details. Fang Yuan had a mission token, and an information path Mortal GU for communication. It was easy to accept missions, he did not need to head to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to enter Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally ever again. After all, there were rank 8 immortal zombies staying on guard there, against such great experts. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was not confident in it. Even though I spent 600 Immortal Essence Stones, as long as I can get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance successfully, it will be worth it. Now, I have to wait for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to release some missions regarding Northern Plains. For example, information collecting in Northern Plains, or a mission to inspect the Northern Plains branch of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was going very smoothly. At this point, he just needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He and Tai Bai Yunxing parted ways. He used landscape as before to pave the way and make friends in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan spent a short amount of time to finish all of the deduction missions that he had taken from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. If it was in the past, these deduction missions would have taken him much of the month, but now Fang Yuan only used several days. Fang Yuan was gradually feeling his wisdom path attainment increasing. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had undergone turmoil, torture, glory, falling from grace. All of these had turned him into a strategist. He was adept at plotting against people. This made Fang Yuan very compatible with the cultivation of wisdom path. Furthermore, with a high-quality wisdom path inheritance, and the rank 9 wisdom GU, could Fang Yuan's wisdom path not improve drastically? After completing these missions, Fang Yuan did not turn them in. This speed was too shocking. It was not on the level of attainment that he had revealed to them. As for the Immortal Essence Stones that Fang Yuan owed Tai Bai Yunsheng and Shark Demon, he was not worried. Fang Yuan could choose not to pay back the debt to Tai Bai Yunsheng. As for Shark Demon, he could return it in a few days' time. Guts GU had greater demand than supply. It was still selling like hot cakes. His other businesses were also progressing smoothly. Even though he had caused the 4 sources of revenue in Star Form Blessed Land to be damaged when he relocated it, Fang Yuan's monthly profit still reached 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. But in spite of this, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the reform in Star Form Blessed Land, or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU, they needed funds, huge amounts of funds. Other than that, there was also the feeding of Immortal GU. Fang Yuan needed to feed the large number of Immortal GU that he had. If they died from hunger, his loss would be too great. Finding lifespan GU, re-educating Fangveng, interrogating the captives, building the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, improving his immortal killer moves, learning new wisdom path techniques for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, buying GU worms, buying strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, buying the experience and knowledge of nurturing hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All of these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan needed to settle them. Even though the immortal zombie body did not require the rest ordinary humans needed, Fang Yuan still felt that he had insufficient time. Fang Yuan understood his own predicament clearly. One day, the fact that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Young Building would be exposed. He had to use this period of time to grow as much as he could, to get rid of the weaknesses that he had. Fang Yuan would love to split up his time or even split himself into two and work. While he was busy with his tasks, Fang Yuan also observed the situation in the outside world. He put less focus on Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still being affected by the Refinement Path Convention's lingering effect. As for Northern Plains, after old Ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, there appeared to be peace and quiet. But Fang Yuan had joined the battle to defend Lang Ya. He knew that old Lord Kenyang and the other Central Continent investigators were here. Thus, even though Northern Plains seemed calm, Fang Yuan could feel the intense undercurrent stirring in the dark. As for Eastern Sea, the current most popular news was about Song Clan and other super forces fighting for the control of Ascending Heaven Plain. A few days later. Western Desert. Fang Yuan changed his appearance and did a transaction with Xiao Clan's GU Immortal. These are the goods this time, check them. Fang Yuan took out the regretful spiders. This time, the Xiao Clan GU Immortal was Xiao Sharang. He had a stable personality and was quite wise. He was known as Xiao Clan's brains and brawn duo along with Xiao Hu Kai. Xiao Sharang inspected it and nodded in satisfaction. There are no issues, take this. He tossed a sum of Immortal Essence Stones towards Fang Yuan. But now was different. Other than Immortal Essence Stones, there was also a token, and an Information Path Mortal GU. This was Xiao Clan's transaction token. Chapter 908. Opportunity after causing chaos. Naturally, you can refuse this token as well. Xiao Sharang said. Fang Yuan accepted this token rather happily. In fact, he was trading with Xiao Clan not only to earn Immortal Essence Stones from selling regretful spiders to Xiao Clan, but also for this transaction token. Among the 5 regions, Western Desert was the most developed in commerce. Every super force would issue their respective transaction token. But Xiao Clan's transaction token was the one with the most value. The reason was Xiao Clan and Qian Clan engaged in business the most among all the super forces in Western Desert, with the highest numbers of trading partners. Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, and it could be easily done with Xiao Clan's transaction token, and he could also get along well with other trading partners of Xiao Clan. Naturally, this had its demerits as well. Xiao Clan and Qian Clan were the biggest competitors. Accepting Xiao Clan's transaction token meant being close to Xiao Clan. As such, it would be difficult for Fang Yuan to do business with Qian Clan and GU Immortals who possessed Qian Clan's transaction token. With this transaction token, I can officially engage in the trade of Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. My profit every month will pass 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. When I restore other resources, my earnings every month will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, accepting this token with a smile. Xiao Sharang also smiled. As far as Xiao Sharang was concerned, Fang Yuan was extremely mysterious. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, Xiao Clan had repeatedly undertaken investigations, but could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. However, Fang Yuan did not hesitate at all when accepting Xiao Clan's transaction token. This action meant being closer to Xiao Clan, and Xiao Sharang naturally expressed more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan started roaming around Western Desert's GU Immortal world for the next few days. The path was clear with the help of transaction token. Even if it was the first meeting, Fang Yuan was able to smoothly make several deals involving Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. Most of these deals were short-term transactions, and only 1 or 2 were long-term deals. But Fang Yuan believed that as time went on and the number of transactions increased, these long-term deals would keep on increasing in number and become more stable. With a joyous mood, Fang Yuan left Western Desert. But when he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received shocking information. What? Song Yisha actually flattened that island where Li Clan village lived, in a fit of anger. Originally, the competition for Ascending Heaven Plain had gotten more intense. At first, it was only 3 clans fighting for dominance, but when the situation turned into a stalemate, many other forces and GU Immortals joined in, looking to get some benefits. During this course of events, Song Yisha ran into a female demonic path GU Immortal, 7 Sea Snake woman, who ridiculed and slandered her, saying how her body was only worth 600 immortal essence stones. Song Yisha's mood sank to the depths, and after returning, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and massacred all the mortals and beasts on the island. She then caused a tsunami and submerged the whole island repeatedly 5 or 6 times. Naturally, no one on this nameless island survived. To others, this was not a matter worth mentioning, thus Fang Yuan's shock would be strange from most people's perspective. Now what happens to Li Xiaoyao? Originally, Song Yisha and Li Xiaoyao were a famous couple, but now because of me, Song Yisha massacred all of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Isn't that like killing Li Xiaoyao? The prominent and powerful Li Xiaoyao from his previous life had no chance to take the limelight in history now. Such a pity, I had intended to connect luck with Li Xiaoyao in the future. He was also a rather lucky person. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Eastern Sea's future structure had changed considerably because of him. And how far this change would spread to affect other matters, Fang Yuan also did not know. Several days later, an event occurred that shocked Fang Yuan even more. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered and countless grotto heaven fragments are falling down like meteors, causing forces of all sizes and countless GU immortals to fight for them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the event of starry sky grotto heaven shattering and falling down was supposed to happen hundreds of years later. How could it have happened so early in this life? Is it because of me? I picked up benefits from Star Lord Wan Srong and Immortal Monkey King Shalay, and led to Immortal Zombie 7-star Child to awaken from the dream realm, causing Shalay to be trapped in the grotto heaven and having no choice but to request support from Combat Immortal Sect. 7-star Child had to fight against Combat Immortal Sect, but despite having the territorial advantage, Combat Immortal Sect is a colossal force which made 7-star Child feel the situation was far from good, deciding to detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag them down with him. Fang Yuan's speculation was completely right. In fact, it had happened like that. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-star Child was trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time without waking up. Although Star Lord Wan Srong died, Shalay inherited this fortune. He did not report to the sect and secretly sneaked in every time the crack opened, and plundered the resources wantonly. However, in this life, after Fang Yuan awakened 7-star Child, Shalay was faced with disaster, having to run around miserably from 7-star Child. He had no choice but to give up on maintaining his face, seeking help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect could not forcibly suppress 7-star Child. Since I cannot have it, you can forget about obtaining it. With this thought in mind, 7-star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and decisively stopped contesting with Combat Immortal Sect's immortals. Thus, the Grotto Heaven's fragments fell down early to Central Continent's land by 200 to 300 years. Fang Yuan was left lost for words after he heard this news. Northern Plains has already been turned into a mess by me, with the collapse of 88 Truyang Building and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Eastern Sea has also changed. Li Xiaoyao is no more. Now, Central Continent is also experiencing a drastic change. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed before its time. According to this trend, Central Continent and Eastern Sea are going to change beyond all recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was shaken because of this event. Countless GU Immortals, GU Masters, Super Forces, and other forces of all sizes were flocking towards the Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds. What Central Continent refinement path convention? It was all thrown to the back of their minds. Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly at this. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had broken up at a very bad time. If it had collapsed 200 or 300 years later, Fang Yuan could have gained considerable benefits. Because that time was when the 5 regions' chaotic war began and dream realms manifested externally. Champions and warriors emerged endlessly. The old super forces would be busy with their own affairs. It was most beneficial to lone cultivators like Fang Yuan. However, at present, the 5 regions' chaotic war was yet to start. Central Continent was dominated by Heavenly Court, and the 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could foresee that this initial chaos would only last for a short period of time before the 10 great ancient sects took control of the whole situation. The true beneficiaries would no doubt be them and Heavenly Court behind them. The development of the events went according to Fang Yuan's prediction. The change in the situation was even quicker than Fang Yuan's estimation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation, quickly making an internal agreement and expelling all the other forces and GU immortals. Fang Yuan got a deep impression of the colossal forces that were the 10 great ancient sects. It is quite the pity regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-Star Child, and that Dream Realm. Fang Yuan sighed with regret. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now with this unforeseen event, this enormous benefit was missed by him. However, the next change in events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang came to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth GU. In the letter, He Fengyang, on behalf of Immortal Crane Sect, invited Fang Yuan to explore a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened sharply. The thought in his mind made him stand up in excitement and laugh loudly. After laughing, Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, "I cannot be careless, although the likelihood of it being a trap is rather small, it is better to first investigate before replying." 2 days later, Fang Yuan came to a mountain valley in Central Continent. This nameless valley was extremely lacking in supplies and in no way was remarkable, but because a large fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this valley was already surrounded by the allied forces of the 10 great ancient sects, making 1,000 li around it a forbidden zone. If other GU immortals stepped within this range, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan also did not dare to move around recklessly. He Fengyang personally came out to welcome him and led him inside the valley. There were over 10 GU immortals, from the 10 great ancient sects, guarding inside the valley. "Kid, don't do anything stupid inside. Think about long-term consequences, young man." Seeing He Fengyang led Fang Yuan in, other GU immortals did not have nice expressions, they either threatened or advised. "So is Fang Yuan." A white-clothed female immortal came out of the group of immortals. "You are Fairy by Cheng." Fang Yuan's focused his gaze slightly, as he bowed without changing his expression. Fairy by Cheng nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone, "You are the person who my daughter often mentioned. In this contest now over the ownership of the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can be merciful, we will definitely repay you in the future." Fang Yuan had traded Guts GU with Spirit Affinity House many times, but had not seen Fairy by Cheng once. But now, as it concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Jinhuang, Fairy by Cheng had no choice but to appear personally and request Fang Yuan to give her some face. Fang Yuan had his own plan, and accepted without any hesitation. "Collaborating with your side has been a pleasant experience, Lady by Cheng can be at ease." Fairy by Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Many other GU immortals snorted coldly. A cold gaze flashed past He Fengyang's eyes. "Go in. The others have already entered, your cultivation is the highest so you are the last one," He Fengyang said heavily. Fang Yuan nodded and moved forward. The scenery inside the valley was peculiar, like a mirage. What looked like bushes were waves blue like the sea. The scene did not have boundaries in common with each other, resembling a broken picture that was abruptly put together. This was naturally not a mirage, but a Grotto Heaven fragment world. The entrance was open, allowing it to be explored. Looking at Fang Yuan moving step by step inside, He Fengyang could not put his heart at ease and reminded again, "Don't forget that place I told you about, you must occupy it." "No worries." Fang Yuan waved his hand without turning back. Under everyone's gazes, his body completely entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 909. Advantage of having lower cultivation level. Once he entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had landed in this blue lake. The lake had a huge surface area. There were several small islands near the center of the lake, growing with vegetation. Looking even further, beyond the blue lake, there were layers of mountain ridges. They were colored in indigo, gently mixing with the sky. Fang Yuan stood on the surface of the water like he was standing on the ground. From the perspective of a mortal GU master, this ability to stand on water was very impressive. But it was already as simple as breathing to Fang Yuan now. Before entering deep into the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fang Yuan gave a final look below him. Only to see that below him, the blue lake cracked suddenly, like a cracked mirror. The surface of this lake was completely broken. Fang Yuan could see the outside world through this mirror. He saw that nameless valley in central continent, as well as the GU Immortals figures. They were looking at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He turned around and leaped away from the lake, flying away. The GU Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of central continent did not know that this was not the first time Fang Yuan had been inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very unique. It had 7 areas that were isolated. It was not like a normal Grotto Heaven. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had many space path Dao marks, and they were all very special as well. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon guarding the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree. They left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after such intense combat, coupled with combat immortal sects looting, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattering, there must be very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in the fragment worlds. Right now, there are 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan flew through the sky as he recalled the information that Feng Yang had told him. These 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant were a desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle and nether grass respectively. As long as one was a GU immortal, they knew of dragonfish. They were very commonly used as food for immortal GU. The overwhelming majority of mortal GU could be fed with dragonfish meat if their specific food was of insufficient quantity, and a portion of the food for an immortal GU could be substituted with it. Of course, immortal GU were unique. Their feeding requirements could be very bizarre. The effect of dragonfish was much lower. Furthermore, only desolate beast-level dragonfish meat could be used for their food. Among desolate beasts, the one with the lowest battle strength has to be the desolate beast dragonfish. According to rumors, dragonfish is not a species that originated normally from the world. It was a species artificially created via food path. The hidden essence turtle was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. It had weird habits. When it matures, it would stay at one place and stop moving. As time passes, after countless years, moss would grow on its body. It would turn to stone and become a giant false hill. Because it could conceal its aura and could hide itself well, it was hard to find. Only when it senses a huge danger would it relocate. It would not stop until it finds a resting place in which it is satisfied. After that, it would stop and hide in its shell, enduring the weather, be it wind, rain, snow or so on, once again. If he could capture this desolate beast, it was much better than killing it. Hidden Essence Turtle was a Wisdom Path desolate beast. It had an inborn connection to Wisdom Path. It was a spirit beast of Wisdom Path. It had the natural ability to find a safe place to live in. Many Wisdom Path GU Immortals would use the Hidden Essence Turtle to help them when they encountered difficulties in deductions. Fang Yuan inherited Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance. There was also a way to use a freshly killed Hidden Essence Turtle shell to help in deductions. Evidently, capturing this Hidden Essence Turtle was useful for GU Immortals. Since it did not move and had strong defenses, Combat Immortal Sect did not attack it hastily. The nether grass was similar. It was rooted to the ground and could not move. It had little threat as long as one did not get close to it. A stalk of nether grass was very useful to a soul path GU Immortal. And because nether grass contained large numbers of soul path Dao marks, as time passed, it would influence the surroundings. A wide range surrounding the nether grass would become a breeding ground for soul path GU worms. Nether grass had an immense effect to modify the environment of a blessed land or grotto heaven. So for the same reason, Combat Immortal Sect did not take this nether grass, keeping it until now. But they did not expect 7-star child to be so resolute. He would rather drag everyone down with him, causing Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to shatter and fall. This situation was already out of Combat Immortal Sect's control. The fragment worlds of this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven became the point of negotiation for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They decided on certain timings and entered to harvest the resources within. Feng Yang represented Immortal Crane sect, and before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he gave Fang Yuan several missions. 3 of them were regarding the Dragonfish, Nether Grass, and Hidden Essence Turtle. If you can capture all 3 of them alive, that would be best. According to the agreement, you can get 1/3 of the value of what you obtain. Feng Yang told Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a subordinate of Immortal Crane sect on paper, this was not the case. As a person directly involved, Feng Yang was very aware of this. Thus, he knew that in order to get him to work hard, he could only arouse Fang Yuan's interest through benefits. Even though Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3 desolate beasts or plants. Because Fang Yuan not only had his own immortal GU, he also had the immortal GU that Immortal Crane sect had specially lent to him. Having immortal GU was a completely different level of battle strength compared to not having immortal GU. Even though the Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and Nether Grass were very strong beings, they did not have immortal GU. If they did, they would be walking treasure troves. GU immortals would have attacked already, be it 7-star Child Immortal Zombie, or Combat Immortal Sect. How could they not strike? Normally speaking, inside Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, there were no wild immortal GU. Because once a wild immortal GU was formed, the GU immortal would take them away for their own use. After all, leaving a wild immortal GU behind had no benefits to the Blessed Land. It would instead cause the GU immortal's control of the Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven to fall. If the Desolate Beast rampages, that would be problematic. Furthermore, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star Child, had awoken long ago. As the owner, how could he not know if there were wild immortal GU? Even if 7-star Child was kept busy and had no time, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was attacked by Combat Immortal Sect. They had searched thoroughly. Unless it was a very special immortal GU and could conceal itself well, it would not be there up until this point. According to the map, the Dragonfish is here in this blue lake near the small island at the center of the lake. Fang Yuan flew in the sky, his gaze shined. His greatest interest among the 3 was in the Desolate Beast Dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived together in large numbers. Around the Desolate Beast Dragonfish, there were many mortal dragonfish. These were all an enticing fortune to Fang Yuan. To think that I would have my second Desolate Beast Dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take 1/3 of the gains, I will choose the Dragonfish. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt a bit of joy internally. Meanwhile, on a small island on the Blue Lake, a group of GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were looking at the lake in front of them with much annoyance. There were 5 people in this group. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation, except one young GU master who was at rank for peak stage. This youngster was called Wei Wuxiong. He was the head of the elite disciples that represented Heaven's Envy Manor. He was infatuated with Fairy Baixia and had once fought with Fang Veng, but lost. Fang Jing gave him some face and admitted it was a draw. Since he kept his reputation, he had a sense of gratitude towards Fang Geng, feeling like he owed the latter a favor. He was originally rank for middle stage, but in this contest for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor took action to specially raise his cultivation level to rank for peak stage. On one hand, they were training the next generation of disciples. They were the hopes of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking in manpower. Just now, to explore all the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had engaged in fierce competition. 7-star Child was very ruthless. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but he controlled the explosion very well. Almost no GU immortals could enter the fragment worlds, only their disciples could enter and explore it. As has been mentioned before, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were torn and broken, like houses that were going to collapse. They could only exist for a period of time. Meanwhile, GU immortals had Dao marks. They were like giants. Forcefully entering the fragment worlds was like giants entering a small house. The only result would be the house breaking and all the resources inside being destroyed. In his past life, Fang Yuan became a Blood Path GU immortal and created the Blood Wing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was destroyed, he also directed mortal GU masters in the demonic sect to enter the fragment worlds in place of him and search for resources. But now, why could Fang Yuan enter it? Speaking of this, he somewhat did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reason. It was because Fang Yuan had bottom-tier cultivation level among GU immortals, he had few strength path Dao marks in his body, and because of vaguely familiar face, he continued to lose strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal GU of vaguely familiar face was each strength immortal GU. Changing the GU immortal's regional aura involved using each strength in reverse, to expend strength path Dao marks. Even though he had the giant horned sheep and other strength path desolate beasts to increase his number of strength path Dao marks, he had been disguising himself a lot recently. After summing up his gains and losses, there was a limit to how many strength path Dao marks he could gain. Thus, Fang Yuan could enter while other GU immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limits of what the fragment world could stand. There were very few people who could be so pitiful in their cultivation level after becoming a GU immortal. Most importantly, because of his identity, Immortal Crane sect could make use of him. This was a competition among the 10 great ancient sects. If Fang Yuan was not a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, he would be an outsider GU immortal. He would not be allowed to enter by the other sects. This was the righteous path. They paid close attention to rules. They were not like the demonic path, who looked at who had the bigger fist, by competing with force against force, or seeing who was more ruthless and despicable. The first rule of the demonic path was the absence of rules. Chapter 9-10. Grabbing the Dragonfish. At this moment, on the small island at the center of the lake, the group from Heaven's Envy Manors was trapped. They could not advance. In front of them, waves were rumbling, tides were rising, the water was grand and treacherous. The 5 GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor frowned tightly. Looking at the lake, they felt anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could see vaguely that there was a huge monster swimming around in the depths of the lake. Each time the tail moved, currents would be created as huge tides surfaced. In fact, sometimes, its tough fish head would ram into the bottom of the small island. Boom! 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 Each time the dragonfish attacked, there would be a loud sound, followed by tremors below everyone's feet. The people from Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on this small island, looking at the waves in front of them. Their faces were pale, they were helpless, there was nothing they could do. Desolate beast dragonfish were usually peaceful and rarely went into a frenzy. But earlier, the GU masters from Ancient Soul sect had used some method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go into madness. It was in a berserk and rampaging state. It had lost its mind and natural disposition. The GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor had the ability to climb mountains and move across bodies of water, but they were only mortals with limited Primeval essence. Under the current situation, they could not move at all. It was too dangerous. Ancient Soul sect could actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal technique from the sect. We of Heaven's Envy Manor are also from one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Soul sect. Elder Juning, let's use our immortal method as well. While they were helpless, a GU master from Heaven's Envy Manor couldn't help but suggest this. Hearing that there was an immortal method, the other GU masters showed inspired expressions, light shining in their eyes. Elder Zhu Ning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use it, I would have done so already. Why would I wait until now? He told everyone his difficulties. As it turned out, before this trip, Zhu Ning was called by a supreme elder and was entrusted with an immortal GU and some immortal essence. But this immortal GU was used for defense. It would not help in this situation to get rid of the dragonfish. The sect gave you an immortal GU. What does the immortal GU look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, let us see it and broaden our visions. Zhu Ning's frank admission made everyone intensely curious. At once, they forget about the problem in front of them. They wanted to see the brilliance of the immortal GU. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly again. I will speak honestly, I only took a hurried glance at this immortal GU before Lord Supreme Elder placed it in my body. Right now, I don't even know where the immortal GU is in my body, not to mention attempting to retrieve it. Everyone was very disappointed. They sighed in unison. Only Wei Wuxiong's eyes shined brightly. He said in admiration, it would be great if I could obtain an immortal GU that belongs to me one day. The other 4 old GU masters looked at Wei Wuxiong and either smiled bitterly or shook their heads. Wei Wuxiong was too young. Young people like to dream, this was natural. But only after many experiences would they understand that dreams and reality were different, like these 4 old GU masters. Who would not want to have their own immortal GU? Who would not want to become a high and mighty immortal? But immortal and mortal were worlds apart. Reality was cruel, countless people lost their youthfulness, countless people's dreams were broken. How many people could really become immortals? The leader, Zhu Ning, sighed, "For now, we have no better way, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we will set off. But this way, the other 9 sects will get all the good stuff. We will only have leftovers." A GU master asked worriedly. "What else can we do?" Zhu Ning sighed, but he did not forget to raise the morale. "This is not entirely a bad thing. Let them go and compete first, we can take the chance for now to gather our strength. Even though immortal GU are incredibly powerful, they need corresponding immortal essence to activate. Their immortal essence will be limited, let them exhaust their resources in competing with each other. During the later stages, we will have more strength than them." Once he said that, everyone's expressions changed, their dejected moods recovered slightly. "However, I have something very important to remind you of." Zhu Ning's had a serious expression. "No matter how much strength we preserve, there are 2 people we cannot offend. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jinhuang, the other is Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan." "Why?" "Feng Jinhuang and Fang Yuan are 2 geniuses of my generation, but each of them are only single individuals. Right now, us 10 sects all have 5 members each, we all have mysterious immortal methods, why should we be afraid of those 2? Wei Wuxiong was unclear of the truth, he asked somewhat skeptically. "That is because you do not know the hidden details." Zhu Ning's gaze was heavy, he looked at the surrounding GU masters and said, "I learned about this shocking news from the sect before we came. Feng Jinhuang has a noble upbringing, her parents are both GU immortals, moreover, they are immensely powerful beings even among GU immortals. What shocking immortal methods do you think that such a person would have?" "So that's it?" Wei Wuxiong was startled. The others also showed shocked expressions. Zhu Ning continued, "But compared to Feng Jinhuang, that Fang Yuan is even scarier. Don't tell me his background is even greater than that of Feng Jinhuang." Someone asked in suspicion. Zhu Ning frowned. "I am also not sure of the specific details, but the sect had specially told this to me, that Fang Yuan is far scarier than Feng Jinhuang. We should avoid him at all costs, we should not contest with him. Even though Fang Yuan is the #1 genius of my generation, he's not that scary, right?" Wei Wuxiong was suspicious. "Don't tell me the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave to him is the strongest among the 10 sects." The other GU masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. "I only know that Immortal Crane sect sent Fang Yuan here alone. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Immortal Crane sect is very confident in Fang Yuan, they believe that with his strength alone, he can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Immortal Crane sect are not fools, the sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan, there seems to be reasons behind this. We should act according to the sect's warnings." That is not necessarily the case, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms, even if Fang Yuan is the strongest, he would inevitably cause the other sects to collaborate in resistance. The result is still unknown. The GU masters discussed. They talked one after another. Some were stable and conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to collaborate with other sects. Right at this moment, a shrill sound came from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiong even covered his ears. The 5 GU masters looked over and saw that in the sky, there was a figure tearing across space. This person was extremely fast, sonic booms could be heard as they traveled. In just a breath's time, he flew over from a distance away. When he was above the small island, he stopped. He went from quick movement to extreme stillness. The 5 GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor felt this was very abrupt and sudden. "Who is it?" He can fly at such a high altitude. So fast, is this a human or a monster? Looking at the person, it seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously had their mouths open. The gusts of wind blew and entered their mouths, even forcing them to shut their eyes. This wind was created when Fang Yuan flew over. It was very strong. Fang Yuan stood in the air as he looked around. Huge waves, a small island, dragonfish, GU masters, he understood everything that was happening in an instant. He placed his attention on the dragonfish. There were 5 GU masters on the small island. They were not worth his attention at all. The wind was only a gust, it came and left swiftly. The 5 GU masters quickly opened their eyes, looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air. They were very nervous. It seems that this dragonfish is rampaging due to the effects of a certain soul path or wisdom path technique. Fang Yuan guessed as he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand flew out and entered the water grandly. But the thing was, when the strength path giant hand entered the water, there were no waves that were created. Instead, the water split apart when the giant hand descended. It was as if the water in the lake was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the strength path Immortal GU pulling water. It had taken effect after being fused into strength path giant hand. The water in the lake did not obstruct Fang Yuan in capturing the dragonfish, it became an aid instead. With the dragonfish rampaging and losing its senses, it did not try to escape, it made Fang Yuan's attempting at capturing it easier. Roar! The dragonfish opened its mouth, emitting a dragon's roar. On the 2 sides of the fish's mouth, there were 2 long dragon whiskers. They were lashing around like whips. The entire fish body struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was stable like Mount Tai. It did not budge at all, like an iron structure. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand grabbed and captured the dragonfish, pulling it out of the water. The 5 GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were all dumbfounded. They were shocked and in despair at seeing the process of Fang Yuan capturing the dragonfish and putting it into his own immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast dragonfish, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned towards the ordinary dragonfish. Dragonfish lived in groups. There were dragonfish all over this lake. This time, Fang Yuan activated pulling water immortal GU. Lumps of water was pulled up. Countless dragonfish that were inside the water were thrown into his immortal aperture. The group from Heaven's Envy Manor were staring, still as statues. They would surely never forget this scene in their lives. Only until Fang Yuan finished his collection and flew away did these GU masters jolt to awareness. They were all covered in sweat. Wei Wuxiong was sprawled on the ground, sitting with his body limp and in shock. They had finally understood what their sect meant, and the helplessness they were feeling. Dealing with such a person is beyond our abilities. Oh heavens, I was trying to collaborate with others to deal with Fang Yuan earlier. Such overwhelming might, did he become an immortal already? Everyone was scared to pieces. The dragonfish was gone, they could continue on their journey now. But the scene earlier was simply too shocking for them. Even though they did not move at all and were only looking, the GU masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were breathing roughly. They felt extremely fatigued in both body and mind. Chapter 9:11 Contest of Dream Realm. Fang Yuan flew rapidly while calculating the profits in his immortal aperture. The first move he made after coming in this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world gave him a huge harvest. The only blemish was a lot of ordinary dragonfish had died. Because of the desolate beast dragonfish's rampage, many ordinary dragonfish that normally surrounded the desolate beast dragonfish died miserably. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would be even greater. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back then at Dongfang Tribe's headquarters, he only gained around 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. His current gains already were over half of this. If these were to be added to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, its size would not be enough to contain these dragonfish. When the truth of the collapse of 88 True Young Building comes to light, I must abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land, so there is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake. It seems when I return after this, I must remodel star form blessed land to raise these dragonfish. Fang Yuan was looking around his surroundings as he pondered. He had unlimited Primeval essence and also had countless investigative mortal killer moves. There was even a recently obtained investigative immortal killer move, Star Premonition. Thus, he was not worried that he would miss any good things on his way. However, Fang Yuan did not find many opportunities to take action. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was intact, it was already looted repeatedly by combat Immortal Sect. Now, among the remaining resources, those that could interest Fang Yuan were already very few. Moreover, he had to hand over 2/3 of all the gains he made in this trip to Immortal Crane Sect, while he himself could only obtain 1/3. This greatly impacted Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. The 10 ancient sects sent the disciples to compete for various resources inside within a limited time, 7 days and 7 nights. After this time passes, the resources occupied inside will be divided up. Next would be time for the 10 ancient sects to plunder and develop the resources by themselves. This has nothing to do with me. So now, I only need to get the Desolate Beast Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle and that Nether Grass. Most of my energy and time should be used to search for that dream realm in the central region. When he thought of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's gaze shined and a fire burned inside him. Before leaving, Feng Yang had reminded Fang Yuan to occupy the central region as early as possible. In the center of this fragment world was an external manifestation of a dream realm. As it involved the prophecy of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, the 10 great ancient sects had already begun researching. Moreover, Feng Jin Huang possessed Dream Wings Immortal GU, which allowed Spirit Affinity House to firmly occupy the leading position. More importantly, this dream realm had a huge origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Immortal Crane Sect's research of dream realms might be completely behind Spirit Affinity House, but as long as they were able to seize this dream realm, they could contain Spirit Affinity House's momentum, and could rely on this dream realm to make terms and exchange benefits with Spirit Affinity House. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resource was not desolate beasts or desolate plants, instead it was this small external manifestation of a dream realm. Thus, before they parted, Feng Yang specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how could he know the excitement inside Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan might not be like Feng Jin Huang with Dream Path Immortal GU, but he had a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, and the Dream Path Killer move formed with it as the basis, Unravel Dream. Feng Yang inviting Fang Yuan to represent Immortal Crane Sect was simply like opening the door to a thief or bringing a weasel to a chicken coop. Immortal Crane Sect does not have enough strength, they had decided to send me now, but this was met with strong resistance from the other 9 sects. In the end, although Immortal Crane Sect got what they wished, my entry time was far later than the other 9 sects. I must hurry and occupy the central region. After all, undue delay may bring trouble. Capturing the dragonfish was only done casually on his way. The most important matter was still the external manifestation of the dream realm in the central region. However, when Fang Yuan reached his destination, someone was already there. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jin Huang led for other GU Masters of Spirit Affinity House to protect the magnificent dream realm behind them. She looked at this trip's strongest competitor. Her skin was snow white, her appearance as pretty as a painting, her smile was beautiful and she looked extremely confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, as he replied with a smile as well. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, for your Spirit Affinity House to completely occupy this area, you need to face the challenges from other sects. Only after winning 2 out of 3 challenges can you strip away the opponent's right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were famous righteous sects of Central Continent, but they also had the same origin, Heavenly Court. Thus, although they were competing, it was not a cruel slaughter like that of the demonic path, and was much gentler. Feng Jin Huang shook her head. Although I have Immortal GU and Immortal Essence that Mother placed on me, I cannot defeat you. I waited for you to do a transaction. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows raised as he said, coldly, you want to do a transaction with me again? Last time, you scammed me quite heavily at the Refinement Path convention. The method you gave me for getting rid of the immortal zombie status was actually an ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to do another transaction? Feng Jinhuang quickly replied, this transaction will be mutually beneficial. Fang Yuan, you have also taken quite a lot of benefits from my spirit affinity house. You can rest assured that I won't let you suffer losses in this transaction. All right, then speak. Fang Yuan nodded. Feng Jinhuang immediately gave a suggestion of what to trade. It was actually another method to get rid of the immortal zombie status. She had completely seen through Fang Yuan's weak point and did not let go of it. After confirming that Feng Jinhuang's method was not what he already had, Fang Yuan agreed to this transaction. Like Feng Jinhuang said, this transaction was mutually beneficial, having benefits to both sides. And if there were benefits, Fang Yuan would naturally take it. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan obtained a completely new method of getting rid of the immortal zombie state and reviving. This was a transformation path method. According to Feng Jinhuang's words, Fang Yuan would have to cultivate transformation path and use a transformation path killer move to transform himself into a normal GU immortal. Then, he could use everlasting immortal GU to make this transformation fixed and unchangeable. Like this, he could get rid of the immortal zombie status. This was indeed a practical thought. Because a lot of GU masters or GU immortals in their cultivation journeys would face an awkward and tragic situation of not being able to go back to their original shape after transforming too many times. And this method was the exact opposite, it thoroughly finalized the transformation. As for this dream realm, it would be occupied by Fang Yuan. But Feng Jinhuang had 3 days to explore this external manifestation of a dream realm. 3 days later, she had to leave this area. This is a dream realm's external manifestation. Fang Yuan mumbled as he looked ahead of him, as if this was the first time he had seen it. His expression was serious, curious, and his gaze revealing some greed and fervent passion. Every external manifestation of dream realm had a wonderfully beautiful appearance. This dream realm that was displayed in front of them was like a condensed star cloud, with dark purple light shining in the periphery and countless stars inside. The whole dream realm gave off a profound, mysterious aura and also gave indications of danger. Feng Jinhuang looked on at Fang Yuan's eager expression, coldly snorting inwardly with satisfaction. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Dream realms are good, but it is a pity you don't have Dream Wings Immortal GU. This enormous benefit is placed right beside your mouth, but you can't eat it. Maybe in your whole life, you won't understand that feeling of exploring a dream realm. There is also the huge advancement after a smooth exploration. Feng Jinhuang did not remind Fang Yuan, if Fang Yuan died in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it would be much more beneficial for her. However, she knew that it was not likely to happen. Since Immortal Crane Sect sent Fang Yuan, they would have reminded him of the dangers of the dream realm. Sure enough, Feng Jinhuang waited for a while but only saw Fang Yuan standing on the spot without moving forward. Although he had a longing look on his face, he did not take a step beyond the limit. Feng Jinhuang snorted inwardly before turning towards the other 4 GU masters. 3 days is a limited span of time, I need to explore this dream realm immediately. All of you, protect my physical body, don't make any mistakes. The GU masters quickly replied, we will use up all our strength and even if we die, we will protect you to the end. Lady Feng Jinhuang, you can enter at ease. If the situation is urgent, we will immediately awaken you. Feng Jinhuang nodded and stepped towards the dream realm. When she was still 20 or so steps away from the dream realm, she had reached her limit. With her current ability, she still could not completely throw herself into the dream realm. She gave a last look at the distant Fang Yuan before slowly sitting down cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and activated Dream Wings Immortal GU, falling into a deep sleep. As far as Feng Jinhuang was concerned, the greatest threat to her was the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to act against her, those rank 5 GU masters of Spirit Affinity House would simply be incapable of resisting him. Thus, Feng Jinhuang did not completely rely on these for GU masters. What she placed confidence in was the immortal GU and abundant immortal essence her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, had placed with her. Dream Wings Immortal GU. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jin Huang with envy. Dream Wings Immortal GU could let the user fall into a deep sleep at any time, and attach dream wings to their soul, letting them roam freely in dream realms, allowing them to advance or retreat freely, guaranteeing their safety. Compared to Dream Travel Immortal GU, Dream Wings Immortal GU had an advantage: it did not require Immortal Essence to be activated, thus it was the most suitable for cultivators like Feng Jin Huang who had yet to become GU Immortals. Fang Yuan already had thoughts of taking action. But killing Feng Jin Huang and seizing Dream Wings Immortal GU was not a practical idea. Seizing Immortal GU by itself was an extremely difficult matter. And killing Feng Jin Huang was also not easy. Even an idiot would know Feng Jin Huang certainly had large numbers of life protection methods on her. Most importantly, the current situation had yet to turn to a critical state. There was still space to scheme. Fang Yuan was not a retard. He would not make such a huge mistake. This Feng Jin Huang is maturing rapidly. First was the transaction. She handed over all the control of this dream realm to me of her own accord, turning me into a shield, to block other competitors in her place, while she uses Dream Wings Immortal GU to wantonly explore the dream realm and plunder benefits. Next, when she saw me have a desire to explore, she did not give me any reminders, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. However, regardless of how talented you are, you would not think that I possess the killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan sneered as he let out the Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf from his Immortal Aperture. This Desolate Beast Wolf had been violently subdued by him through flicking its penis. For this exploration of the fragment world, Fang Yuan had already taken it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land and brought it with him. The moment they saw the Desolate Beast, Spirit Affinity houses for GU Masters were tongue-tied with shock. They were even about to awaken Feng Jin Huang. It was Fang Yuan who reminded them, no need to be anxious, this Desolate Beast will look after this place. 3 days later, if all of you have not left, it will eat you alive. With this warning, Fang Yuan flew to the sky, quickly leaving the vision of the GU Masters of Spirit Affinity House. Chapter 9:12. Beastman. He took out a large batch of rockmen from his Immortal Aperture. Be it in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, he raised batches of rockmen. Fang Yuan took half of them and brought them along. Right now, he led them out to be used as helpers. We greet Lord Immortal. The rockmen saw Fang Yuan and paid respects. Fang Yuan responded with a grunt. His expression was cold and he appeared high and mighty, above the masses. He gave these rockmen instructions to collect resources before leaving, concealing his figure and returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. There were many GU worms on their bodies. These were all specially arranged by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were all armed by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength were greatly raised, because they moved in groups of 10. Even if they encountered groups from other sects, Fang Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would lose. Or rather, even if the rockmen lost, Fang Yuan would not feel loss. This was only a facade. The manifested dream realm was like a small hill's size. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and carefully went to the back, entering the dream realm. Last time, Fang Yuan was inside the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He was at the border of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and almost died. After detonating his bat wings, he managed to struggle his way out. This time, he went in purposely, because he had the killer move Unravel Dream. His power was much higher, times were different now. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was night. Fire was burning, rising to the sky. Countless brawny beastmen were surrounding a huge fire, dancing around it. Growl, growl, growl. Roar, roar, roar. Among these beastmen, some had faces of tigers and human bodies. They opened their mouths and growled angrily. Some had eagle beaks. They shrieked loudly. Some had a leopard's tail growing from their backs. They danced around and moved alongside the lingering shadows. This is the Beastman race that got wiped out from existence during the Olden Antiquity era. Fang Yuan came back to awareness. He understood the origins of these beastmen. Beastmen were a type of variant human. During the remote Antiquity era, as well as the Immemorial Antiquity era, they were one of the strongest variant human races in the world. Beastmen had incredible battle strength, they worshipped fierce beasts, and adopted their ferocity and ruthlessness. Especially when they could attract wild transformation path GU worms to live in them, allowing them to transform into a half-man half-beast state, they would gain a part of the fierce beast's abilities and strength. As time passed, humans began to rise up. During the remote antiquity era, primordial origin Immortal Venerable and star constellation Immortal Venerable appeared, leading humans to resist the rule of variant humans, establishing the authority of humans. By the olden antiquity era, 3 human demon venerables appeared, creating wars and exterminating the Beastmen race, stabilizing the status of humans as the rulers. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 GU immortal from the remote antiquity era. At that time, humans were fighting with various variant humans, and were fighting to control the world. This is indeed Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was slightly excited. He looked around, and found that he was a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a rope, the other end of the rope was tightly tied to a tree trunk. There were over a dozen humans who were tied up like Fang Yuan, they were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen are bloodthirsty by nature, they were also known as the man-eating race. History states that the favorite food of beastmen are the flesh and blood of human children. Beastmen tribes all treat surrounding humans as food, they would go out to hunt occasionally. When they succeed in their hunts, they would hold a huge celebration by a bonfire. Fang Yuan sensed the dangerous situation, he struggled intensely, but the rope was getting tighter. His body had bloodstains because of the friction with the ropes, intense pain was assaulting his body. It is no use, the more you struggle, the more painful it gets. We are doomed, we are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw that Fang Yuan was struggling, some advised him indifferently, while others cried in despair. Just as the bonfire celebration reached its climax, the Beastman leader shouted, "Come, bring up our most delectable food." Growl, growl, growl. The Beastmen raised their heads, shouting. An elephant man who was 6 meters tall stood up from his sitting position. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk as he pulled up the entire tree that held the ropes that tied the children. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children who were tied up resembled tiny pearls as they screamed in fear, hanging in the air. The Beastmen shouted again, the elephant man who had shown off his might laughed loudly, his trunk loosened and the tree trunk was slammed onto the ground. The children could not free themselves, they fell as well. Some unlucky children were crushed to death by the tree. An intense smell of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not control their bloodthirsty desire, they jumped in and grabbed the children's corpses, putting them into their mouths. Delicious! Human children taste tender and delicious, ha ha ha. As they spoke, the beastmen showed a sense of wildness and ruthlessness. The blazing bonfire crackled, the surrounding beastmen stared excitedly with red, wide-open eyes, towards these lucky children who survived. Some were growling, some had uneven fangs, some stretched out their bright red tongues, they licked their lips as they drooled, the amber light of the fire was reflecting in their eyes. The children screamed out in fright, some had fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan found that one girl was expressionless. Even though her body was shivering, and her expression was pale as paper, she bit her lips, she did not make a sound. Is it possible that she? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he had a flash of inspiration. Before this inspiration was processed, the Beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intensely ferocious aura. He looked down arrogantly at these weak children. As the light flickered, lots of children watched with fearful gazes. The Beastman leader had a black face and sharp fangs. He spoke slowly, according to the traditions of our tribe, those that can untie the wind not grass are people blessed by heaven, they can be spared from death. Those who fail to untie it, they can be honored to become the food of us noble beastmen. The moment he said that, the Beastman leader waved his tail. From the flickering light, a bright flash occurred. The ropes were cut, the human children obtained temporary freedom in movement. Wind not grass? Seeing the pile of dried grass that the beastmen brought over, Fang Yuan was curious. The wind-not grass was like a lantern, a round ball-shaped grass lantern. It was very rare to see in modern times. There was no wind-not grass in the 5 regions. This was a type of grass only found in green heaven of the Immemorial 9 heavens. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the Immemorial 9 heavens, causing fragments of Immemorial green heaven to fall into the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, many fragment worlds of the Immemorial 9 heavens fell into different areas of the 5 regions. The Beastmen worshipped the heavenly deities. Their tribal belief was that whoever could untie the wind-not grass was blessed by the heavens. They were precious beings that could not be harmed. That means, as long as I can untie the wind-not grass, I can be spared from death. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He had turned into a child after entering this dream realm. He was not even 13 years old yet. His aperture was not awakened yet. He had no power. To free himself from this predicament, he could only follow the Beastman rules and untie wind-not grass alone. Even though he knew it was a dream realm, it was not favorable to die inside the dream. This meant he would be consumed by the dream realm. Each time he got consumed, even though he would not die, his soul would suffer a huge injury. If his soul got injured too often, it would get weak. When he reached his limits, his soul would break down and dissipate. Even if his body was still around, he would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, each child received their wind-not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance at survival, the children opened their eyes wide and used every second they had to try and untie the wind-not grass. The surrounding beastmen were laughing coldly or grinding their teeth. Some were licking their lips or polishing their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan's group and watched sinisterly. The human children were in the center, surrounded by countless savage beastmen. Using the light of the bonfire, the children gathered their concentration and placed their efforts on the grass lanterns. Fang Yuan observed carefully. This type of grass lantern was made from all sorts of roots, leaves, and stems. They were intertwined together and formed into a mysterious ball. Only in Immemorial green heaven would there be winds blowing all year around, at strange directions and angles. Countless plants would be uprooted or shaved until they were bare. These twigs would intertwine in the wind and slowly form into this ball-shaped grass lantern. Because time was limited, the surrounding children were trying to untie their wind-not grass. Only Fang Yuan did not start immediately. This was the first time he was seeing the wind-not grass. He was assessing it. His unique demeanor attracted the attention of the beastmen. He even attracted the attention of Feng Jinhuang as well. Feng Jinhuang was also inside the dream realm, similar to Fang Yuan. She was also a child. Fang Yuan looked very calm and radiated with confidence. His body was covered in dirt and dust. His gender could not be discerned. Feng Jinhuang had a misunderstanding. What's going on with this child? Is she star constellation Immortal Venerable? Roar! Right at this moment, a tiger-headed beastman roared loudly with excitement. He grabbed a human boy rapidly and threw him into his mouth. Crack! Crack! He opened his mouth and chewed, eating half of the boy in an instant. What are you looking at? He ruined a wind-not grass. He had already failed. It is only natural for me to eat him. Looking at the surrounding unfriendly gazes, the tiger-headed beastman growled. There was the blood and flesh of the boy stuck in the middle of his teeth. With this stimulation, the surrounding beastmen were stirred up. Their eyes shined with ruthlessness as they looked at the remaining children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Quickly come and save me. A girl broke down. She held the wind-not grass as she cried loudly. Damn it, why is my wind-not grass so hard to untie? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I have played with this wind-not grass a lot in the past. The surrounding beastmen did not want the children to succeed. They got closer and closer. They had ill intentions. They purposely growled and threatened, or breathed roughly to interrupt the children. Scoundrel, get away from me, you stink. Feng Jinhuang flew into a rage. She shouted at a crocodile-tailed beastman. The crocodile-tailed beastman growled angrily. It stared at Feng Jinhuang with its bloodshot eyes. It did not expect this food to be so arrogant. Feng Jinhuang had no fear. What are you growling for? So annoying, you bastard. Bam! The crocodile-tailed Beastman erupted, its tail which was tough as iron swept and directly destroyed Feng Jinhuang's skull. Chapter 9:13. Dream Wings, Unravel Dream. On the back of her soul, a pair of rainbow-colored feather wings unfolded. It was the manifestation of Dream Wings Immortal GU. I have Dream Wings Immortal GU, I can freely enter and exit the dream realm. Even if I failed this time, I can just wait for the next attempt at the dream realm, and try again. Feng Jinhuang snorted smugly internally. She had tried earlier, the wind knot grass in her hands had already been ruined by her, the knot was even worse than at the beginning. But when Feng Jinhuang was about to escape by flapping her wings, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Jinhuang shrieked in fear, she wanted to dodge. But the wings that could flap rapidly ordinarily were extremely slow when they tried to move in this dream realm. Feng Jinhuang had underestimated star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was much more hard to deal with, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman before she could escape. With just one hit, Feng Jinhuang's soul was heavily injured. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang left the dream realm, her soul returned to her body. Puff! She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The GU masters from Spirit Affinity House were shocked, they quickly came over to assist her. What a formidable dream realm! If I were to take another hit like that one earlier, I would definitely die inside the dream for real. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were flashing with lingering fear, cold sweat was pouring down her back. I was careless. Even though I have Dream Wings Immortal GU, against the dream realm of an Immortal Venerable, I am not safe at all. Thankfully, I had prepared a large number of Guts GU and brought it with me. With Guts GU, my soul will recover rapidly. In half a day, I will heal completely. Feng Jinhuang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she stopped wasting time, she quickly started healing herself. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards the wind knot grass again. Feng Jinhuang's earlier performance gave Fang Yuan quite a bit of information. This dream realm is not large in scale, this current scene is only the outer layer of the dream realm. This is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all, even with the rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal GU, she could not escape immediately. Now it seems, the crux of this dream realm is the wind knot grass in my hands. Fang Yuan had a realization. After he finished his observations, he started to untie the wind knot grass. He first tried to untie it from the outermost layer. He felt like he was facing a complex and tangled ball of string. He needed to find the outer tip of the string and pull it out slowly strand by strand. At the third layer, Fang Yuan could not continue further. It was a complete mess in front of him, the stalks were intertwined together, he could not untie it manually. To untie the wind knot grass without using brute strength, not only would I need confidence and good perception, I need to deduce it with my brain, I also need patience and ample time, most importantly, along with some luck. Fang Yuan sighed to himself inwardly. He had opened a path in this wind knot grass, but this path was stuck at the third layer. There was a way out for him now, that was to retreat by 2 layers and try to untie this from another end. Other people could only do this as well. But there was an exception. Fang Yuan looked around and noticed that the girl he suspected was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already untied the 7th layer. The wind knot grass had shrunken in half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path GU worms, using purely her brain power, she reached this stage. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been late at starting to unite the wind knot grass, the difference between them was still too great. Fang Yuan squinted, he concealed the brilliance shining in his eyes. In terms of untying ability, Fang Yuan was only at the middle to upper tier among the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to lower tier. More than half the time had passed already. Looking at the speed of the children, the only one with any hopes of escaping was the girl who he thought was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence, he believed that not only could he succeed, he would even surpass everyone and become the first. What gave him confidence was none other than the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The intertwined strands in front of him slowly melted, they untied themselves. The surrounding beastmen were watching this, especially a snake beastman behind Fang Yuan. It was observing the entire process. But they did not say anything, or take any action. This was the mystical power of Unravel Dream. It was not an offensive killer move purely, its effect varied according to the dream he was in. For example, if Fang Yuan was fighting inside a dream realm, Unravel Dream would be his strongest attacking method. If the dream realm was weak, he could directly disintegrate his enemies. Right now, the dream realm's rules were for Fang Yuan to untie the wind not grass. Then, Unravel Dream's current effect was to help Fang Yuan and untie the wind not grass. This untying was according to the set rules, it was not unraveled through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children and the observing beastmen, Fang Yuan was not cheating at all, he was using his brain and successfully untying the third layer of the wind not grass. Thus, they did not do anything, even the snake person that wanted to eat Fang Yuan only watched with a slightly surprised expression. It felt that it was somewhat unexpected that Fang Yuan could untie 3 layers. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan continued his momentum and did not stop. The wind not grass in his hands was quickly untied, he reached the center. At the core of the wind not grass, there was a seed. This was the self-defense mechanism of the plants in Immemorial Green Heaven, as well as a way to use the wind for dispersal. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it high. He succeeded! This speed is too fast. I am begging you, help me, okay? The surrounding people were stirred up, even the girl who he suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable gave him a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing, I will give you 3 days to escape for your life, scram now. The leader of the Beastman tribe snorted, kicking Fang Yuan and sending him flying. Fang Yuan's tiny body flew in the air for a distance of more than 10 steps before crashing on the ground. What made Fang Yuan surprised was, even though he felt a little short of breath from getting kicked, he was uninjured. The Beastman leader was strong and powerful, but in terms of physical movements, it had reached the stage of perfect self-control. Since Fang Yuan had untied the wind not grass, the Beastman tribe had to let him go. Fang Yuan gave a glance at the little girl, the latter had already gathered her attention to the wind not grass in her hands. Fang Yuan hesitated slightly, before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire, walking towards the darkness in the forest. He only took a dozen steps before there was a bright light shining in the darkness. The more he walked forward, the brighter the light. Eventually, all of the darkness in front of him turned into light. The light faded slowly, and the scene of reality showed itself in front of him. Fang Yuan realized that not only did he open his eyes, his body had walked for over a dozen steps, away from the manifested dream realm. Looking back at the dream realm, Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he was very confused. What is going on? I left the dream realm just like that. He thought it over. This exploration of the dream realm did not fail. His wisdom path attainment level had risen slightly. This should not be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be 3 scenes. I got through the first round, why did I not enter the second round successfully? Fang Yuan stood on the spot as he pondered. The light emitted by the manifested dream realm shined on his face. He left the dream realm and returned on the same route from which he entered. On the other side of the dream realm, Spirit Affinity House's group was still trying to heal Feng Jin Huang urgently. Thus, Fang Yuan was not exposed. But if he could not understand why he left the dream realm, there was a possibility that he might walk towards Spirit Affinity House's direction the next time he left it. If others found out that Fang Yuan could explore the dream realm, it would be somewhat troublesome. After a long time, Fang Yuan's tight frown gradually eased. He walked forwards and let the dream realm engulf him. His vision changed, Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass, the same scene was unfolding again. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated all the way, becoming the first to untie the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave. He walked towards the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable and tried to help her untie her wind not grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? You can help her, but if you fail, you will lose your life." It seems my guess is correct. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He untied the wind not grass within the time limit and successfully escaped with the girl. What? I still left. Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. His second attempt still failed. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. He was thrown out of the dream realm like the first time. Dream realms were unpredictable and strange. Their rules varied. Because each dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring the dream realm. Even though Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment went up more than last time. Fang Yuan muttered. He went into deep contemplation. According to this situation, there were two possibilities. 1. The girl that he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. 2. He had to save more children. After he hit a certain number, he would enter the second scene. Before he entered the dream realm for a third time, Fang Yuan rested slightly first. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul back to its prime. Even though he had successfully escaped the dream realm and did a successful exploration, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of it in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul was far less injured than Feng Jin Huang's. The former had succeeded, while the latter's exploration failed. This was incomparable. Third time. Fang Yuan spurring himself on inwardly, he entered the dream realm again. Everything restarted again in the dream. The moment the wind not grass was distributed, Fang Yuan used the killer move Unravel Dream several times, and in a few breaths' time, he untied the wind not grass in his hand. Fang Yuan grabbed onto the seed as he raised up his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be it the beastmen or children, they stared with wide-open eyes as they looked at Fang Yuan in shock. The noisy scene turned into creepy silence. Chapter 9:14. Huge growth in attainment level. Rascal, you still want to help others? Sure. But you? The Beastman leader snickered. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I know, if I can't save them, I will not leave. You can eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, speaking casually. Goo. The Beastman leader choked up on his words. He could not say anything else. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan with hopeful and admiring gazes, as if they were looking at a hero. Lad, if you can save them all, I will step down as the leader. The Beastman leader smiled sinisterly. But soon, he could not smile anymore. Fang Yuan did not follow the script. He used Unravel Dream continuously at an incredible pace. All of the captured children were saved one after another. If he were to untie the wind not grass through his own efforts, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell immensely. To make a comparison, this was like playing mahjong, where everyone else was drawing random tiles, while Fang Yuan was changing the tiles to whatever he wanted. From everyone else's perspective, this sort of cheating behavior looked like Fang Yuan moving his fingers rapidly. No matter which wind not grass he held, after turning it a few times over, it would be untied rapidly, until the seed was taken out from its centermost position. So simple. Simply too easy. This was the power of the Dream Path killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes were shining with tears. They looked at Fang Yuan as their gazes was filled with unparalleled gratitude and adoration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded, unable to believe this. I saved them all. I succeeded. Fang Yuan spoke calmly at the beastman leader. A moment later, the children understood the situation and erupted into a deafening cheer. Some were sobbing out of joy, some were jumping around excitedly. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were growling or baring their fangs. They were tempted to strike. Fang Yuan was not afraid that the Beastmen would go back on their words. In most cases, these tribal beliefs were extremely strict. Due to the culture and traditions of the tribe, they had to obey it. Of course, nothing was certain. In reality, there was the possibility that the Beastman tribe would go back on their words. But here, it was special, it was a dream realm. This was not reality. Indeed, like Fang Yuan had expected, the Beastmen were furious and discontent, but they could only watch the food that was in front of them leave. Passing through the dark forest, Fang Yuan led the group of children away from the Beastman tribe. They got far away from the bonfire. The children gathered around Fang Yuan. They walked together as they fell into silence. In the darkness, a speck of light expanded, until light filled his vision. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. Taking a look, Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. He turned to the manifested dream realm behind him. He was filled with questions. How can this be? I have already saved all the children. I did this to the limits. How can I still be thrown out of the dream realm, and not enter the second scene? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Don't tell me, my guess was wrong? Untying the wind, not grass, and saving the children is not the correct method to pass the first scene. What clues did I neglect? Fang Yuan thought intensely. He worked his mind to its limits. Explorations of dream realms were difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and was at the forefront of this generation, but when exploring the dream realm, he had no confidence in succeeding. Every dream realm was unique. The method to explore dream realms varied each time. It was hard to accumulate helpful experiences. Fang Yuan could only guess right now and try every idea he had. He could only persevere and not get frustrated to have a chance of passing the dream realm. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many instances where people explored dream realms and failed to make any progress for decades. Fang Yuan felt his head hurting. He had little confidence in his new guesses. In that case, I should go elsewhere and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan had run into a barrier in this dream realm. He would not stubbornly stay in place. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was his main objective, he still definitely was going to obtain the Dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and the Desolate plant. Changing his train of thought, Fang Yuan left this place, heading to another location. 2 hours later, Feng Jinhuang's pale face regained a bit of her rosiness. She opened her eyes. In her clear eyes, brilliance radiated. Gut Gu is truly helpful towards the healing and recovery of souls. It takes effect so quickly. She was joyful. Seeing that she was safe, the other for Spirit Affinity House Gu masters heaved sighs of relief. They were here as bodyguards. If anything happened to Feng Jinhuang, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Jinhuang saw the desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan left behind. Her gaze focused as she asked the Gu masters around her. After hearing that during her healing period, no other Gu masters had gotten close, she relaxed slightly. Finally, she inspected her body and confirmed that she had healed completely. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu and it displayed great capabilities while I was obtaining a boost in my refinement path attainment level. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is worlds apart. I cannot commit my earlier mistake again. Eh? Why does the dream realm look slightly smaller? Feng Jinhuang's gaze concentrated. She showed a suspicious look. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed, he had gained quite a harvest. His wisdom path attainment level rose. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Fang Yuan gained something, the dream realm naturally lost something. It showed on the surface as the dream realm's size shrinking. It did shrink. How did this happen? Feng Jinhuang confirmed it repeatedly and felt more suspicious. Is this Immortal Venerable dream realm special? It will shrink as time passes. Feng Jinhuang did not suspect anything else. In this era, people's understanding towards dream realms was still at a primitive and ignorant level. Furthermore, in Feng Jinhuang's heart, she believed that her unique Dream Wings Immortal GU provided superiority and advantages to her in Dream Path. Although she was suspicious, she could not verify anything. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring the sense of suspicion inside her. She entered the Dream Realm again. Just as Feng Jinhuang entered the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan went to the location of the hidden essence turtle in accordance with He Fengyang's information. This Wisdom Path Desolate beast was huge, it was like a mound. At this moment, the hidden essence turtle's fur limbs and head were hidden in its shell, its body was covered and hidden under rocks. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, he swooped down like an eagle ferociously. Boom boom boom. Intense explosions occurred, causing thunderous sounds. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle fought. At once, rocks flew, smoke was rising up. The hidden essence turtle tried to resist at first, but it had no immortal GU and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After several rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked against the hidden essence turtle and felt a little surprised momentarily. He laughed in a helpless tone. He did not exert his full strength, in fact, he rarely used his immortal GU. He had used Myriad Self-Giant Hand in many situations already, it would be best if he did not expose it. Who knew if other sects had preparations involving some investigative immortal GU? Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hid itself, Fang Yuan did not rush. He split his focus onto 2 tasks at once. He made the battle grand and loud while savoring his gains from the Dream Realm. As he thought over it, he had countless inspirations that emerged in him. It was like a door had been opened in front of him. He could see the view outside of the house. This feeling was incredible, amazing. Fang Yuan was drowning in euphoria. Earlier, my Wisdom Path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I only started my Wisdom Path cultivation recently. But now, my Wisdom Path attainment level has reached quasi-master level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm is simply incredible. Such progress, if it was according to normal cultivation, would take him decades of accumulation. Even though the Dream Realm was dangerous, each time he succeeded, he would have great gains. It was truly a great leap forward. Fang Yuan saved a lot of time. Why is there such thunderous noise? Fang Yuan was fighting intensely with the hidden essence turtle. Groups of GU masters were drawn over to investigate the situation. Fang Yuan? How can he be so strong? No wonder the elders in the sect told us to avoid this monster Fang Yuan. He is simply cheating. This is so unfair to us. How can we compete with this monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle and send it into his immortal aperture. During this period, many GU masters were drawn over, but after doing some investigations, they retreated in fear. 36th failure? Feng Jinhuang opened her eyes in fatigue. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had become careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream, and had never interacted with Wind Not Grass previously. She failed a total of 36 times, not even untying it correctly once. Being able to survive in the dream was the most basic requirement for successfully exploring a dream realm. Failing to untie the Wind Not Grass meant she could not survive. The explorations failed. Thus, each time Feng Jinhuang explored the dream realm, the injuries to her soul after failing far surpassed that of Fang Yuan. She had to spend a lot of time to rest and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored it 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm is so tough. I have Dream Wings Immortal GU, but it is still so difficult for me, not to mention others. Feng Jinhuang looked at the Dream Realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with dejection and frustration. Right now, as long as she thought about the appearance of the Wind Not Grass, this proud young genius would feel like vomiting. At this moment, Fang Yuan secretly got close to the Dream Realm. He had already captured the hidden essence turtle and nether grass. He was going to put his remaining time into the Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. After going through some intense deductions, Fang Yuan had a new idea. Just as Feng Jin Huang was anguished and dejected, Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he secretly entered the dream realm again. Chapter 9:15. The biggest winner. It was night, a huge fire was burning. Dancing around the fire were beastmen making beastly shouts and growls one after another. This was a celebration. A bloody celebration after hunting. Fang Yuan calmly looked around him. He was once again a human child bound tightly. Around him were many other boys and girls in the same situation. We are doomed, we are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten. The kids cried, desperate and pale. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want wind, not grass. The Beastman tribe celebration had just entered a heated stage. And right at this time, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly pierced into this celebration. For a moment, the bestial calls paused and all the beastmen looked at Fang Yuan with blood-red eyes. An enormous pressure was formed, the human children became as silent as cicadas during winter, shivering, some even peed their pants. Fang Yuan was without any expression, as he shouted once more. The Beastman leader grunted furiously before instructing with surging killing intent, give it to him. Little rascal, I will be watching you. As long as you ruin even a small strand, I will use my trunk to roll your tender little body into meat paste. An elephant beastman walked over and handed a ball of wind not grass to Fang Yuan while threatening him. Fang Yuan chuckled and glanced at the wind not grass on his hand before raising his head. One? How is this enough? Give me one ball of wind not grass for every human captive there is here. I will untie all the wind not grass, and save all of them. Instantly, shocked sounds came from all around. Be it the beastmen or the children beside Fang Yuan, they all stared at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After the momentary shock, the beastmen started laughing loudly. And the children who had felt hopeful, felt dispirited again, worried and desperate. Soon, all the wind not grass were laid in front of Fang Yuan. The height of the whole wind not grass pile was several times Fang Yuan's current size. Were he to use his own strength, it would be impossible to untie all this wind not grass in the extremely limited time. Besides Fang Yuan, no one else believed he could succeed. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and began to disassemble the wind not grass. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. This special Immortal killer move was created with a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, as the core and several supplementary Dream Path Mortal GU. Right now, it produced extremely great effects. However, although Unravel Mystery Immortal GU could be used repeatedly, other Dream Path Mortal GU would be expended after continuous use. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off. He would take out some time every day to explore his own dream realm and refine Dream Path Mortal GU. Little by little, these Dream Path Mortal GU accumulated and were used at this moment. It was as the saying goes, opportunities favor those who are prepared. I have finally entered the second round of the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan felt satisfied inwardly. This time, he was not thrown out by the Dream Realm, and succeeded in his hopes of entering the second round of the Dream Realm. As it turned out, to pass through the first round of the Dream Realm, one had to save all the children. Fang Yuan had tried it before but was actually late by a step. In the original route of the Dream Realm, a portion of the children were already killed by the Elephant Man. The Elephant Man brought these children under the Beastman leader's instruction, but he intentionally slipped up, smashing the tree trunk to the ground. The tree trunk easily crushed many bound children, their flesh was fought over by the Beastmen and devoured. Although this did conform to the Beastman tribe's traditions, it could be considered to be skirting around them. The Elephant Man was a famous warrior of the Beastman tribe, the Beastman leader and others also put up with this action. When Fang Yuan was subduing the hidden essence turtle and nether grass, he realized this key point and saved all the human children, finally succeeding and entering the second round. After passing the first round, my Wisdom Path attainment has probably reached master level. A lot of Dream Path Mortal GU have been expended by repeatedly using the killer move Unravel Dream. I will need to be more sparing. It is a pity that when I followed the information obtained from Mo Yao's will to look for that spring dream fruit tree, it was already cut down by some ignorant mortals half a year ago. Otherwise, with this tree, the amount of dream path mortal GU with me would be at least 10 times the number. The first round should be derived from the memory of star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood. Maybe it was a regret of hers. I saved all the children which could be considered as making up for her regret, thus succeeding in passing the first round. Now, what will the second round be like? Fang Yuan suppressed his churning thoughts and observed his surroundings. It was a mountain. In the lonely night sky, few stars shone. Just like in summer, warm wind blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of the lush mountain forest. The gurgling of the brook, the rustling of the leaves and the song of the nightingales mixed together to form sounds of nature that needed no words to adorn them. Compared the bloody, cruel and vicious first round, this second round was mild as a drizzle and gentle as a breeze. Move quickly, what are you being dazed for? As long as we can take 6 steps over the astrolabe chessboard, we can obtain the legacy of Lord Immortal Venerable. If we can become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we can learn abilities and become experts. At that time, we will avenge our families and kill those damned beastmen. The surrounding children urged Fang Yuan to move when they saw him stop. Fang Yuan immediately understood some conditions to pass the second round. There are records of this in history. The first rank 9 GU Immortal in human history is known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was very aware of the drawbacks of the clan system, and to initiate a sect system, he set an example himself, setting up astrolabes in many places. As long as someone was able to walk 6 steps on the astrolabe chessboard, they could become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed the surrounding companions towards the peak. There, he saw the famous astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a giant rock with a flat surface. On the rock were lines that were either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts. Every time the breeze blew, these lines would flash with deep blue starry radiance. When Fang Yuan approached closer, these starry lines directly passed through his eyes and appeared in his mind. At the same time, his soul was suddenly being consumed at dozens of times the previous rate. Many of the children who came with him stopped, unable to go forward, some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan concentrated and walked forward till he reached the giant rock. He then slowly put his palm on the rock surface. Boom! His ears buzzed as he hallucinated. Those thin starry lines suddenly expanded into paths he was walking on. And Fang Yuan's whole body blossomed with starry radiance, becoming a star chess piece, stopping in this web of these starry paths. Astrolabe chessboard! Fang Yuan observed, cold sweat filling his head. He thought for a long while before taking a step hesitatingly. The next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm and returned to his physical body. His soul was heavily injured. One wrong step and everything failed. Fang Yuan's body swayed, almost falling down to the ground. The injury to his soul was much more severe than Feng Jinhuang's, almost costing him half his life. The second round of the dream realm is immensely more dangerous than the first round. Fang Yuan revealed a shocked expression before immediately calming down. But I have already passed the first round and received great gains. My wisdom path attainment has indeed already reached master level. There is still time, no need to hurry. I will use Guts GU to recuperate first, then slowly explore. While Fang Yuan was healing his injuries, opposite him, obstructed by the external manifestation of the dream realm, Feng Jinhuang had just finished recovering. She opened her eyes and stood up, intending to try again. Why has the dream realm shrunk again? Moreover, it has shrunken much more this time, almost by a third. Feng Jinhuang stared with wide-open eyes. Fang Yuan had passed the first round and received huge gains, thus the first round of the dream realm's external manifestation had disappeared. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nourishment for Fang Yuan. Could it be that someone else has succeeded in exploring the dream realm? Feng Jinhuang thought of this before laughing lightly to herself. That is not possible. Mother used the sect's help and already deduced that I possess the only Dream Path Immortal GU in Central Continent. It seems this dream realm is truly special, it will gradually shrink with time. I need to hurry up. Feng Jinhuang squinted her eyes as she activated Dream Wings Immortal GU. Her dream wings flapped, bringing her soul into the dream realm. The moment she entered, Feng Jinhuang felt great joy. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. This is great, I finally don't have to face that damned wind, not grass. Right now, Feng Jinhuang was jumping with joy in the dream realm. However, after a while, Feng Jinhuang returned, utterly defeated. Her injured soul returned to its body, her face extremely pale. There is no more wind, not grass, but now there is this even more complex astrolabe chessboard. She bitterly looked at this dream realm in front of her, the external manifestation releasing all kinds of colors, gorgeous and mysterious. Grievance and anger filled her, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Jinhuang had gained many benefits from dream realms before, and with the Dream Wings Immortal GU in her hands, she had gotten the thought that dream realms are just SOSO, having a low opinion of the obstacles inside. Over her life, she had never failed so miserably like this. She had already spent the last few days facing this dream realm, she had received all sorts of injuries dozens of times, but had not made even the smallest gain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes rolled backwards and she fainted, she finally could not endure the injuries. Time passed quickly, it was already the last day of the agreement. All the GU masters who had entered the fragment world came out and returned to the sides of their respective sects' GU immortals, reporting on their findings. Soon, all the immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and He Feng Yang. In this contest, Immortal Crane sect without doubt monopolized the lead, not only eating meat, they did not even leave behind soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay for long. He completed the handover to He Feng Yang on the spot, and left this valley while keeping his dragonfish. Fang Yuan remained silent about his gains, he was fully aware that he was the biggest winner in this contest. Chapter 9:16. Dual Grandmaster. The underground cave was shining with blood-red light. The faint blood-red light originated from stalks of blood-colored Lingji in the cave. These blood-colored Lingji grew freely, they were mutated from ordinary Lingji. The original Ji forest was not suitable for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison carrier earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained some blood path Dao marks, the environment of the entire area changed drastically, it was suitable for the growth of some blood path life forms. Thus, the originally dwindling Ji forest turned into a blood Yi forest, it grew rapidly and became extremely lush. An earlier, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 colored 7 treasure flowers, and milk tea flowers and more growing all over it, but they were all wiped out. When comparing the two, one could see how merciless heaven was, there was a feeling of great changes over time, there was some profound meaning behind it. Fang Yuan sat on a giant blood Lingji. At this moment, he was slowly opening his eyes, letting out a breath of cloudy air. Earlier, when he moved about, he used the identity of Xingxiongzi, as well as vaguely familiar face to disguise his appearance. Right now, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was in his base camp, he did not need to use immortal essence to maintain the transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was in his original zombie form now. He had 8 arms, his face was green and his eyes were bright red, he was 6 meters tall with protruding fangs, he was shining with a cold glint among the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with a deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, the crystallization of time and space, it was moving and formed a stark contrast to his evil and ruthless appearance. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Fang Yuan let out a breath of foggy air, he sighed softly, the gains this time are simply too much. He had to admit this point. Because from this exploration of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's star path and wisdom path attainment reached Grandmaster level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only made Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level increase, it also raised his star path attainment level. Fang Yuan was very shocked regarding this. Grandmaster Attainment level. What did this mean? After accumulating foundation in both his previous life and current life, Fang Yuan only became a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, Blood Path Grandmaster was because Fang Yuan cultivated Blood Path mainly in his previous life. It was accumulated through time. As for Strength Path Grandmaster, he had cultivated it on the side in his previous life, while mainly cultivating it this time. Because he had a foundation in his previous life, when he cultivated it this time, with the help of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, he obtained a chance to learn from heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was He Lulan's Dream Realm. With all these reasons, he managed to accumulate sufficient foundation. After exerting so much effort in both lives, using more than 500 years, he only became a Grandmaster in 2 paths. But this time, he only explored a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable, and spent less than half a month, yet he was already a Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster. It was impossible to see his Grandmaster attainment level physically, but Fang Yuan knew his gains were immeasurable. He could even say it was more valuable than Who Immortal Blessed Land. My gains this time will allow me to grow immensely for this period of time. I can even break out of my predicament. Generally speaking, development was the result of accumulation and gradual progress. By growing slowly and steadily, one would achieve success in the end. But fortuitous encounters and windfalls would allow one to experience explosive growth, jumping out of a stale state and saving huge amounts of time, overturning the situation and obtaining an extraordinary achievement. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been resolving difficulties. He advanced bravely and had many gains. They were extremely helpful to him, allowing him to find solutions. Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull GU, Bone Flesh Unity GU, All Out Effort GU, 3 Kings Blessed Land, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Second Aperture GU, Becoming a Strength Path GU Immortal and Gaining Inspiration from Nature, as well as Wisdom GU. Other than these, there were other areas in which he grew and progressed, but they did not overturn his situations. However, after this trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained a new shocking harvest. That was his dual Grandmaster attainment level. Among which, Wisdom GU was a rank 9 Immortal GU. It had reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, but it was not his. The degree to which he could make use of it was not high. However, attainment levels were something that belonged entirely to the GU Immortal themselves. In Fang Yuan's opinion, dual Grandmaster attainment level was more valuable than Wisdom GU itself. Since rebirth, this can be considered another situation where I made immense and shocking gains, yet this time the process was very easy. It was unthinkably simple. Fang Yuan could feel the mysteries of the twists and turns over life in opportunities from this. He naturally had some guesses. Perhaps this was related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since he used Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation journey had become much smoother. The rise of his attainment levels, especially when they rose to Grandmaster attainment level, gave an incredible feeling. He could not describe it. It was as if Fang Yuan had previously been looking out of the window and seeing a large rock formation filled with crevices and weeds. Now, he took a few steps up and could see further and higher. He could now observe part of the rock formation by looking down. He felt that this part of the formation was as tiny as a pebble beneath his feet now. When he looked further ahead, he could see more and understand deeper. Attainment level, this was something very hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even for the developed GU Master cultivation world, everyone had their own explanations for it. There was no unified description. Fang Yuan's soul came from Earth. This difference made him possess a different understanding regarding the phrase attainment level. So-called attainment levels are like mathematics problems. By answering many mathematics questions, one can accumulate experience. When they get the correct answer, they will eventually understand the crux of them, gaining enlightenment and raising their attainment level. With this level of understanding, they can solve other related mathematics questions easily and get the right answer. When they encounter very unfamiliar questions, they can also use their existing knowledge to answer a portion of them. Thus, when Fang Yuan encounters questions in cultivation, because his attainment level rose, he could solve the question to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's use of Wisdom GU earlier was just superficial, it was a brutish and force method. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he gained many inspirations and ideas. He could try to use some supplementary GU worms to make use of Wisdom GU more efficiently. Another example was modifying GU recipes. Back then, Fang Yuan had tried to modify recipes of Memory Thought GU, Star Thought GU and Malicious Thought GU, but because his Wisdom Path attainment level was low, he kept failing. He encountered impasses and could not advance. Afterwards, he successfully modified Star Thought GU's recipe, but he was making use of Starlight Immortal GU, it was not because of his own abilities. Now, Fang Yuan could feel that he could modify these GU recipes, and they would be even better than before. Going beyond this, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could perfect incomplete inheritances. Like earlier, Fang Yuan had obtained an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, Memory Thought GU, Reminiscence Immortal GU, and multiple mortal killer moves were included. With his Grandmaster attainment level now, Fang Yuan could deduce this inheritance to a degree, and even restore it. GU recipes could be modified, he could modify killer moves as well. The killer moves Myriad Self, vaguely familiar face, they were within the range of possible applications. Also battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could not find one after so long, but now he had the foundation needed to create one himself. Or for example, the construction of Star Form Blessed Land, earlier, Fang Yuan's plans needed huge amounts of funds. Now, with his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels, he could improve this plan and save an immensely large number of Immortal Essence Stones in construction fees. Furthermore, this new plan would be even more ideal and useful than the previous one. The raising of hairy men, his 8 sources of revenue, the use of GU Immortal Souls, the claiming of GE Pi Blessed Land, there were many things he could do. The rise of attainment levels was quite special. In conclusion, when attainment levels rise, the person experiences growth in all aspects. The GU Master's cultivation journey would be refreshed, there would be great prospects, their strength would rise up as well. Time passed quickly. In terms of the 5 regions' time, half a month passed. 2 wills were intertwined, battling intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the complete advantage, he was suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will's advantage continued to grow, he could almost toy with Mo Yao's will easily now. How can this be? How can your capabilities rise by so much? Mo Yao's will screamed in shocked anger. Before this, Fang Yuan had been using a similar amount of will to fight with Mo Yao's will, they were at best evenly matched, he was even at a disadvantage. But now, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level, he only used 1/3 of the will to defeat Mo Yao's will till she screamed in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was implacably in the lead, suppressing Mo Yao's will and preventing her from doing anything. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a training dummy, I learned many techniques by fighting with her will. Now, I am far beyond Mo Yao's will, I can use many techniques naturally and smoothly. Mo Yao's will has lost her value as a training dummy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan drew back his will. He placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move in front of him, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he came to Eastern Sea and joined up with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land. The tough barrier back then, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was now resolvable by Fang Yuan, who was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Back then, Fang Yuan had thought that he would need the Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Star Thought, to have a chance of dismantling 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, he could multitask, deducing the battlefield killer move while secretly sparring with Mo Yao's will. Most importantly, after tens of days had passed in the Blessed Land's time, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the others were finally close to unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth. We are about to pass 8 Doors Labyrinth, to think that this Xingstrong-Zi would suddenly become so fierce. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final obstacle in Yulu Blessed Land? The Immortals were secretly excited. Boom! With a thunderous sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was thoroughly unraveled by Fang Yuan. Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance appeared before all the Immortals. Chapter 9:17. Unmoving troops. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky. They were like traces of silk or streams of water. Some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Yulu blessed land was very different from normal blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu blessed land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that GU immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Yulu Blessed Land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves and blessed lands or grotto heavens. Few GU immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Because battlefield killer moves use GU worms to engrave Dao marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, grotto heavens and blessed lands were made of Dao marks. Because the Dao marks varied, they conflicted. When Lang Ya blessed land was attacked by Qin by Cheng and the others, Lang Ya land spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the blessed land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Yulu blessed land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Fang Yuan's case, when he attacked Yulu blessed land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves: Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single GU immortal and become used in their immortal aperture. But within Yulu blessed land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the blessed land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Yulu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her immortal aperture blessed land is like this. Subai Man looked as she let out a deep breath, saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yulu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to use battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a GU immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted, "Quickly look, immortal GU." Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the GU immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a GU worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings, fluttering in the sky. The entire GU worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This GU worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen, its immortal GU aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated, their breathing became rough, but they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal GU in Yulu blessed land. If there were no immortal GU, how could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu blessed land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal GU. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the blessed land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal GU. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu blessed land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal GU that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal GU that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human, not only was Fang Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Subai Man were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Subai Man smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Su-Bai Man had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu Blessed Land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Su-Bai Man were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a rank 7 Immortal GU, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Su-Bai Man were joyous. The weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yulu Blessed Land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made. You will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded. They stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Su-Bai Man to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some GU Immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. All right, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse. He struck. He willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like Immortal GU earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the Immortal GU, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Su-Bai Man asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head. He said in an uncertain tone, "It seems to be another battlefield killer move." Next, everyone tried but they could not move out. It attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice, every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability, this has to be the legendary Unmoving troops. The GU Immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move, Unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament. He was vast different from the other 9 GU Immortal Venerables. He was merciful. He did not like killing since he was young. He often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move Unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts, or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 GU Immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 Sound Path GU Immortal, Jiaoming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move. He only used the battlefield Immortal killer move Unmoving troops. No matter what methods Jiaoming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Jiaoming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fang Yuan said. It was not hard to achieve this. GU Immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as Xingxuangzi. He was also partly a wisdom path GU Immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some GU Immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain GU Immortals, including Fang Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any GU worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move. The GU Immortals themselves could not move. Sigh. No wonder back then, GU Immortal Jiaoming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us. Undeniably, this is the final obstacle, but we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yulu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires. It increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Subai-man suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier, he had invited a Wisdom Path GU Immortal over, but he lost an Immortal GU to her, thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xingzhongzi, do you have any means? If you do, use them, don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions. He said slowly, everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of unmoving troops. Back then, Jiaoming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed, with a GU Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. But a battlefield killer move without any GU Immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fang Yuan's words. But next, Fang Yuan's words threw them into dejection again. Attacking an unmanned battlefield killer move is relatively simpler. But to me, it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled. They cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fang Yuan. One of the GU Immortals said agitatedly, Xingzhongzi, you talked a lot of crap, just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us? Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression. He bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer move unmoving troops for sure. Chapter 9:18 Blazing Heaven Demoness. Delicious delicacies filled the table, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shined brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Subai-man sat on the main seats, treating two GU Immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These two GU Immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. After they ran into a barrier in Yulu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Subai-man. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fang Yuan, suddenly asking, Xingzhongzi, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought inwardly, the time has come. Shark Demon and Subai-man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fang Yuan immediately replied, Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The Wisdom Path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently, I have comprehended many mysteries, thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant Wisdom Path Immortal GU, thus my methods are limited and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this Wisdom Path Immortal GU, I can definitely unravel unmanned unmoving troops. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was beside him, also backed him up. I have known Brother Xingzhuang for many years. I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this. Su Bai Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yun Sheng's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fang Yuan, and pursued, "If you have the wisdom path Immortal GU, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move?" Fang Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile. "How can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the Wisdom Path Immortal GU." Shark Demon and Su Bai Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fang Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other Wisdom Path GU Immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal. They even lost an Immortal GU in the end. As for Xingxiongzi, they had cooperated with him many times now, and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's first choice was Fang Yuan. However, financing Fang Yuan to refine Immortal GU was difficult as well. The cost of refining Immortal GU was rather high, while the success rate was too low, and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt. Then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of Immortal Essence Stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most GU Immortals would rather capture wild Immortal GU than to think of refining Immortal GU themselves. Refining Immortal GU was difficult. In the present cultivation world, many rank 6 GU Immortals did not have even one Immortal GU on them, and could only use Mortal GU to hold their own. Fang Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of Immortal GU, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these Immortal GU. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining Wisdom Path Immortal GU. As far as they were concerned, Fang Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine Immortal GU, thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed and not even given a thought. What a joke! How silly would he be to help others refine Immortal GU? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fang Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind: was Xingxiongzi fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them, when even without Immortal GU, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fang Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now Yulu Blessed Land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fang Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled Unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone, and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran rank 7 Immortal zombie. Although Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among rank 7 GU Immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fang Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Su Bai Man and other GU Immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fang Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition, in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank the third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fang Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Even if it was Fang Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fang Yuan to make an oath or use GU worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fang Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention. That was to improve their relationship with Fang Yuan. After all, the Wisdom Path potential Fang Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom Path GU Immortals were rare, having a friendship with a Wisdom Path GU Immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely, thunder crackled, and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive GU formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions, the palace turned into ruins, the fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless sea water surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fang Yuan and the group. However, the four were all GU Immortals, and had no problem staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury, "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Su Bai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Su Bai Man accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duo was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, there was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon? Ha ha ha! Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears, "This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you lowlife lovers till you can't even stand up." The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. "It's her?" Su Bai Man said, her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the 4 on the seabed. Fang Yuan gazed above at this female immortal and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 GU immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing blurted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly, more precisely, "This is a rank 8 female immortal zombie." Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority, and will definitely be severely punished." Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 GU immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fang Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness' formidable strength and domineering style. Fang Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak! What are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material? Subai Man was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted, nonsense. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days, I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading Yulu Blessed Land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing. Ha ha ha, I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it. Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, good, let me see what witness you have. Chapter 919. Angry Bird. A moment ago, Fang Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment, they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing as the latter transmitted, Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, she is not someone we can fight. Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously, he understood Tai Bai Yunxing's intention, that was to sit and watch. At GU Immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon, and Su Bai Man collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 GU Immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 GU Immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 GU Immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bo Dan, come out! Blazing Heaven Demoness called. GU Immortal Bo Dan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head, his expression was bitter as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Subai Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bo Dan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Subai Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness' plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream, Shark Demon, Subai Man, the two of you instructed Bo Dan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, Medicine Ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless, the two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice. As it turned out, Bo Dan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xingsheng Zi's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bo Dan was a half-baked Wisdom Path GU Immortal. His skill was lacking. He was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Subai Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material Medicine Ice, so that Subai Man would defend him. But Bo Dan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bo Dan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bo Down's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bo Down? Thus, Bo Down's situation became increasingly pathetic until Fang Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness' greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bo Dan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bo Dan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and sue by man. Bo Dan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and sue by man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bo Dan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bo Dan was just a minor character, he was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want to pick the fruits, why must you implicate an innocent person? Subai Man followed, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert, aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak. But that did not matter. She just needed a cover, just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Subai Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed, all right. Let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, the most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. He did not want to take action, but Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words he directly included Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Subai Man transmitted to them, if we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fang Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Subai Man nodded at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path GU Immortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng is skilled at healing. Even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fang Yuan stood out, standing with Shark Demon and Subai Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed internally, standing beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary, it was very elastic. Blazing Heaven Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her hand as the fire bird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the fire bird, not attacking, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This fire bird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 GU Immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea, countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 GU Immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 GU Immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird. This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fang Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You 3, retreat first, I will handle this move." Before Fang Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move?" "Let's retreat." Su Bai Man's eyes shined with brilliance. She spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness move was incredibly powerful. There was no hope even if the 4 of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Bai Man had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? "All right, I want to see what is giving you courage." Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Bai Man let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, "Back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace. We naturally had our reasons." Chapter 920. Immemorial Desolate Beast, One Finger Flow Shark. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent and tide started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. "This is?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng was startled. "Immemorial Desolate Beast." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. "Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 GU Immortals." Shark Demon and Su Bai Man stared fixedly at the center of this aura. there, the form of the Immemorial Desolate Beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small fire bird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious Immemorial Desolate Beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable Immemorial Desolate Beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark. An extremely exquisite and cute shark. The size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Yuan sighed, having a strange expression at this sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest behind it. From the start, its two eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath, and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Yuan Sheng. My plan has fortunately succeeded, don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark. Yuan Sheng looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary GU immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time path GU immortal, Yuan Sheng had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time path GU immortals knew a mnemonic, one-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance. Flowing water and clear voice, heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8 time path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time path Dao marks, thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The two of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance, and built this Shark Sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Yuan Sheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled, so it was like that, no wonder you two stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the enslavement path Grandmaster, 180 slaves, from Zombie Alliance, lower controls higher. It was to use this enslavement path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's identity to participate in the contest of the Imperial Court, he had used myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation, enslavement path GU masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the enslavement path GU master would be, the more their soul would have to endure and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of GU cultivation, there once appeared an enslavement path Grandmaster. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves. A generation's genius. Normal enslavement path methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes, when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will, and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing Blazing Heaven Demoness speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in this sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient and I also don't have the Immortal GU forming the killer move lower controls higher, thus, I haven't succeeded until now. Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target, his ambition truly was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Those able to advance to GU immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 GU immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven Demoness. Shark Demon continued, moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path immortal GU. The intention of his words was to make blazing heaven Demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of immortal GU without being concealed. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven Demoness. It is rumored that the River of Time is home to countless time path GU worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the River of Time, thus having immortal GU is not strange. Tai Baiyun Sheng whispered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the River of Time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Bai Man stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha! Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven Demoness laugh loudly. Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger. Shark Demon! You want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win without fighting? Hee, wishful thinking. The moment she finished speaking, blazing heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. It's coming! Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest felt their hearts chill, their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The fire bird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the fire bird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled. Turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness, at that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fang Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small fire bird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion, its whole body leaped over the small fire bird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small fire bird and was charging towards blazing heaven Demoness, while the small fire bird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fang Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small fire bird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, there are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fang Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path Immortal GU in the one-finger flow shark activated. This Immortal GU can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly said. Su Bai Man nodded and added, not only that. When the one-finger flow shark poked the firebird's body, the Immortal GU's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path Immortal GU, it is just that its effect is unclear. The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression suddenly changed, because the small fire bird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Boom! Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of sea water evaporated and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the firebird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea, but the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Swoosh! Tide surged, and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fang Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness' face like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed, and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming GU immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial desolate beast, its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. Chapter 9:21. Big Fish Eat Small Fish. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small fire bird had huge value. Fang Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move, 5 fingers blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand, her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time path Dao marks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success! Su Bai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eye shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal GU immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path GU worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced, although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fang Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move, it can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. He, Interesting. This has 3 time path Immortal GU, one can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time path Immortal GU they were and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small fire bird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first time path Immortal GU to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the fire bird. The fire bird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the fire bird, causing the fire bird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last time path Immortal GU to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 Immortal GU. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 GU Immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of Immortal killer moves to Immortal GU. GU worms had one ability, others could often find the details of the Immortal GU after it was used just once. However, Immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless GU worms. Not only did this conceal the core Immortal GU, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones, each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end, they don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative Immortal GU, maybe it could see through these clones, a pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word a demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Su Bai Man. Even Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Su Bai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, if you can succeed, we will reward you heavily, you won't regret it. Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused with a bitter smile. Lady Su Bai Man overestimates us. You two have been rank 7 GU immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this, how can the two of us be of any help? Tai Bai Yun Sheng, similarly, shook his head. I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability. Su Bai Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved. But Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness Fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway, thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the Immemorial 9 Heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the Immemorial 9 Heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit, and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line. Those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness' move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill in strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, GU immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly, she had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's heart sank to rock bottom, their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the normal course of behavior in this world of GU. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He. Shark Demon, you know when to advance or retreat, very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh, as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified, it lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path Immortal GU on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xingslong Zi. I am. Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking. Chapter 922. Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, this couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Yulu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had put in so much, almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled, they lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness actions, he also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish, this was the rule of the cultivation world, it was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand, this was the norm, it extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies, this was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level, she is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Bai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth, maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal GU? There is also another advantage, getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal GU first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Subai Man thought to herself, this Xing Slong Zi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor, he had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal GU, he, this is easy, I will fund you. Northern Plains, Luopo Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopo Valley was in bad shape, crushed rocks were everywhere, it was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The GU Immortals from Central Continent had various injuries, they were focusing their attentions on Feng Ju GE right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity, they had a number of different emotions. Feng Ju GE won again. His opponent is Qin Bai Sheng, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Ju GE's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Bai Sheng is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Ju GE. The 100 Days battle, only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Bai Sheng is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Ju GE. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopo Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, GU Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 GU Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved, they were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent GU Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden Shadow Sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Ju GE and Qin Bai Sheng. Initially, they were equally matched, it was a stalemate. Qin Bai Sheng, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughter field, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Ju GE got stronger as he fought, he displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even, then Feng Ju GE expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Ju GE's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Bai Sheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing. But winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Ju GE firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopo Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Ju GE stood proudly at the front, seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley, he spoke calmly. His expression was pale, he had over a dozen injuries on him, blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming GU Immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Bai Sheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Ju GE could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Juji joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Juji had a high status and reputation. Nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other GU immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Juji felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path, using all of my strength to fight, it is a pity, I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Juji had a family, he could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these GU immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects, their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Juji really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Juji remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Juji had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Juji spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Juji's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough cough cough. After Qin Bai Sheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. Your injuries are getting more severe. Fairy Jiang Yu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. Feng Juji is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively? Qin Bai Sheng said grimly, say no more. Winner takes all, a loss is a loss, there is no need for excuses. This Feng Juji truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Bai Sheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 Days battle, only 5 were left: Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, Jiang Yu, He Lang Zi, and the mysterious black-robed GU immortal. Originally, they had Xue Song Zi, but when they attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Lang Ya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man GU immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent GU immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent GU immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 GU immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect had died. Trying to take advantage of Qin Bai Sheng, how could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qin Bai Sheng, was heavily injured. Luo Po Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 GU immortals knew the 100 Days battle had ended. They were the losers. Qin Bai Sheng tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Juji's group is not united. They cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that immortal GU matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qin Bai Sheng. Everyone was shocked. Qin Bai Sheng's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hui Fengzi, He Cheng or He Lang Zi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, and He Lang Zi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect, the others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qin Baixing waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. He Cheng, Hui Feng Zi, and He Lang Zi felt very heavy, their gazes was uncertain. The three wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the three were summoned by Qin Baixing. Chapter 923. Breaking Out. Qin Baixing and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qin Baixing handed an immortal GU to the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal openly. This immortal GU is very important, I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed GU Immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the GU Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jiang Yu seriously, I can die, you can also die. But he is needed for the plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu nodded solemnly in return, I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these GU Immortal disregard losses to themselves, even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the mission. To make GU Immortal so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luo Po Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning, enemy attack. Fairy Lingmai, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Feng Zi, He Lang Zi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force, how could Fairy Lingmai defend against them? She only had one thought, that was to escape. Fairy Lingmai came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon GU. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Lingmai had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luo Po Valley. Thus, Lingmai and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Lingmai was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her! Fairy Jiang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 GU Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Lingmai was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 GU Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Lingmai was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Lingmai resolutely chose to destroy an immortal GU, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Lingmai activated a GU formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff! 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 Fairy Lingmai breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this GU formation. Fairy Lingmai felt gratitude inside. This GU formation was set up by GU Immortal Hong Kai Ming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Kai Ming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in GU formations and was famous in Central Continent. GU formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate, and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. they were often faster than Immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Lingmai survived. Seeing that Fairy Lingmai had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed internally. The other 4 GU Immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Lingmai and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the GU Immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their GU formations one by one, and now, the Central Continent GU Immortals created their own GU formations. The outer area of Luo Po Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Lingmai retreated. Central Continent side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Lingmai, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go. Die here. Chen Kai shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Fei Yang sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Lingmai were separated, they were situated quite closely, thus, she could arrive first. As for Chen Kai and Bu Fei Yang, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui because they had incredible speed. Chen Kai of the 9 heavens, followed by Fei Yang, damn it. Hei Cheng gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Chen Kai and Bu Fei Yang were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent GU Immortal world. Chen Kai of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docs Chen Kai, while the followed by Fei Yang were speaking about Heavenly Lotus Sect's Bu Fei Yang. Jiang Yu and the other Immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these 2. Seeing the 3 of them get close, the 5 Immortals on Shadow Sect side did not even say a thing. They only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 5 Immortals. It was the activation of a GU formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Mana's Hong Kai Ming. Although Hong Kai Ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the GU formation. Lord Feng Ju Ji had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Ju Ji. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Immortals knew clearly, even if they worked together, they were not Feng Ju Ji's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the 5 Immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Kai Ming's body shook and jolted, as if he was shocked by electricity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Bai Sheng. How could he watch as the 5 Immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Lingmai, Ao Shui, Chen Kai, and Bu Fei Yang. The 4 Central Continent GU Immortals arrived quickly but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Ju Ji, Qin Bai Sheng was not someone the other Central Continent GU Immortals could stop. Qin Bai Sheng did not kill the 4 Immortals from Central Continent, he allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Ju Ji. Feng Ju Ji's gaze was shining. He had already understood Qin Bai Sheng's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about, it is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song." The 5 Immortals on Shadow Sect side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the 5 Immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The 5 Immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, Blood flowed like a river. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. At the next moment, Qin Bai Sheng struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Juji's face, pressuring him. Feng Juji's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Bai Sheng had two major trump cards. One was the soul path killer move soul suppression, the other was the sword path killer move five-finger fist heart sword. Once used, ordinary GU immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Juji had three trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Juji's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the five immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Bai Sheng used a metal path killer move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Juji's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Juji was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Bai Sheng's metal path killer move had little effect on Feng Juji. The golden chains were much more effective against Cheng Kai and others. Against Feng Juji, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Bai Sheng showed a wry smile on his face. I'll let you see the true secret within Luo Po Valley now. Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Juji. This is? Feng Juji shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of space path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the two fairies, Lingmai and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Cheng Kai and Bu Fei Yang, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Qin Bai Sheng did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Juji. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. Don't struggle. This light is harmless. Feng Juji understood at once. He shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Lingmai were uncertain, but at the next moment, they saw that Feng Juji stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luo Po Valley by the mystical light. Qin Bai Sheng's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Lingmai looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Juji. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Cheng Kai reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect Immortals, "Take them down first." This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals were held back by Cheng Kai and Bu Fei Yang. Next, Hong Kaiming, Old Lord Kenyang, and Old Man Tianlong arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. "Ah, someone save me!" Hei Cheng shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him. Protect our main target. Continue to break out." Fairy Jiang Yu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned Hei Cheng, protecting the mysterious black-robed GU immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luo Po Valley, in a mysterious place. Where is this? Ao Shui and Lingmai looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Juji, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon Venerable true inheritance. Chapter 924. Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze. That is true. Once Feng Juji spoke, Qin Bai Sheng appeared in front of him, looking at the 3 immortals from Central Continent. He smiled deeply. If not for thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangement, how could I lure brother Feng here? Indeed. Even though Qin Bai Sheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000 years monster like Feng Juji. Especially when Qin Bai Sheng's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Juji, he had to activate the arrangements that thieving heaven demon Venerable had personally set up in the past. This really is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance? Fairy Lingmai asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of GU cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 GU immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation path simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a close relationship with Long-Hair Ancestor. The failure to refine space escape GU became Long-Hair Ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Lingmai or Ao Shui, these two fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Ju quickly discouraged them. Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain. Lingmai and Ao Shui's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Ju and Qin Baixing here. With these two experts around, how could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Lingmai and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Ju's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it, I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Lingmai and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qin Baixing laughed loudly. Brother Feng really knows a lot about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains. Feng Ju's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Baixing, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of Thieving Heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Lingmai and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Lingmai asked, "May I ask Lord Feng Ju, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it, who knows?" Feng Ju's gaze had been fixed on Qin Baixing. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions, he is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor: they have to be an otherworldly demon. I am obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one, otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you two otherworldly demons?" Before Lingmai and Ao Shui replied, Qin Baixing flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. Impossible. All the GU immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons? They really exist? Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was actually an otherworldly demon. Lingmai and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Ju nodded. Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the GU world. Lingmai and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again. Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside. Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Ju's power, you cannot take it forcefully. They were unwilling to give up. This was a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more, they just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Baisheng sneered, wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The two of you think you can obtain this true inheritance. There was such a thing. This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 GU Immortal. He could not even take one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mai and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Juji did not refute it. He said solemnly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory, because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path GU Immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the GU world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications, thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mai and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The two of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Juji and Qin Baisheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mai and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move, in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Juji replied confidently. If it were other GU Immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Juji was a higher-up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Juji, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mai and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Juji quickly said, "Don't move. In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap." Feng Juji was very aware regarding this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mai and Ao Shui chose to believe Feng Juji. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Baisheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the GU worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Juji felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Baisheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Baisheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Baisheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone, the sword chi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years passed rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud. He spoke with a calm expression. His gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Juji. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Juji frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Baixing had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Baixing's body. Behind Feng Zhu Ji, Ling Mai and Ao Shue's expressions changed, their voices were trembling from fear, they screamed, "Winds of assimilation!" As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Zhu Ji, Qin Baixing had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary, they assimilated everything, even rank 8 GU immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword or Heaven and Earth Song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew, even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking, it was as if water on a lake was boiled, there were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Zhu Ji had a solemn expression. Against Qin Baixing's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability, if he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mai and Ao Shui had activated their GU worms, protecting their bodies. Even Feng Zhu Ji had to activate his immortal GU, of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Ignoring the situation of Qin Baixing sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Zhu Ji, Ling Mai, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Jiang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but Cheng was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives, every second was important, at the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him, they only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Jiangyu was even more heartless, she directly told them to abandon him, disregarding Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping, freedom was right in front of them. Cheng was lagging behind, couldn't he be useful in stalling the Central Continent GU Immortals? However, he controlled the Immortal GU House Dark Prison, after Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent GU Immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Jiangyu and the others. But it was only slightly regretful, compared to the Immortal GU House, their own lives were more important. You can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose sharply, in a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Jiangyu and the others. Seeing Jiangyu and the others' fiery gazes, Hui Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me! Hong Kaiming shouted. GU formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent GU Immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fei Yang moved out, using a GU formation at the periphery to chase and block Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was known as the fastest in Northern Plains, he came and went like the wind, Central Continent GU Immortals had to admit that. Just Chen Zhenkai or Bu Fei Yang alone could not stop Hui Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chen and Bu, his speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it! Jiangyu and the others felt gratified, they turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down! Old Lord Kenyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Kaiming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. Cheng's body was burning in flames, he screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, Cheng was trapped, while Hui Fengzi was obstructed, Hong Kaiming left Cheng as he chased He Lang Zi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Jiangyu and the mysterious black robe Gu Immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang. They did not waste time in trash talking. The four immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, wind surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The four immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created, mountains, rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal. When Dongfang Changfan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Old Lord Kenyang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path Gu Immortal Feng Ju Ji. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black robe Gu Immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Jiangyu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black robe Gu Immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Jiangyu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh? Strange! Old Lord Kenyang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black robe Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted, his hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black robe Gu Immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kenyang was stunned. You have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black robe Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. HMPH. Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black robe Gu Immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiangyu risked her life to block him. Quickly go! Fairy Jiangyu screamed. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kenyang. He did not look back. He flew out of Luo Po Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kenyang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Jiangyu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong's expression was cold. He descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Jiangyu's back firmly. Boom! Fairy Jiangyu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiangyu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. Her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Jiangyu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Kenyang and Old Man Tianlong were free now. They could deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Kaiming's focus was on restricting He Cheng. A moment later, He Lang Zi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into 2. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. He Cheng was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal GU house was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of Immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, Cheng was already bankrupt. He did not have much Immortal essence left. There was insufficient Immortal essence to activate the Immortal GU House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Kai-Ming used his GU formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Feng lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent GU Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Feng was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. "Don't kill me, I surrender." At the moment before death, Feng surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent GU Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent GU Immortals understood why Feng surrendered. "Don't play tricks. Hand over your Immortal GU." The Central Continent GU Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Feng tightly. Feng did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his Immortal GU. Without his Immortal GU, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim did the Central Continent GU Immortals breathe out deeply in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the Immortal GU House Dark Prison. Feng's surrender gave the Central Continent GU Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their Immortal essence. The Central Continent GU Immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Feng's, the Immortal GU they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the Immortal GU House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly, where is Cheng? So decisive. He abandoned this Immortal GU house immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Feng's, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us. HMPH, a coward who is afraid of death, a person who is barely surviving, he is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended, the battle was over and the dust had settled. Qin Bai Xing, Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Fengzi surrendered, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had escaped with the crucial Immortal GU. Cheng, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the Immortal GU House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Bai Xing was sacrificed inside Luo Po Valley. This showed the cruelty of the GU cultivation world. Even at GU Immortal level, they were not free from danger. One could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. "I am finally here." The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie who had escaped from Luo Po Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then when Central Continent's group attacked Luo Po Valley, Qin Bai Xing and Jiangyu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luo Po Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Bai Xing and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the Hairy Man GU Immortals in vain. Now, Luo Po Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not come here thinking of revenge and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself and place the crucial Immortal GU here for safekeeping. This Immortal GU was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan, it could not be lost. For this, Qin Baixing and Jiangyu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time, we just need a bit more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the Immortal GU and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie, it was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought that his ordeal was over, and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting, to think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old Ancestor Shui who? Why is he here? Chapter 926. Refining Star Thought Immortal GU. The Bludgy forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the center of the Bludgy forest, the Bloodlingzy shined with a dark red light, but currently the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed, they crashed into one another like a meteor shower, or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fang Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green, there was no warmth at all, it was icy cold. Fang Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed. He evaluated, it seems that the GU formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom GU more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This GU formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this GU formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom GU was rank 9, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This GU formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this GU formation was not in its original state, it had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the GU formation even exploded inside Fang Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fang Yuan withstood the backlash of the GU formation and suffered a minor injury. The GU formation still needs to be modified, but that is not key. Now, the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal GU recipe. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fang Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fang Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal GU for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fang Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her zombie alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fang Yuan was well prepared, he naturally got to refining GU. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the Refinement Path convention this time, he could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal GU, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of pale flame white bones, and a portion of green beetle water lotuses. The former was a fire path immortal material, the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, the 2 immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire, to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were fire path Dao marks on the pale flame white bone, and water path Dao marks on the green beetle water lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the fire path Dao marks and the water path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for long, it needed to be refined right before use. Fang Yuan did not have a time path Immortal GU to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fang Yuan had to create the liquid while refining Immortal GU. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fang Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them, he could only estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path GU immortal, he was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the Immortal GU recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the GU refinement materials met the Immortal GU recipe's requirements after Fang Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire Immortal GU refinement process had many such examples like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining Immortal GU was extremely low. Many GU Immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an Immortal GU without success. Immortal GU were a huge boost to the GU Immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, GU Immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to Immortal GU. But in the history of GU cultivation, there were countless instances of Immortal GU refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 GU Immortals did not even have a single Immortal GU. GU Immortals would rather attempt to capture wild Immortal GU than take a risk and refine Immortal GU themselves. Of course, there was another reason: refinement path attainment levels differed between GU Immortals. Many GU Immortals did not have the confidence to refine Immortal GU themselves. Especially when it came to Immortal GU with higher ranks, GU Immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even 2 Venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor to help them refine Immortal GU and Immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal GU recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the Immortal GU recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original Immortal GU recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out, they were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of GU refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, Fang Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Yulu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal GU. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the GU refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement: all of the funded immortal materials would become Fang Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal GU, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal GU but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an immortal GU from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fang Yuan would not agree to it, he would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought Immortal GU as soon as possible, he could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness funding. Fang Yuan failed 3 times, the losses were all on him, he already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness' plans. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay his debt, with the wisdom path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fang Yuan to work for her. After all, wisdom path GU immortals were very rare. Those with Fang Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier. Because this would allow her to take down Yulu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now, I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining GU, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fang Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck Immortal GU, he could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect, but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fang Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck, they were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare. In the entirety of the 5 regions, looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fang Yuan calculated, the remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yisha had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiao Yao on the Nameless Island, there is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos, the appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces, a new GU cultivation path, Dream Path, was produced, everything hinted towards the emergence of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere, dragons and snakes rampaged, all while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects. She had incredible talent, it was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent GU Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength, her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle, turning disaster into fortune. Her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fang Yuan's luck connection. Chapter 927. Fang Yuan's opportunity. In short, I have too little information, there is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters. But they only had strong luck for a period of time, it was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations, some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, My luck can become very strong in the short run. I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal GU successfully. But I do not have break luck. When they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he had break luck Immortal GU, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain break luck in the future, Fang Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fang Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine GU again. But Fang Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine GU. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old Ancestor Xuehu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal GU and immortal materials. If old Ancestor Xuehu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old Ancestor Xuehu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge, it spanned across 5 regions, their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer, their authority would be undermined and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the GU immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old Ancestor Xuehu was found in the immortal zombie graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies. They burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of Dao marks in their bodies, they were excellent GU refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal Aperture was dead, thus, they held their own bodies in high regard. This was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary GU immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled. But their sanctuary was ravaged by old Ancestor Xuehu. Could they ignore this? Old Ancestor Xuehu went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. It seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal GU fortune rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fang Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Ma Hongyun was alive and well. Old Ancestor Xuehu did not obtain him. Of course he could not refine immortal GU fortune rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows. Old Ancestor Xuehu was implicated by me. Old Ancestor Xuehu's plight was a good thing to Fang Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old Ancestor Xuehu's match? After it happened, they could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored. The 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage. They sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies out to punish old Ancestor Xuehu and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was necessary for her to go. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Yulu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fate worked in mysterious ways. It really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no more hope, but because of old Ancestor Xuehu, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Yulu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had been having a hard time. Everyone avoided them like the plague. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, there was only one final round in Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many GU Immortals came over to befriend them, to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fang Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Yulu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards. It was far less important than refining Star Thought Immortal GU. And refining Star Thought Immortal GU was only the icing on the cake. It was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fang Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to disguise as Immortal Zombie Shou Huang in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Juji and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Fang Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, he invaded Yulu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Fang Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Fang Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Fang Yuan more attempts at refining Star Thought Immortal GU over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old Ancestor Xuehu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the Wisdom Path GU Immortal Xingxuangzi might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old Ancestor Xuehu. All in all, the chance that Fang Yuan had been trying to create and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old Ancestor Xuehu getting discovered. Towards old Ancestor Xuehu, Fang Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Several days later. Northern Plains, in the deepest parts of Luo Po Valley. The atmosphere was tense. The 5 GU Immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent GU Immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon Venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luo Po Valley. Bu Fei Yang sighed. These last days, they had taken control of Luo Po Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Ju Ji, Ling Mai, and Ao Shui. In the end, they confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years. Hong Kai Ming said. He was the most skilled in GU formations among the 5 here. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle had died, Hong Kai-ming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent Immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luo Po Valley these last days. After all, 2 GU Immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable after all. Lord Feng Ju Ji is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Baisheng had planned meticulously to trap Feng Ju Ji in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent GU Immortal spoke. Their words contained deep meaning, their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under heavenly court, but they did not coexist in harmony, they had incessant conflicts. If Feng Ju Ji, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Lingmai, they had immortal GU. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Mana would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Mana, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Even though we took down Luo Po Valley, Old Oracle has died and Feng Ju Ji is trapped. We can only stop here now. That's right, after this battle, we have all suffered huge losses. We need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened, and the fruits of our investigation over to our sects. That is the most important thing. That makes sense. Don't forget, we have captured Hui Fengzi and the Immortal GU House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable, we need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 Immortals silently smiled internally. Why would they save Feng Ju Ji? Save him so that he could suppress them? Save him so that he could get a share of the loot? But they were in the righteous path, they needed to act on the surface, and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent Immortals agreed on one thing, to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. Chapter 928. Luck Path Backlash. I am finally back. Fang Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xingxiongzi. As he stepped on the grassland, his wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, blazing Heaven Demoness gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains GU Immortal, he only became an Immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. But blazing Heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas, Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, blazing Heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland. The yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But blazing Heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Fang Yuan and blazing Heaven Demoness, the other GU Immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea GU Immortals. They felt curiosity yet unfamiliarity towards Northern Plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them. They felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras. They were both rank 8. These GU Immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were barely any living GU Immortals. Including Fang Yuan and blazing Heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group, they had strength in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, it sent out such a huge group to Northern Plains just to take revenge. However, all of the GU Immortals were injured now. The rank 6 GU Immortals were lightly injured, the rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 GU Immortals were weak and had damaged bodies. Some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 GU Immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 GU Immortal. The Eastern Sea Immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. They had to pass 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 Immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 GU Immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Fang Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level, at the bottom of rank 6, at the same time, he was also a Northern Plains GU Immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea Regional Wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains Regional Wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 Immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant GU formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 Immortal zombie, and half of the rank 7s. Fang Yuan observed silently. At the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of Immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a GU formation, causing an Earth Tide. Once in a while, an Earth Tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the Earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an Earth Tide. An Earth Tide was extremely powerful, it could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an Earth Tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the Earth Tides, many GU Immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fang Yuan and the others set off, the Earth Tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, there was a method to create an artificial Earth Tide, weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fang Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 Immortal zombie broke the silence. The other GU Immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 Immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength, thus, she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to a reliable source, old Ancestor Shue, who has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there, we should rest and recuperate, and recover our battle strength. That is the best course of action. The Immortal zombies nodded in agreement. There were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls, their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point, they needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even go back to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea GU Immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent GU Immortals when they came. There was no other choice, the cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big, it was the residence of old Ancestor Shue. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant GU formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the GU formation, there was an old man. It was old Ancestor Shue. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the GU formation, it was a female Immortal. This female Immortal looked like she was in her late 20s, she had a beautiful appearance and elegant disposition, it was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou was old Ancestor Xuehu's wife. She looked much younger than old Ancestor Xuehu, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wan Shou once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of Gu Immortal Wang Ju. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan Gu, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were extremely hard to find. Lady Wan Shou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other Gu immortals. During Lady Wan Shou's early days, many Gu immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wan Shou helped more and more Gu immortals. She had extended more than 1,000 years worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically. She built a strong network and was very popular. Many Gu immortals needed her services. They naturally did not dare to offend her. They promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wan Shou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great Grandmaster. She was known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world as one of the for refinement path experts. Quasi-great Grandmaster, she was only a step away from great Grandmaster level. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou at all. As for old Ancestor Xuehu, he was an ice and snow path expert. He was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But now, Lady Wan Shou was using this refinement path Gu formation not to refine Gu, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old Ancestor Xuehu from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance Immortal Zombie Graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple-gold light. It was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later, the Gu formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple-gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly. It went back to its previous state. Old Ancestor Xuehu looked at Lady Wan Shou with an expectant gaze. He was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wan Shou frowned slightly. She shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple-gold rock is. Old Ancestor Xuehu was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my Gu formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wan Shou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge. You need to be careful. Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded. He said heavily, this time, I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly. I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard, I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle, thus Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh. Old Ancestor Xuehu sighed deeply. Now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling heaven immortal. Lady Wan Shou said in a heavy tone, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is rank 8, it is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core immortal Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining Gu recently, I have been failing a lot too. It is likely the effect of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. But dear, just now, you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies. The rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, all of this would be worth it. Ever since old Ancestor Xuehu bought Ma Hongyun, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. This matter was not advantageous to Ma Hongyun, thus, old Ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Not only them, many GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had received old Ancestor Shwehu's orders to collect immortal materials, but they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, old Ancestor Shwehu had already experienced a backlash from luck path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. It attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. But fighting both of them alone, old Ancestor Shwehu forced them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible by any means. Old Ancestor Shwehu used his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. Just now, it was a near guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies, but due to the Luck Path backlash, he became careless, and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling heaven GU, the more we can see the power of this immortal GU, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry, I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision. If anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here. I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old Ancestor Shwehu laughed. He displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. Chapter 929. Plotting against old Ancestor Shwehu. Darkness loomed over it. The giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since old Ancestor Shwehu had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yaksha and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense. No matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yaksha and Huang Quan Wang welcome leader and both lords, greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects. They could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. Get up. You were facing old Ancestor Shwehu, it was not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Liu Gong and the others sighed in relief. Their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, but at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old Ancestor Shwehu was too arrogant. He has to pay the price. We of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. Leader, when are we counter-attacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard. Yin Liu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious. She said leisurely, this matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there. That's right, looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old Ancestor Shwehu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Puan Dao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies. Compared to living GU immortals, they had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character, the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path GU immortal in Northern Plains GU immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Liu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost. Some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fang Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard, it was far deeper in Earth Trench. How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan was becoming more excited about it. But currently it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group, he could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Puan Dao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old Ancestor Xuehu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange, it was the person who could fight old Ancestor Xuehu to this extent. Who is this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a GU formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well, but why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply, she asked Yin Liu Gong and the others. Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang smiled bitterly, they admitted blame in unison, we have failed our duties, we were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly, her expression turned cold, investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old Ancestor Xuehu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune rivaling Heaven GU but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the rank 8 GU Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected, this person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Puan Dao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary, he is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance, for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order, we have to work together to rescue this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. It was like this. The immortal zombie showed looks of shock. Yin Liu Gong and the other two were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was on, that he had to come to the highly important immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you are qualified to know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, she tried to ease the situation, our enemy now is old Ancestor Xuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well. Yin Liu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie, even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fang Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old Ancestor Xuehu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was probably trying to ask about this. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions? Ha ha ha! Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, she only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person, she did not show any displeasure, instead she said, next, let us talk about how we will teach old Ancestor Shwehu a lesson and also save the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's body has an abundance of Fire Path and Lightning Path Dao marks. He is extremely suited to be used to refine GU. We should not waste time, we should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of a bore. Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something, but Puan Dao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That is right, the other party captured the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. He has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old Ancestor Shwehu, he will use the hostage to threaten us, we will be restricted and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and save the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted, outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators, some must come from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. With just this, we can see how alert old Ancestor Shwehu is. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in, it is like surrendering ourselves to them. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you want to, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength, you will succeed. You. Corpse Detonation King was lost for words, he showed an ashamed and angry expression. Then, in your opinion, what shall we do? Puan Dao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly, even though old Ancestor Shwehu is strong, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said, fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had no interest in dealing with old Ancestor Shwehu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go with them, she gave him one mission only, that was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal GU. She even gave Fang Yuan a token, it provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine Immortal GU, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed and in his favor. Fang Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yulu Blessed Land? That is not possible. Not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old Ancestor Shwehu, now that Shark Demon and Su Bai Man have started invading it again, they are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path GU Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal GU, together with my Wisdom Path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old Ancestor Shwehu. Chapter 930. Creating a chance to enter Earth Trench. There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU did not even progress to 1/3. Fang Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared, the starlight disappeared without a trace and the large secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here, thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist Luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of Connect Luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it, I have already showed enough efforts on the surface, now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal GU and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through, this naturally could not be allowed. Although Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the Immortal GU and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods and both sides were restricted by Immortal killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fang Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? And Fang Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal level restrictions of information path. But he did not have relevant Immortal GU, so at present, he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, he's even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried refining Star Thought Immortal GU to make Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the experts to deal with old Ancestor Xuehu, using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old Ancestor Xuehu's greatest weakness. What was old Ancestor Xuehu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains GU immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling Heaven GU. Old Ancestor Xuehu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven GU, but he severely lacked immortal materials, even though he already had Ma Hongyun, the main material. This concerned rank 8 immortal GU, he needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old Ancestor Xuehu, they were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old Ancestor Xuehu let go of his status, and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench, like a 2-bit thief. This showed old Ancestor Xuehu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans and various other strategies. These demonic path GU immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of luck path, the immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fang Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. Yinxian immediately bowed. "Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement..." Fang Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. "Don't bother me." Saying this, he walked away. HMPH, who does he thinks he is, to be so arrogant in our base? The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fang Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. Yinxian did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City, and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan as well as Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them. Knowing Fang Yuan was here to get immortal materials, he handed an information path GU worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held the GU worm and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King and PUWAN Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity, I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke, Searching Xiongzi, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries. Who knew that? Right as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good. Fang Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder, and also very agitated. One look at this appearance, and the managing immortal zombie knew Fang Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking, serves me right, why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me? At once, he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fang Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path GU worm, and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling, damn it, why is it still not working, why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why? Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu looked at each other, and both sensibly stayed away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar and occasionally, he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal GU, why am I not succeeding? Fang Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets but decided to go all in to win back the losses. Screw it, I will stake it all. This time, it will definitely succeed, definitely. Right, it will succeed. The 3 immortal zombies watched on indifferently, and as they looked on at Fang Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many GU immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal GU, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench. Dr. Yin Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around and perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demoness had ordered them to monitor Fang Yuan. Naturally, it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fang Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, we will gather any immortal materials you require, sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh? Fang Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. Both of us have received Leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. Sir, if you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to Leader? Please don't make it difficult for us. Dr. Yin Xian gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fang Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared, what does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining GU, I only know I need Earthshell Snail Star Night Mucus. Earthshell Snail Star Night Mucus? Sir, please hold on, I will check. Dr. Yin Xian immediately said. He also had information path GU worms on him which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. Yin Xian showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earthshell snail mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earthshell snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, in warehouse number 6, there are 2 to 3 in stock. Will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fang Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. Yin Xian's nose. Have you become deaf or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earthshell snail star night mucus. Star. Night. Mucus. Not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then hurriedly continued, Earthshell snail mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star night mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and star night mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. Ah. For a moment, Dr. Yin Xian and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fang Yuan's scolding. Chapter 931. Finally entering Earth Trench. According to what Fang Yuan said, to collect the Star Night mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an Earthshell snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the Star Night mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earthshell snails had mild temperaments. It was not hard to get near them. One could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain Earthshell snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, the more fierce beasts, mysterious plants and wild GU worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the Earthshell snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the Earthshell snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts. Even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live, do you understand? Fang Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness name. These 2 immortal zombies had no choice. The 2 discussed for a while before Dr. Yin Xian said with a gloomy face to Fang Yuan, this is very important. I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide this ourselves. In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fang Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them, then go. He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. The truth was, Star Night mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal GU recipe. Star Night mucus was a personal innovation by Fang Yuan. It had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal GU, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal GU. It was an easy-to-gather rank 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for Earthshell snails, I can make use of it to produce Star Night mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts GU. Fang Yuan evaluated. But in the long run, the Star Night mucus method of production would be deciphered by others. They would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts GU. In the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path GU immortals, it could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed and accompanied Fang Yuan. The unlucky fellow, landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain GU formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an information path GU formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fang Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, Refining Star thought Immortal GU would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fang Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to assault them and prevent them from obtaining GU refinement immortal materials, so that old Ancestor Shwehu would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fang Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were rank 7, and 3 were rank 6. This was slightly beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He could see Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal GU for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was, not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact, the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some Earth Trenches stretched on for millions of li, some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, some were immeasurably deep. In the GU Master world, it was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, in Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, the 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts. In the past, when Dark Flow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 GU Immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Anzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By night time, Fang Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fang Yuan and the others went inside, as their view of the trench gradually enlarged, dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 Dark Flow giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance did not have the strength. Even though they exerted all their efforts, they only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless, they were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of one or two paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth, there was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider and it showed just how small Fang Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench, it was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fang Yuan looked around without making a sound, he observed the immortal zombies secretly using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yaksha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie, called Lin Da Neo. In the last 5 days, Fang Yuan had obtained some of their information, he was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Yaksha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Yaksha was able to raise large amounts of Yaksha octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, as his title suggested, was a healing GU immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking, his attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Lin Da Neo, he was skilled in controlling birds, he was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. Yin Xian could help Fang Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Da Neo could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the 2 cliffs on the sides, birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Da Neo's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences, ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Da Neo was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly, it would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fang Yuan did not do anything suspicious, he was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Da Neo suddenly said, "There is a Yaksha octopus in front and towards the left, it is injured." Dragon Commander Yaksha's expression did not change, "Ignore it, we will detour around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful, a rank 6 Yaksha octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find Earthshell snails and gather immortal materials, that was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles, they should save their immortal essence for now. Earthshell snails lived deep in Earth Trench, they moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations, they were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But Earthshell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the Earthshell snail's gentle nature, it let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fang Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the Earthshell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Chapter 932. Yaksha Octopuses, Mouth Earthworm. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. "We can't go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yaksha said, "at this depth, we are already at the range of the Earthshell snail's habitat, let's look around." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit, but the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fang Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No Immortal Zombie objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. Great! Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, check the surroundings first, make sure there are no dangers lurking around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was very patient. The Immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Yaksha octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight. It will definitely alert these Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Everyone's expression sank. Why didn't you say that earlier? Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance. Dr. Yin Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method, but in short, we should get rid of these Yaksha octopuses first. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm and his reason was valid. The other Immortal Zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Yi Cha relented. Then we will fight this group of Yaksha octopuses before Xingslongzi starts. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king, having rank 7 GU immortal battle strength. Lin Da Neo will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Yin Xian, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly arranged matters. Fang Yuan did not have to do anything. The Yaksha octopuses were truly unfortunate. The Immortal Zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Yaksha octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The Immortal Zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed. Only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha said to Fang Yuan, Xingslongzi, go ahead and attack. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He slowly went into battle. Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Yaksha octopus that was in better condition, before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Swish swish swish. Starlight shone brightly. Fang Yuan attacked non-stop. He quickly killed this Yaksha octopus which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Yaksha octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles, in place of legs. This final Yaksha octopus was in a good condition. It fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fang Yuan, as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Yaksha octopus tentacles. When he was fighting, the other Immortal Zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Lin Da Neo manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Yaksha octopus which was trying to escape from leaving, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Yaksha octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. All right, you can stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Yaksha octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the Immortal Zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only showed his star path battle strength, but even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Lei Yu, who was unhappy towards Fang Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fang Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the GU Immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Lei Yu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fang Yuan started collecting Star Knight mucus. He requested the Immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The Immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped moving, its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 GU Immortals could do nothing to it. Even rank 7 GU Immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the earth shell snail was large like a whale and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of earth shell snails, even if it was still in Earth Trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the Immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In Earth Trench, there were more than Yaksha octopuses. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milk grass. On their later journey, they met with 3 earth shell snails, among which, Fang Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Knight mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast red flame snake. This monster had dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the walls of Earth Trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fang Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the Immortal zombies got closer to his destination. We've discovered a large number of Yaksha octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward, there are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lin Da Neo suddenly reported anxiously. Then we will leave this place and go in another direction. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts, that was the battle strength of 30 rank 6 GU Immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopuses commanding it. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The Immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon, they found a 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of Earth Trench, at an extremely slow pace. We're finally lucky. After investigating, Lin Da Neo laughed. This area has little danger, so Xingslongzi can go ahead and collect the mucus. Fang Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of earth path Dao marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this earth shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed. Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful. This gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush. At once, the Immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fang Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. With a loud thud, Fang Yuan crashed into the wall. His legs were deeply stuck in the wall as he showed a terrified expression. Immortal Killer Move, Starfire Escape. Fang Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in starfire as he flew. Don't fly! Dragon Commander Yaksha roared. But it was too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth shell snails at once. Fang Yuan screamed, "Someone save me!" Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. Be careful! The mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there, we will definitely rescue you. The immortal zombies were panicking. They moved at once. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain themselves to blazing heaven Demoness? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical ancient desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fang Yuan went inside, he used a star path killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier. In 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel teleported him away and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others still thought that Fang Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fang Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from fixed immortal travel had attracted the huge group of Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled, turning into a Yaksha octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Yaksha octopuses towards Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others were unable to discern Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xingslongzi was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Yaksha octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. Chapter 933. Wild Immortal GU, Traces of GU Formation. When he returned to the place where the Yaksha octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yaksha octopus, and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seem to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Yaksha was stuck in the chaotic battle. Seeing the octopus reinforcements, he cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xingslongzi first. Hold on! Dragon Commander Yaksha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence, he used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demoness had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders. They could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits. They could only attack from afar. The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. But with the Yaksha octopus group, it became a 3-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. Xingslongzi, you must survive! Landlord Lei Yu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fang Yuan, the moment he thought that Fang Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fang Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Yaksha octopuses. Groups of Yaksha octopuses lived in the 2 sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Yaksha octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fang Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Yaksha octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate beast-level Yaksha octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient Desolate beast Yaksha octopus kings. Fang Yuan entered the hole and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fang Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Yaksha octopus habits. Yaksha octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of Earth Trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, the black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fang Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil, there were lots of weeds and needlewood. They were rooted into the walls and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru. When Fang Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside, there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild GU worms in them. Fang Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild GU worms around him. 2 were Earth Path GU worms, 1 was Dark Path, and 1 was Water Path. Of course, these were mortal GU. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yaksha is able to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses. Is his Immortal Aperture mimicking this environment? Fang Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fang Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Yaksha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's Immortal Aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Yaksha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Yaksha by researching this environment, but now was not the time. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later. Howl! This was the final growl before the fierce beast died. But this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fang Yuan. He used his GU worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Yaksha octopus cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Yaksha octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Yaksha octopuses. The Yaksha octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fang Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yaksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into 2, the upper half and the lower half, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Yaksha octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He found some Yaksha octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fang Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use mortal GU to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Yaksha octopuses out. But there was still an ancient Yaksha octopus king, and numerous desolate beast Yaksha octopuses. If the Yaksha octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fang Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance after all. Within the investigative range of GU immortals, it was not just some light effects. The aura of immortal GU was like a fire burning in the night sky. And at this time, Fang Yuan had to refine GU in Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fang Yuan was the person who toppled 88 Truyang building. Fang Yuan did not know that the central continent GU immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan evaluated. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fang Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus king resting. Its snores were loud as thunder. Evidently, it was sleeping. Immortal GU aura. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild immortal GU in this Yaksha octopus king. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaksha octopus king was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the GU worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild immortal GU. The joy in his heart vanished as Fang Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Yaksha octopus king earlier. If this Yaksha octopus king appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild immortal GU. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this immortal GU, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Yaksha octopus king. If this Yaksha octopus king's wild immortal GU could expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fang Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. At this time, the Yaksha octopus king's tentacles which were wrapped up loosened. It opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fang Yuan, who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He got past the Yaksha octopus king and went behind it as if it was normal. Behind the Yaksha octopus king, there was a pile of white bones. There were some rotting meat left in them. The octopus king shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind was energized. It is here. There are Dao marks exposed here. These are traces of a GU formation. Countless GU worms in his immortal aperture were activated. Immortal essence was expended rapidly as this GU formation was unraveled. Soon, Fang Yuan found that this space path giant GU formation only showed a trace of a flaw because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant GU formation. But to unravel this GU formation, I have to activate GU worms. The disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk? Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a piece of bone and left the Yaksha octopus king. He quickly returned, and when he reached a certain place, he used his immortal GU and directly attacked a close-by desolate beast Yaksha octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yaksha octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. When he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yaksha Octopus King was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path GU formation. After the Yaksha Octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fang Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge GU formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months to do so. Chapter 934. Sea of Immortal Material Remains. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fang Yuan's hands moved very fast, countless GU worms fluttered all around, unraveling the GU formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yaksha Octopus King was already on its way. Time waits for no man. Strive for every second. This is it. Fang Yuan's eye suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous GU formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yaksha Octopus King had already returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the GU formation was already the limit of Fang Yuan's ability. If Fang Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan relaxed and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha Octopus King was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yaksha Octopus King returned to its place and gazed around first of all. It felt there was something off. When Fang Yuan analyzed the GU formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yaksha Octopus King feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yaksha Octopus King only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed, but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fang Yuan's worries finally dissipated. He cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yaksha Octopus King seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who is to say it might not call back the other Yaksha octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fang Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous GU formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fang Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fang Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 True Young building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect Who Immortal Blessed Land, and Star Form Blessed Land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal Aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than Who Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. Moreover, living GU immortal Apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The immortal GU was activated, green light blossomed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant GU formation. Just outside the GU formation was the Yaksha Octopus King. But because of the isolation effect of the GU formation, it was unaware of anything. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a GU formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the GU formation. However, Fang Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the GU formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned GU formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the GU formation had the will left behind by the GU Immortal. It could be like 88 True Young building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was a giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile, as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fang Yuan's site, like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fang Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions, and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the GU Immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 GU Immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fang Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining immortal GU dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse, with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 immortal essence stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As GU Immortal's cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous GU formation has even higher value. Fang Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous GU formation. In this GU formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this GU formation, otherwise it would be too late for regret. With this GU formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a GU formation which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this GU formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fang Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fang Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials, and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed, the joyous look on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound, it is more quiet than even my dead Aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snake-tail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound, but the moment Fang Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fang Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem, they were unusable. Strange. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of Tao marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their Tao marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state. As for an immortal zombie body which contained Tao marks, could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers, and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this GU formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole GU formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 935. Surprising Gains. Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered, half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken, its fur limbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression, or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse here. Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon, he saw a second Desolate beast. This was an Earth Chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail, its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from Central Continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in Northern Plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood sacred elephants, and 3 of them. Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast Earth Chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had rank 7 GU immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Qin Baixing that involved the whole of Northern Plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare, they were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Ice Spike Divine Ape, White Hoof Ink Horse, 9 Palace Crane, Iron Crown Eagle, Dragonfish, Sharp Tusk Boar. Those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains Coiling Mountain Goat King, Southern Borders Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Central Continent's Diamond Bear, Eastern Seas Grand Smoke Sea Turtle, Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. Eh? This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruin but that Fang Yuan had seen back in Taichio. Half Moon Chalene. Fang Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living Half Moon Chalene. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be a remnant heavenly dog. Fang Yuan checked it over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a remnant heavenly dog personally, he had only read about its descriptions in records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast, I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the GU formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to deduce this huge GU formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space path GU formation. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems, his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the GU formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this GU formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials, this is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 GU immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly. Because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 GU immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 True Young Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 GU immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 Venerable, then this must be the work of a super-organization. This organization spans across all 5 regions. That is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was Treasure Yellow Heaven and GU Immortals could use it to trade, at this scale, Treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fang Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the GU formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fang Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct, because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every superforce had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp Central Continent and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions, while being hidden and mysterious. Eh? That place is? Fang Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the GU formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally, but now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds. There were no feathers. They were half transparent. They should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan gulp. An immemorial desolate beast aura. Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark golden glow. This light is that of Dao marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in Dao marks. Only with a Dao mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of Dao marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honey bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honey bees were a living being recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Each of these honey bees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant Great Sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are at just the right size. Fang Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings. But something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged. They did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 GU refinement immortal material. It could even give out Dao Mark light. Thus, more accurately speaking, this was quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Chapter 936. Multilayered GU Formation. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality. Even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material, it had so many Dao marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fang Yuan was not a Grandmaster in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine immortal GU was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of Dao marks. Man is the spirit of all beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. GU worms were the vessels of the great Dao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny GU worm contained Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating GU worms would result in many magical effects. The more Dao marks in a GU worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an immortal GU was to gather the Dao marks in countless mortal GU and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fang Yuan's immortal material had many Dao marks. In theory, it could be used to refine a rank 8 immortal GU. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 immortal GU. The Dao marks in a rank 8 immortal GU were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 immortal GU. Of course, this bee wing that resembles a tiger-striped honey bee mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I am trying to refine a metal path immortal GU, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine Star Thought immortal GU. Fang Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material, it would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I finally had some gains after entering this GU formation. Fang Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center, he was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake, this was another rank 8 immortal material. But the quality was slightly lower than the bee wing earlier, there was no light from Dao marks. Fang Yuan held it in his hands, the immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fang Yuan squeezed it, this immortal material was very soft, it could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud. Fang Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Is this? Fang Yuan felt excitement, he activated his GU worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fang Yuan's hands, it rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly, as the cloud danced in the air. Fang Yuan's body shook, he was overjoyed, as expected. This is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions, it was a mystical creature that only existed in White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline, instead it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in White Heaven. After having a phoenix's aura or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special, it was neither made of flesh and blood nor clouds. The Cloud Phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the Cloud Phoenix's true body, but the Cloud Path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 Immortal GU at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the Cloud Phoenix affirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the Purple Desert. He had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of GU paths, among which 3 materials had a lot of Star Path or Wisdom Path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining Star Thought Immortal GU. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could forget about Blazing Heaven Demoness and refine the GU himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of Star Thought Immortal GU would have to change as well. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the Light of Wisdom to easily do it. He was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpses' bodies. The GU Immortal who created this place, they actually use so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 Immortal GU? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path GU formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the GU Immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal GU. But it was a pity the GU refinement failed and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path GU formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the GU refinement immortal materials were destroyed, only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is, or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this GU formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 GU immortals would be moved. If old Ancestor Xuehu knew that Fang Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fang Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU, old Ancestor Xuehu was already going bankrupt trying to find the supplementary immortal materials, even though he had Ma Hongyun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful GU Immortal, or GU Immortal organization, was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sighed in the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried, how many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing. The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually, legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fang Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fang Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the GU formation as well. If it was not here, then Fang Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land, there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around. There were nothing. But under Fang Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the GU formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person! This is actually a multi-layered GU formation. Having such an incredible design, this must be the work of a formation path great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path GU formation, but what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path GU formation. Other than the space path GU formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive GU formations, some food path GU formations, and some phantom path GU formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread, it was even rarer today. Fang Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding GU worms. The food path supplementary GU formation here should be used to feed these GU worms. After all, a GU formation needs countless GU worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path GU formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the Great Explosion, the GU formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path GU formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fang Yuan. This is a phantom path GU formation. As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path GU formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal GU left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path GU formation to maintain their lives. Fang Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dong Fang Chang Fan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have recognized this GU formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire GU formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the GU formation. Maybe this is the reason why the GU formation survived the Great Explosion. Refinement path GU immortals with such attainment levels have their own refinement path GU formations, and also many supplementary GU formations on top of the refinement path GU formation. Using these GU formations, the refinement path GU worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path GU formation. It is known as the best formation for refinement path in Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this GU formation is also a multi-layered GU formation, using a total of 12 different GU formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some refinement path GU formations as well. But these GU formations were very superficial. After all, they had to do with his formation path attainment. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy, and even more limited time. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. Chapter 937. Life and Death Immortal Aperture. He was a rank 8 great expert, but he could not set up such a GU formation. To set up this GU formation, old Ancestor Shui, who personally went to ask the number 1 formation path GU immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu, for help. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path GU immortal. He had a firm personality and refused to cooperate. Old Ancestor Shui, who knew that he could not be forceful, he put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old Ancestor Shui, who talked about Lady Wan show at the final time, Sun Ming Lu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Ming Lu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old Ancestor Shui, who was setting up the refinement path GU formation for his beloved wife, their love touched him, therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains GU immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent GU Immortals. He set up a GU formation that prevented the Central Continent GU Immortals from advancing. Eventually, the GU formation was broken, and Sun Ming Lu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside the biography of Sun Ming Lu, the matter about old Ancestor Shui, whose invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction using this GU formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered GU formation that Sun Ming Lu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path GU immortal in Northern Plains. Then the GU Immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great Grandmaster. Or rather, they could even be a Supreme Grandmaster. Supreme Grandmaster? The attainment level above Great Grandmaster, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 Supreme Grandmasters in Refinement Path, Long-Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tien Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique. They had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food Path GU Formation, Phantom Path GU Formation, Metal Path GU Formation, Strength Path GU Formation. Fang Yuan's eye shined brightly, his gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the GU formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These GU formations were all near the brink of destruction. Mortal GU inside were barely alive. There was 0 immortal GU left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal GU. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path GU formations could not feed the immortal GU, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fang Yuan found a wisdom path GU formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path GU formation that he had discovered. The GU formation was so fragmented that Fang Yuan bore no hope. But he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this GU formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered GU formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path GU formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He mustered his strength and started to deduce this wisdom path GU formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path GU formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fang Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path Grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path GU formation and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate GU formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the GU formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this GU formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining GU here. I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked a yellow to add in this small GU formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This GU formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine GU, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal GU, among which 6 are rank 7 and 2 are rank 8. Every year, they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials. This is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete immortal GU recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining GU. I tried to complete the immortal GU recipe of Devour Soul Immortal GU, but in the end I refined an immortal GU with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a soul path immortal GU, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My GU refinement failed. 3 of my defensive GU formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path GU formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that unscrupulous merchant. He dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Aperture is really amazing. These days, Yellows arrived and repaired all of the GU formations. I can refine GU again. Purples came to inform me to be careful. Aperture has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant GU Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of accursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that soul path Immortal GU, so that Immortal Gu's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed, his state is so pitiful, he is only 1 step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed, it can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully: our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws, heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fang Yuan's heart shook, he showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with code names, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. I will call this organization 7 Rainbows for now. Fang Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the GU formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the GU formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. They were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded. Today, I found another revival method, but to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a GU Immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old Immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellows and a purples worked together and obtained an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Limitless Demon Venerable. His achievements in Rule Path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless Demon Venerable is correct. There is life in death, and death in life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process, it flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented. Actually, he was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. If this result is exposed, the entire GU immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fang Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light. His expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a GU immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has 2 layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the GU Immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary GU Immortal who are alive were filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to create losses to the GU Immortal. The latter was full of death energy and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear, the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture, and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. Any GU immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire GU immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos. Chapter 938. Successfully returning to the city. At a nook of the Yaksha Octopuses' cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade-green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fang Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the GU formation. He had used fixed immortal travel immortal GU. And this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Yaksha Octopuses' underground cave. He had set up many mortal GU here, forming a simple and crude GU formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very low, he could only use GU formations of this level. The GU formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal GU. When Fang Yuan appeared, this mortal GU formation immediately broke apart, some aura leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces. But soon, he heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Yaksha Octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Yaksha Octopuses are back already. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal GU aura before the Yaksha Octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Yaksha Octopuses felt the aura of the immortal GU and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The octopuses searched around and saw nothing, their uncertainty gradually vanished, they turned around and left. If they were GU immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fang Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Yaksha octopuses had retreated, while the Northern Plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth earthworm. Mouth earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey, it would definitely rage and fight with the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth earthworm is not their match, it does not have wisdom, it is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, it would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth earthworm to escape from the immortal zombie sites. Previously in Dark Flow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Yaksha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path Tao marks on the mouth earthworm, thus Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel immortal GU inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength, they could not do anything to this mouth earthworm for a period of time. Especially when the mouth earthworm did not want to fight, and was using all its efforts to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old Ancestor Shuehu with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu and force them to retreat. He had incredible battle strength. But to create the GU formation, he still needed to ask Sun Minglu 7 times. Even rank 9 Venerables were like this. In the history of GU Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine GU for them. There were all sorts of paths in GU cultivation. That meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy. Unless they had a lot of time, or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The Mouth Earthworm escaped, while the Northern Plains immortal zombies chased. The traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen: pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the Mouth Earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of Earth-trenched creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the Mouth Earthworm was going all out. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased, while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the Mouth Earthworm must have panicked and led the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good, the more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fang Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light, they were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xingslongzi died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we did our best. Assaulting the Mouth Earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the Earth Trench. I have never acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This Mouth Earthworm fell into the acid bog. It had completely dissolved. Xingslongzi was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xingslongzi was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yaksha, was silent. He had the highest status among these people. He was the leader. He held the biggest responsibility towards Xingslongzi's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Yaksha's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fang Yuan turned into Xingslongzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. Hey! At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xingslongzi! Dr. Yinxian called out, his gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He gave his explanation. Alas! When I was trapped inside the Mouth Earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me, and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my Immortal GU for an Immortal Killer move, sealing myself into Star Ice. This is my strongest defensive move. It was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback. I could not move at all, not just my body, but my thoughts as well, therefore I could not think. The Star Ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the Star Ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it. Dr. Yinxian realized. Xingslongzi must have fell out when we were chasing the Mouth Earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. So close, so close. Xingslongzi, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Yaksha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good. Do you still need to collect Star Knight mucus? Fang Yuan's face changed. He showed a hesitant expression, saying, forget it. I was unlucky now. Let's go back and rest first. We will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xing Slongzi's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well, thus everyone agreed to return to Darkflow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Knight mucus, that was a problem for later. A few days later. Darkflow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path GU formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fang Yuan's face, but now, his mind was elsewhere. Possible, this is totally possible. Fang Yuan said internally. He was using the GU formation to process the GU refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling GU worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant. Even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench, it had a dubious origin. Fang Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fang Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fang Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected, of Time Path, that was to use man as before Immortal GU with Time Anchor Immortal GU to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fang Yuan found the possession method from Dong Fang Chang Fan Soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fang Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fang Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique immortal ascension to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Jinhuang at the Refinement Path Convention. This method was even less plausible. It was suited for mortal GU masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. He would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either. He had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had Blood Skull GU, he already had Dao marks in his body. He could not use mortal GU to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jinhuang told Fang Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path, in combination with everlasting GU, he could achieve a permanent transformation. That was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting GU? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal GU, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 939. Dual 10 Extreme Physique Rank 9 Demon Venerable. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless GU immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of GU immortals obtain this method, from then on, the number of GU immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively and in unprecedented fashion. Because the life and death immortal aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of GU immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that of limited lifespan and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan, thus GU immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible. Ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. GU Immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of GU Immortals. During times of peace, most GU Immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life serve to remind GU Immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable and their power was not equal, instead the difficulty increased gradually. GU Immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter, resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal GU, immortal killer moves, immortal GU houses and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many Dao marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the GU Immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions, thus the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well: nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like Blazing Heaven Demoness who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for GU Immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. GU Immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, re-accumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the GU Immortal. The strength of many GU Immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed, their growth might even sometimes be stagnant, so how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless GU Immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Hu Immortal was a typical example. She had passed for earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity, she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat, that was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this. But in fact, very few GU Immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish, so what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a Woodpath GU Immortal who moved out all their Woodpath resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a Firepath calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many Firepath Dao marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the Woodpath GU Immortal brings back all the previously moved out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the Woodpath resources were kept in the Blessed Land and attracted a Woodpath tribulation, the immortal aperture's Woodpath Dao marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly: keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the GU Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a blood path calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yunsheng faced the calamity in his Immortal Aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the Immortal Aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death Immortal Aperture method. Although GU Immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head, they had to cultivate endlessly, and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress, only then could they continue to survive. But if they had a life and death Immortal Aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less, while there would be no drop in the number of Dao marks gained. This was enough to benefit the cycle for the GU Immortals cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, on top the original foundation, one can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just a living Immortal Aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. GU Immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead Immortal Aperture, the Immortal Aperture would continue to crumble, resources could not be accumulated quickly and there was no hope of progress, it was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death Immortal Aperture created a cycle that allowed the GU Immortals' strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole GU Immortal world. The entire world would be revolutionized, the history of GU Masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contained such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method, it was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation of limitless demon Venerable's concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat, in the context of Earth's history, was like the invention of steam engine, electricity and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional GU master cultivation methods were passed down from Renzu's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death Immortal Aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein, which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other GU Immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time, even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy. It might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead Immortal Apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fang Yuan's own soul was from Earth. He had an open mind. The authority of the traditional way of GU cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continue to progress over time, history continues to be written. GU cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science, it continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors. Using their foundations, they are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert immortal zombie who invented the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method, they had stood on old immortal Kong Ju's shoulders. They used limitless demon Venerable's accomplishments in rule path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course and the result would also be ideal for him. But he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fang Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every GU cultivation path into different revival methods, different GU worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path. He needed a large amount of exert strength GU, countless disappointment GU, and many other types of supplementary GU worms to finally create a multi-layered GU formation. Fang Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, Hope GU was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment GU and exert strength GU. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts stood as opposites to each other, but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fang Yuan planned inwardly, disappointment GU and exert strength GU are merely mortal GU, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding GU recipes here. I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. Except that the life and death immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated. Using just the remaining dead immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fang Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his immortal aperture was not high in the first place. Its size was 3,500 square kilometers and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum. It can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence and have plentiful resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death immortal aperture revival method which excited Fang Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path immortal zombies' corpses as immortal materials and refine them in a GU formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death immortal aperture created. His low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate and the Dao marks in the aperture would stay in the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies were rich with Dao marks and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this, old Ancestor Shuehu would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment, it was clearly recorded. If one could obtain a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lu Lan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed land has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers. Every year, the amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beads. The rate of time is even faster, thus precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength true martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death immortal aperture method was an excellent method to raise a GU immortal's aptitude. The 10 extreme physiques. They had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently, they might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of GU immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 supreme venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 GU immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank, but they did not have the potential to grow and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fang Yuan. There was only one reason for that: he possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And a life and death immortal aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times, there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history? I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique. Dual 10 extreme physique. And with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, where can I find one? HMPH. Right now, there is only one optimal target, He Lulan. At that instant, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court blessed land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience, for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Ruthless. Callous. Chapter 940. Fang Yuan's plans. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fang Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fang Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing, the advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength true martial physique that cultivated to GU immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fang Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lulan was his easiest target, and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lu Lan herself was a formidable person. She had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply. She could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone. She had the rank 7 fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship. They would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fang Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by all the GU immortals in the world. The allure of giant sun immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy GU immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan, oh He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fang Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal GU while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by, he was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since He Lu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, he took action to once again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Night Mucus. After that, he used the Star Night Mucus to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past. She later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal GU. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fang Yuan. Earlier, she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dongfang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information Path specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. She was skilled at making locks. She was certain to be good at opening them. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan, even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching, thus this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea. He was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get He Lu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fang Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket. He would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fang Yuan had been asking for Information Path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fang Yuan. He had developed too rapidly. It already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fang Yuan had little understanding in regards to Information Path. With such low attainment, it was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fang Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in Information Path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's base. Blazing Heaven Demoness tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the Immortal zombies to attack the demonic path GU Immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic path GU Immortals had low luck to begin with. It was hard to collect immortal materials, but now with the Immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems. Their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Shwehu was helpless. The reason was simple: even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with old Ancestor Shwehu's battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that. She made use of old Ancestor Shwehu's weakness. This made old Ancestor Shwehu's life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending GU Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wan Shou was skilled in Refinement Path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path. They both did not have high battle strength. If old Ancestor Shwehu went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughing stock in Northern Plains. Especially that Blazing Heaven Demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 Heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shwehu had to guard against her. Thus, even though old Ancestor Shwehu had incredible battle strength, against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness experience scheming made old Ancestor Shwehu suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU. The Fang Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were working non-stop. The number of Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet. He kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought Immortal GU. Every month, Fang Yuan's profits were used for refining GU worms, feeding Immortal GU, as well as developing Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering Star Form Land Spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate Star Fragment Grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts GU. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lulan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance, she had Fairy Li Shan's help. If she wanted to breach the contract, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent GU Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent GU Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path GU formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead Aperture, Moving Perspective Cup GU activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of Cheng. Cheng was the father of He Lulan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fang Yuan to come along and kill Cheng. Cheng's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the Super Force, tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle, and by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, Cheng sacrificed the rank 6 Immortal GU House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in tribe, it was also their trump card, he actually lost it. Even though Cheng had great authority, in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The Immortal GU House Dark Prison was not his, the core Immortal GU that made up the Immortal GU House came from the 4 Supreme Elders of tribe. After the Central Continent GU Immortals divided up Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal GU back to their sects. One of the Immortal GU had already been forcefully refined by a Central Continent GU Immortal. Thus, the tribe Supreme Elders learned about it. Cheng had committed a huge mistake, he needed to be punished. Cheng did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in Shadow Sect's activities, he had made an agreement with them. He could not expose any details regarding Shadow Sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. Cheng could not explain the matter to his tribe, he could only escape. Tribe was unwilling to let him go. The Immortal GU House was extremely important, it affected their deterrence capability and strength, it had to be taken back. And Cheng was the clue. Thus, Tribe sent GU Immortals to capture Cheng. After both sides fought several times, Cheng narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and Lulan discussed it, they felt that now was the best time to take revenge, after Cheng had been abandoned by his tribe. They needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a GU Immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fang Yuan also had his own motives. This was a good opportunity. Lulan had been staying hidden all this time, only during a chaotic battle could Fang Yuan find a chance to take action. Chapter 941. Third Battle with Cheng. A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass, like a flying snake. A moment later, the shadow vanished with a soft sound, and the flying stopped. Cheng crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing right beside him. Cheng breathed roughly, he was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds, some were deep until bones could be seen, some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but Cheng was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from tribe. If tribe was not trying to capture Cheng alive, with his current ability, there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits, Cheng felt grim internally, he gritted his teeth and tried to get up, seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally, he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition, but now his face was pale and his lips were green, his body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, Cheng's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body, like a venomous snake that felt threatened. Who is it? Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light, he shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted, a large pathway was created. Lulan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. It is you. Cheng was shocked, he tried to stand up but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely, he managed to regain his balance but he was half squatting with tightened muscles, his expression was ruthless but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the tribe GU Immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of Lulan, Cheng would be dead meat, his fate would be unthinkably miserable. Cheng, to think that you would end up like this. Lulan walked towards him, her body was straight like a spear, across a small river, she looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable. Who would have thought that Cheng would end up in such a state? Lulan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. "Don't look at me with that gaze." Cheng screamed. He struggled to get up. He could accept Lu Lan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. "I, the great Cheng, do not need anyone's pity." Whoosh! A strong wind blew. The dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream, as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. "Nice wind, nice scenery. This nameless location is a good place for you to die, Cheng." Cheng sneered. He could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs. Isn't there someone else? "Why are you not coming out?" Fang Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby. He did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear Cheng's words. "You, a tiger? You are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog, prepare to lose your life." Lu Lan no longer concealed the anger inside her. She took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created from her punch burst out. Fang Yuan's mood was stirred. He felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique strength path Dao marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on Cheng, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, Cheng would die on the spot. Escape! Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless GU worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. Lu Lan's punch missed. She quickly chased him. But Cheng was very fast. In a few breaths of time, Lu Lan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though Cheng lost the Immortal GU House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal GU Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise Cheng's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal GU as the core. Right now, the dark snake that Cheng had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan took action. The surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. Cheng's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking Cheng. Fang Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xingstrongzi to Lu Lan or Fairy Li Shan. Right now he was using his strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, Cheng accidentally went towards one of them, and was stalled by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, Lu Lan was still a distance from Cheng. Seeing that Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan transmitted to Fang Yuan anxiously, "Quickly stop him." Fang Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid but wings on his back to fly towards Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. She could tell, with Fang Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct Cheng. In truth, Fang Yuan was not planning to stop Cheng either. Earlier, he had fought with Cheng, but times were different now. Cheng was Lu Lan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he would be able to use Cheng in order to scheme against Lu Lan. Fang Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture Lu Lan. But after seeing Cheng's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to 0. If it were possible, Fang Yuan would rather let Cheng go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. Cheng got rid of the obstacles. He gave Fang Yuan a look as he sneered, "You finally came out. It is a pity you cannot catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant Iron Crown Eagle Phantom appeared behind Fang Yuan. His Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. As Fang Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and Cheng. Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to slow down. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, it was still a rank 5 Mortal GU now. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was obtained from an Immortal GU. It could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use time assist luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that Cheng would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fang Yuan sighed. His body was like an eagle, pouncing at Cheng. Cheng was slippery as a snake. He moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fang Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Li Shan and Lulan were no longer anxious, they were excited. With Fang Yuan's interference, Cheng could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and Lulan got close to them. Eventually, the three of them encircled Cheng. Cheng's expression was dark and ominous. He screamed with messy hair all over his face, "You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed." An intense battle erupted. Rumble. Thunderous sounds exploded, darkness shot out, flowers were flying, strength chi rampaged, the soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, Cheng was heavily suppressed. Fang Yuan's group held the advantage. It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength. That is the limit. If I hold back any more, Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would realize it. They would be suspicious towards me and lose trust. Seeing that this excellent pawn in Cheng was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought against Cheng 3 times. Fang Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But Cheng's condition was too terrible. He had experienced the 100 days battle and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with tribe's GU immortals. Thus at this moment, under the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, Cheng suffered another severe injury. He spat out blood and was about to lose. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at Cheng imposingly. Fang Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time. It grabbed Cheng before anyone could react. Green City Rampage. Cheng could not move. He screamed while being captured. Lulan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Solar. The fact that tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains GU Immortal World. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of the Super Force tribe had arrived together. "We of tribe will deal with our own tribe members. How can we allow you to kill him casually? Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Surrender now." At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead, towards Lulan. At that moment, Lulan was unable to move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With an intense collision, Strength Path Giant Hand collided with the green hand, and the Strength Path Giant Hand disintegrated immediately. Pitiful trick! The green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a fire bird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. Boom! With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 Supreme Elders of tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird. This was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was widely known among GU immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demoness here? Be it the Hay Tribe GU immortals or Fang Yuan, they were asking the same question. Chapter 942. Little Aunt, Elder Aunt. Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted loudly, "Hey tribe elders, this ancient battle formation green city rampage of yours is so incomplete, you have the face to use it. 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time, you came here together. Who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp?" The green giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demoness. An elderly voice came out of the green giant's body, "Blazing Heaven Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation green city rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. Hey Lu Lan and Hey Cheng are members of Hey Tribe. This is an internal family matter of ours. As an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities. Do be careful." Immediately after, another voice said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, aren't you going to deal with old Ancestor Shue Hu? Why are you here to join in the chaos?" "Join in the chaos? Ha 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 ha." Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fairy Li Shan spoke at this moment. She continued, "Old Ancestor Shue Hu's matter is none of your concern, elders of Hay Tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter." "What do you mean?" Inside the green giant's body, the 4 elders of Hay Tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. "Big sister!" Fairy Li Shan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped laughed. Her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the green giant. On the green giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire green giant. Soon, the hill-like green giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move. Fire prison. In the burning flames, the green giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the green giant were shocked. "When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense. Even our green city rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used. We cannot defend against it." But the 4 elders had rich battle experience. They were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the green giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the green giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of 2 or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness first used Angry Bird to attack the green giant. She next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the 4 elders of Hay Tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to Dao marks. Immortal killer moves used Immortal GU as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary Dao marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the green giant's chest, temporary Firepath Dao marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Firepath Dao marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the green giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Firepath attainment level has already reached such a level. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking. Firepath Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary GU immortals could reach. Roar! The green giant roared loudly, large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated. But they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield immortal killer move, Orchard Garden in Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise, the terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the two sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising, a chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Li Shan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison, blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card, seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me it is because of Minuscule Mountain. Fang Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Li Shan's Orchard Garden in Mountain is like myriad star fireflies. It has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, Dao marks in the GU Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Li Shan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique. A forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. The mountain itself had a large number of Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The Dao marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden in Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fang Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 GU immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan used Orchard Garden in Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level green giant, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The green giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Li Shan had stopped her activation. She no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden in Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly, countless pear trees grew, the branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed. They floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the green giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 He tribe elders was skilled in transformation path. Thus, the green giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal GU house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the GU immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were called onto the legs of the green giant. HMPH. The green giant snorted. The color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path, dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom! An intense explosion resounded. It could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red translucent shock wave burst out of the green giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. Boom! 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 With 3 shock waves emitted by the green giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds, the earth trembled, countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. Hei Lu Lan was seemingly unaware of this, her eyes were staring at one of the green giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, Hei Cheng, was held inside. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, Hei Lu Lan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill Hei Cheng, but at the same time, they were targeting Fang Yuan. I was scheming against Hei Lu Lan, but to think they would move against me first. Fang Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fang Yuan snorted internally, he turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path GU Immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fang Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xingslongzi has already been exposed. Hei Lu Lan is astute, since she knows I have Star Path Cultivation, she would also know that I have already obtained Star Form Blessed Land. Hei Lu Lan called Fairy Li Shan Little Aunt. I thought this was just an affectionate term, for example, Little Brother. To think that with a little aunt, she also had an elder aunt. And to think that Hei Lu Lan's elder aunt was such a formidable person. Chapter 943. Afraid of Death. Fang Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against Hei Lu Lan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique, he needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fang Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move, he could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was extremely pitiful in comparison, it was despair-inducing. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal GU, with his bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 GU immortal. Even a rank 7 GU immortal could not match a rank 8 GU immortal. Feng Ju GE was an exception, in the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The other party was simply too powerful, Fang Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu Lan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path GU Immortal, this agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my true identity, why did she help me in refining Star Thought Immortal GU? This means that they are not going after my life, they have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fang Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fang Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden in Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's, its entire body became slimmer and longer, its arms and legs turned into sharp 5-fingered claws. Whoosh! Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly, it jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled, a huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines, but the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of Hay tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. This is? The 4 elders of Hay tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky, the strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually, the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl, resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of Hay tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything, anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden in Mountain. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily in Wood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden in Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just Wood Path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of Earth Path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Li Shan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden in Mountain that was based on her own strength, the green giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, there were 4 rank 7 GU immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against a rank 8 when unified. The green giant could not break out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The green giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air. The sound was so loud eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly, its wings flapped, it was extremely fast, it drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the green giant's arm and vanishing completely. The green giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense. Merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal, rapidly mending. But Blazing Heaven Demoness attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air. She slowly pointed her arm towards the green giant that was below her. Her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix. They were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. Whoosh! 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 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge wind started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The green giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of Hay tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The green giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the GU formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless GU worm flew out rapidly towards the green giant. Cheng, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint. He quickly fell. The green giant tried to grab him, but blazing heaven Demoness stopped it. Cheng tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside Orchard Garden in Mountain. Almost immediately, countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Li Shan. Let him go! The 4 elders of He tribe flew into a rage. Countless Dark Ember killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the green giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of He tribe's first Supreme Elder, 9 Dragon Body Protection. It could both attack and defend. Under the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer. The green giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden in Mountain to trap it until now. Go! Blazing heaven Demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and He Cheng. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing heaven Demoness speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden in Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The green giant successfully flew into the air. It roared and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing heaven Demoness movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of He tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of He tribe had to chase her. He Cheng had been the representative of the 4 supreme elders. He had settled He tribe's affairs for so many years. He knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their own GU Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of He tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop blazing heaven Demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other super forces, or even any of the righteous path or demonic path forces. He tribe's Immortal GU House Dark Prison was lost, and He Cheng got captured. He tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With He tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding onto in northern plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of blazing heaven Demoness. But just as the green giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the 4 elders of He tribe. What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly and most of our resources were stolen. We have suffered great losses. The He tribe GU Immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful. They have undeniable rank 8 aura. The 4 elders of He tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s including blazing heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our base cannot be lost. The defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into blazing heaven Demoness scheme. Go! We have to go back and defend it. The green giant roared loudly, both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The green giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield which was completely in ruins. He tribe did not pursue us. We are safe now. Blazing heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fang Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Li Shan, "So you are all family, you have truly kept me in the dark." The same goes for you. Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fang Yuan obtained star form Blessed Land and disguised himself as Xingstrong Zi. Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate, I am willing to serve you faithfully, it will be better for you if you keep me alive. Cheng struggled to get up, his face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else, but Cheng alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of Cheng's expectations. Fairy Li Shan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at Cheng and scolded, "Dog thief, my little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you, you even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." Cheng directly knelt on the ground, he raised his head and begged, "I am willing to be your dog or horse, I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of tribe. Including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 ancestor Fan. Didn't Suzanne get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know, I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Li Shan was completely unmoved. As Cheng turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Susanna, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding, this is all just a misunderstanding. Tribe was a super force, they have an inheritance from long ago, their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when Fan was the one in power, Tribe had a rank 8 GU Immortal, they were one of the stronger super forces in Northern Plains. But his lifespan was limited, after Fan died, Tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. This was normal in the world of GU Immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides, if one falls, another rises. Cheng continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive. Facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, and Lulan who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him, he could not threaten them using Tribe itself. Thankfully, Fan had an inheritance, and Tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 GU Immortal was extremely attractive to any GU Immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered, she looked at Lulan and spoke with a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not, only Little Lan can decide. Little Lan, go ahead, I have already restricted Cheng, he is now as fragile as a mortal. Little Lan, listen to me." Cheng knelt on the ground, he rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards Lulan in a frenzy. "You are my daughter, I am your father. You have the blood of Tribe flowing in you, you have a huge advantage in inheriting Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit Fan's inheritance. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques, you were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect your life, that is an undeniable fact." Lulan looked at Cheng, seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked Cheng away ruthlessly. "I will only ask you one question." Lulan's expression was cold as ice. "Ask, please ask. I will tell you everything that I know." Cheng could almost see a chance of survival. Lulan breathed in deeply, her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. "Mother loved you so much, she trusted you completely, actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life?" Cheng was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground, and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, Cheng's messy and muddy hair was blown up, his eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Susanna surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking, before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me, but I was afraid of dying. I was afraid of dying. Sob, sob, sob. After answering her question, Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotting prawn. His body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair, his body was covered in blood. His handsome face and former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. Lu Lan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing, and Cheng's continuous soft weeping. Cheng's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 Venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew, from ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of Lu Lan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Suxiana, the mother of Lu Lan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Suxiana died, she had given Lu Lan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that Lu Lan could activate immortal GU while she was still immortal. Little sister. Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing heaven Demoness' eyes were turning red, she showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. Lu Lan lowered her head, she looked at Cheng calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Suxiana's figure floated towards Lu Lan, she stretched out her hand behind Lu Lan, hugging her beloved daughter as she consoled her gently. Let him go, you see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret. Is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life, he lives in terror, he lives in guilt, he is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear. Even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go, that is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lan, do not live in a world of hatred, do not live in the past, you need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father, it is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. Lu Lan said as she walked towards Cheng. Suddenly, she raised her leg. And she stomped. Like what blazing heaven Demoness had said, Cheng was currently as fragile as a mortal. So under Lu Lan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst, blood matter, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty Cheng, a rank 7 GU immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Suxiana's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that Lu Lan turned around, facing her. There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way. I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? HMPH, I am not so fragile. Little Lan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding Lu Lan's hand with much worry. Little Lan? Blazing heaven Demoness muttered softly. She wanted to take a step towards Lu Lan, but she did not do so eventually. So it's like this, I think I understand now. Fang Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Chapter 944. The greatest fear is fear itself. Mountains stood tall, fog was thick. In a deep area of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jinhuang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree. She quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the central continent GU immortals who were sent to investigate northern plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Ju Ji. From Feng Jinhuang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region. It was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jinhuang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate. Her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words. They attacked Feng Jinhuang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jinhuang had never seen someone die. But when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her. She only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jinhuang silently, out of thin air. "Daughter." She heard a familiar voice. Feng Jinhuang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy by Cheng. "Mother!" Feng Jinhuang could not hold it in anymore. She went into Fairy by Cheng's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy by Cheng consoled her for a long time before Feng Jinhuang stopped crying. "Mother, father is so powerful. He must be all right now, am I right?" Feng Jinhuang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy by Cheng did not directly console her in this matter. She shook her head. "Even the invincible rank 9 GU immortals die one day, not to mention your father. Peer player must die eventually. Huanga, stop crying, let mother tell you a story." This was a story in the legends of Ren Zhu. Legend says that Ren Zhu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Feathermen to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom. They did not want to be restricted. Ren Zhu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Ren Zhu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son, I have a method." Ren Zhu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death, and left a trace behind when searching for fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death, and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road that would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring Verdant Great Son onto the path that you walked on, and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, Verdant Great Son, will be able to escape death and revive." Ren Zhu heard the method of Self-Gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by Self-Gu to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son. Ren Zhu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked, one day, he met with a Beastman. This Beastman was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks. The fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer, don't come here. I am afraid." Ren Zhu was very curious. He asked, "O Beastman, what are you afraid of?" The Beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Ren Zhu felt that this was funny. "Oh Beastman, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a Gu worm came out of the Beastman's heart. It laughed at Ren Zhu. "O human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, fear Gu. He 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 he. Fear Gu." Ren Zhu took a step back. His expression changed. Once fear Gu appeared, fear started to well up in Ren Zhu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the Beastman, "I will let you off now, little Beastman, you pitiful worm." The Beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dared to look down on me, Fear Gu, now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Fear Gu flew into Renzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Renzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Renzu screamed in horror. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Gu also made Renzu afraid of tree leaves, thus Renzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Gu made Renzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Renzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Gu, he could not move much. He could not make any progress. When Fear Gu understood Renzu's motive, it made Renzu scared of death. Renzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death. Because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Renzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Self Gu sighed, "Oh human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Fairy Bai Ching spoke this story as Feng Jin Huang was silent in her arms. Fairy Bai Ching looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, "Huanga, no matter what, you have to become stronger and face death head-on. Death is not scary. Everybody dies. Not even a rank 9 Venerable is spared from it. Your father might be dead or alive. But one day, I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Jin Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Bai Ching, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart. No matter how father is right now, I will not be fearful. I will face it directly, and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jin Huang. How can I make father and mother lose face?" He, you are really a good child." Fairy Bai Ching concealed the worry in her eyes. Her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Juji's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Juji, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Juji was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Bai Ching also was not having an easy time. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Juji's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Juji was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Bai Ching had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Bai Ching. Fairy Bai Ching loved Feng Juji deeply. She wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him. But she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Juji was so powerful, but he still went missing. She could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jin Huang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Ching's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. Cheng's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from Lulan's hands. Lulan killed Cheng and stomped on her father's head, but it was not enough. Now, Cheng's soul had also been captured. He was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by Lulan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an Immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at Cheng's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding onto a pearl. This is Cheng's Immortal Aperture. I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lan, take it. It can only last for 7 days and 7 nights. Once the time limit is up, my Immortal killer move will stop and the Immortal Aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the GU worms in the Immortal Aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into Lulan's hands. Lulan received it silently. Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed, "Don't look at me with such expressions. This method of taking an Immortal Aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of Immortal Kong Ju in Eastern Sea. I learned his method of retrieving apertures, and created this Fire Path Immortal killer move." Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare Great Grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation. Her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. "Alright, now, we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan." Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Chapter 945. Ceasefire. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No need to rush, I am still waiting for someone." "Oh? Who is it?" Fairy Li Shan asked in surprise. "It is me." A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability. If he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. "Old Ancestor Xuehu." Lulan growled out. Leader? Fairy Li Shan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic, his snow-white beard was very thick, it extended to his toes. Right now, all of his aura was concealed, not a trace of his might was felt, he looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness. Because he was the #1 demonic path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, in control of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest Rank 8 GU Immortal, Old Ancestor Xuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Xuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. "Xuehu, how was your harvest just now?" Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded, replying slowly, "Even though Tribe has gotten weaker over the years, it is still a super force, it has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle Blessed Land gave me great gains." As it turned out, the 4 elders of Tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after Cheng, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more GU refinement materials, Old Ancestor Xuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land and looted it. When the 4 elders of Tribe returned, he had already left with the profits. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Xuehu teamed up together to deal with Tribe. Fang Yuan squinted, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask Old Ancestor Xuehu to take action, the 4 elders of Tribe would not have left. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old Ancestor Xuehu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at Old Ancestor Xuehu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for GU refinement. even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other Immortal Zombies. Even though I use several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you. Old Ancestor Shwehu waved his hand. Dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground. One of them was still sleeping. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Old Ancestor Shwehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie with a regretful gaze. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Zombie had some immortal GU. But these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal GU. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If old Ancestor Shwehu did something overboard, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie would start self-detonating, and the immortal GU in his Immortal Aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously, "Old Ancestor Shwehu, you truly keep your words, then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain, our battle will cease." Old Ancestor Shwehu's eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased tremendously. But the Time Path injury still plagues you. Now that the 4 elders of Hay Tribe are back in Iron Eagle Blessed Land, after this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain Hay Fan's Time Path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land in the future, I can lend a hand." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. "Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again." Old Ancestor Shwehu nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, old Ancestor Shwehu had not taken a glance at Hay Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shwehu had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want, that was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shwehu was known as the strongest GU immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the #1 expert entirely. But Fang Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern in reality. Only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. GU immortals were humans too, they looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for GU immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no GU immortals would do that. All GU immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the GU immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get, with greater difficulty in surviving. Hope was bleak. People like old Ancestor Shwehu and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 GU immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang fought against old Ancestor Shwehu, but did they use all of their trump cards and full strength? No. Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, old Ancestor Shwehu displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. Because if they continued, the fight would escalate, and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it old Ancestor Shwehu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now, both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old Ancestor Shwehu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other Immortal Zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of Hay Tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the Superforce Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that Hay Tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the four elders of Hay Tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it GU immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent. The only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak. This was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that old ancestor Shui who had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan at long last. "Now, we need to have a chat, Fang Yuan." She smiled lightly. She called him Fang Yuan instead of Xing Strongzi. Subconsciously, the pressure Fang Yuan felt internally intensified. But Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "What do you have to say? I am listening." Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had planned secretly for a long time to set up this situation. Not only did they want He Lulan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Cheng, they also schemed against Hay Tribe and settle the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fang Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan felt indifferent toward such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone, "Fang Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today." "So what?" Fang Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. "It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, would fear death?" The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan's relationship was exposed, Fang Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xing Strongzi, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal GU? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these three seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fang Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness' frown became tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fang Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength Immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits. Back then when she could not obtain the fragment world of the Immemorial 9 Heavens, she directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fang Yuan being just like that and destroying Self-Strength Immortal GU. Self-Strength Immortal GU was already refined by Fang Yuan. He could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal GU were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation, using a great deal of effort. Chapter 946. Past Grudges and Hatred. Blazing Heaven Demoness suffered from time path injuries, thus she had placed hope in He Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su tribe, changed her third sister's name to Suziana and intentionally made her approach He Cheng to enter He tribe. He Cheng and Suziana were both in love with each other, becoming a GU immortal couple, and Suziana's night elopement thus became a famous story. Suziana did not forget her task and tried to find out information of He Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. He tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Suziana, however, was truly in love with He Cheng, so she did not leave He tribe. Afterwards, He Cheng secretly killed Suziana and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily, and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in He Lu Lan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped He Lu Lan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Li Shan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xingslong Zi's identity and began to scheme. Because Fang Yuan just happened to need Star Thought Immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fang Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to He Lu Lan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to He Lu Lan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through He Lu Lan's perspective and thought of ways to support her. What was most important to He Lu Lan? Without doubt, it was self-strength immortal GU. First of all, He Lu Lan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. Self-strength immortal GU was a strength path immortal GU and was perfect for He Lu Lan. Second, self-strength immortal GU was an inheritance given to He Lu Lan by Suziana. As far as He Lu Lan was concerned, it was not just a rank 6 immortal GU, it was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength immortal GU back for He Lu Lan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fang Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fang Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fang Yuan was very proficient in scheming, on the other hand, Fang Yuan could take life-threatening risks and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come, it is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fang Yuan refine an immortal GU and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fang Yuan with immortal materials, but Fang Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal GU, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal GU but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one immortal GU from Fang Yuan as compensation. Any one immortal GU was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength Immortal GU that Fang Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly, "Right, I want self-strength Immortal GU. Return the Immortal GU to Little Lan, it was hers after all." If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not forcibly take Immortal GU. The Immortal GU was already refined by Fang Yuan, and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old Ancestor Xuehu, who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious Immortal GU inside the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Unless they were a Wisdom Path GU Immortal who suppressed Fang Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in Theft Path. Theft Path was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His signature Immortal Killer move Formless Hand was feared by countless GU Immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan did not have Wisdom Path methods, and Theft Path was not a mainstream path, despite it being created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Besides him, other cultivators of Theft Path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the Immortal GU from Fang Yuan's Aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not very justifiable. Fang Yuan had obtained self-strength Immortal GU fair and square. If he had not saved Hei Lulan, she would have already lost her life in the Dream Realm. It could be said that Fang Yuan was Hei Lulan's benefactor. However, Fang Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fang Yuan helped Hei Lulan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength Immortal GU. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an Information Path GU Immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dongfang Tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, Immortal GU are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie that fell into old Ancestor Xuehu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Hei Lulan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yun Sheng. But who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fang Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 GU Immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old Ancestor Xuehu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fang Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fang Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged, "Fang Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them, we can talk." Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, "Those GU refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, did you tamper with them?" Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, "Of course." She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fang Yuan frowned. "Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined GU, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss?" Blazing Heaven Demoness replied, "That is because your fire path attainment has not reached Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used, and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the GU refinement." Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued, "I can return self-strength immortal GU, but I have some conditions." Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise, and clapped, "Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak, what are your requests?" "First of all, I want to form a new agreement." This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information path GU immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fang Yuan could escape safely. This is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, "Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength immortal GU, this won't be a problem." Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly, "I want to leave Zombie Alliance, and get rid of the alliance agreement with them." "Okay. Finally, I want Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible." Fang Yuan's eye shined brightly. Chapter 947. Nirvana Fire. If he could not obtain a super-grade blessed land, a high-grade blessed land was still very good. To achieve that, Fang Yuan needed a large number of ordinary Strength Path Immortal Zombie bodies. And in Northern Plains, who else could obtain more immortal zombie bodies than Blazing Heaven Demoness? Of course, Fang Yuan gave a valid-sounding excuse, "If I give self-strength immortal GU to you, I will not have a useful Strength Path Immortal GU with me. I need to refine a Strength Path Immortal GU to replace it. The Immortal GU recipe that I have needs a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies." This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not reject him either. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. If she agreed, she would have to pay a huge price. Earlier, old Ancestor Shui who handed over some immortal zombies, a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombies were among them. But if she gave them to Fang Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly diminished. Immortal zombies were very particular about preserving their corpses after dying. This was the last bit of pride they had. Old Ancestor Shui who targeted the immortal zombie graveyard, that caused Zombie Alliance to mobilize their forces to deal with this rank 8 expert, going into a state of frenzy disregarding the cost. That was because immortal zombie bodies were the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. Anyone who targets them will face the vengeance of Zombie Alliance. Old Ancestor Shui who understood this as well. After the matter was exposed, even though he obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, he kept many of them without using them, leaving behind a way to settle the situation. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought, "I can give the Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter can be blamed on old Ancestor Shui who, nobody will suspect me." But the problem is, Fang Yuan wants to use immortal zombie bodies to refine immortal GU. Immortal GU were hard to refine, it was normal to fail. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head. She said to Fang Yuan, if you keep failing in your refinement, would I have to provide you immortal zombie bodies unceasingly? That is impossible. As the leader of the Zombie Alliance branch, I am stealing from the inside. If I get exposed, the consequences are severe. How about this? You can give me a number. If it is reasonable, I will consider it. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected him. The number was too large, it was too risky for even her to obtain this many strength path immortal zombie bodies. Next, both sides negotiated and eventually reached a consensus. Fang Yuan obtained a number of strength path immortal zombies that greatly exceeded the requirements for a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he pretended to be dissatisfied. This is only enough for me to do 3 attempts at GU refinement. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I urge you not to get an inch and ask for a mile. Fang Yuan chuckled. He looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan slightly awkward. She was not as shameless as Blazing Heaven Demoness. Talking more is pointless, we can form the new agreement now. Once the agreement is created, I will return self-strength immortal GU to you. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you stated your conditions, now, it is my turn. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly internally. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was not so easy to deal with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan extremely surprised. I am willing to fund you to refine Star Thought Immortal GU. I will not do anything to the immortal materials this time. Fang Yuan heard this and did not feel joy. He squinted as he went into high alert. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant state, Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. She said, Fang Yuan, I know that you have been looking for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie state. Look at this. Saying so, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to burn in raging flames. Orange-yellow flames covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, it was filled with life force and could give observers a feeling of warmth and hope. It seemed harmless, but Fang Yuan took a few steps back vigilantly. Next, his eyes opened wide as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the burning flames, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to change. First, her 5-meter-tall zombie body shrunk rapidly, returning to a normal person's height. Next, her skin, which was rough and dark like tree bark, vanished in the flames. White and tender skin appeared on her, like a freshly peeled egg. Next, her immortal zombie hair, which looked like messy red wheat stalks, turned long and slim. The red color was vibrant and warm. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire figure went through a complete transformation. From a scary giant zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. She had tender skin, sharp features, her gaze was energetic, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was busty, it could barely be contained, her legs were slim and long, yet they were also not thin. Most strikingly, her hair extended to waist length, it was burning red, giving off a dreamlike feeling, vibrant and overflowing with colors. In this wondrous flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness had performed an amazing display in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her entire aura also became stronger. Like a gently burning flame, becoming larger and giving off loud noises, other than giving people a sense of liveliness, her aura was also more overbearing. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face became more rosy, but Fairy Li Shan showed worry on her face. Big sister, be careful of your injury. Blazing Heaven Demoness understood this, of course. The price she paid for this was not small, but seeing Fang Yuan's shining eyes and intense desire, she felt that it was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flame on her body and used GU worms, turning her body taller and transforming from a beauty into a monster, becoming an immortal zombie again. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, I have a time path injury on my body that causes my aging to accelerate hundreds of times. Without any choice, I had to become an immortal zombie. But you saw earlier that I can revive easily, changing between the immortal zombie and living GU immortal states. This is because of the immortal killer move that I used earlier, Nirvana Fire. Nirvana Fire. Fang Yuan felt some hope internally. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had the best revival method there was. But hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Fang Yuan still was greatly excited. Using the Life and Death Immortal Aperture revival method, I will turn into an ordinary GU immortal completely. My remaining lifespan will decrease accordingly. I cannot use Wisdom GU after that, since my lifespan would be consumed rapidly under the light of wisdom. Furthermore, each Immortal Aperture can only use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture revival method once, it cannot be repeated. If I can obtain this revival method and interchange between the states of Immortal Zombie and Living GU Immortal, that would be excellent. I would be able to use Wisdom GU more optimally. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed his expression, seeing that Fang Yuan was interested, she added chips to her side of the bargain. She took out a mortal GU, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it were an ordinary mortal GU, Fang Yuan would not take even a glance at it. But Fang Yuan could not look away from this mortal GU that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out. The reason was simple, this mortal GU was so valuable even rank 9 Venerables looked for it painstakingly. This was a lifespan GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Fang Yuan, I know that you have little lifespan left, this lifespan GU can give you 60 years of life, after you change back, you will not be old." Fang Yuan sighed to himself deeply. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave 3 conditions. The first was to help Fang Yuan refine Star Thought Immortal GU, and she promised that she would not tamper with the materials. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this revival method allowed Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie freely and use Wisdom GU fully. The third was a 60-year lifespan GU, it was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been looking for. Rather than saying these 3 requests were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were more like bait that she was laying out in front of Fang Yuan. Facing such huge temptation, Fang Yuan felt excited, at the same time, his mood was heavy. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this for a reason. Thus, he cupped his fists at Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying seriously, "I cannot reject Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions. Please continue stating them." Fang Yuan could not reject her, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan understood the situation he was in, she was very pleased and finally stated her true objectives. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true conditions. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. Second, she wanted to enter into the Guts GU business and become the largest buyer in the Guts GU trades. Third, and the most important of them, she wanted Tai Bai Yunsheng to cooperate with her using Man as before and Landscape as before, to try and heal the time path injury that she had. Fourth, she wanted to be able to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel from now on to return to Eastern Sea. Fifth, she wanted Fang Yuan to make a deduction for her each year for free. The content could be related to finding Immortal GU, deducing incomplete Immortal GU recipes, and others. Sixth, if possible, she wanted to meet Fang Yuan's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan thought about this thoroughly. He could agree to the first request. Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons were related to Fire Path, they might be useful to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Fang Yuan could do without them. The second request was for Blazing Heaven Demoness to enter into the Guts GU trade and become a larger buyer than Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan could accept this. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, perhaps the Guts GU trade would expand even further. For the third request, if Fang Yuan talked to Tai Bai Yunsheng, he would not reject it. But Man as before and Landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. The fourth request involving fixed immortal travel was similar. Fang Yuan would not lend the Immortal GU, at most, he would go along with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan directly agreed to the fifth request. The sixth request was nothing but blazing heaven Demoness trying to probe into Fang Yuan's background and the force behind him. This was impossible. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not exist, he was made up by Fang Yuan. Chapter 948. Attitude GU. The silver light in the sky seemed everlasting and indestructible. There were many halls on the ground, but there was silence, without any person around. There was an old tower standing tall and proud among the halls. This tower was covered in blemishes, it had over 3 million years of history. It was very famous, the immortal GU house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created herself, Heaven Overseeing Tower. There was a huge refinement path GU formation around Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the 4 cores of the GU formation, there were 4 rank 8 GU immortals respectively, 3 male and 1 female, 1 old-looking and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that the huge GU formation was gradually coming to a halt, the 4 heavenly court GU immortals let out deep breaths, their tense minds calmed down. Once they relaxed, Lian Zhusheng's body wavered, he could not stand upright, he sat down on the ground directly. The others were not any better. Bai Kangshui's head was full of sweat, while Bai Chen was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's aged face had even deeper wrinkles than before. Any of these 4 people, if they went outside, would be huge characters in Central Continent, or famous experts even in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were all exhausted, it was as if they were extremely hungry, after having fought strong foes for 300 days, without any rest or sleep. After all, how could repairing the rank 9 immortal GU fate be so easy? Thinking about the difficulties when activating the GU formation, Bai Kangshui and the others felt immensely glad. One crucial step in repairing fate was to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven's will was grand and vast, a human's will was small and insignificant compared to it. The 4 GU immortals endured much hardship to maintain their consciousness amidst the inflow of Heaven's will. Under this situation minutes felt like years, they lasted for several hundred days and eventually succeeded. Good. Just now was a great success for repairing fate immortal GU. Everyone has worked hard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord carried his walking stick as he slowly got up, he looked at the GU formation in the center with much joy, as Fate Immortal GU floated above it. This Fate Immortal GU was like a black and white spider. The red wound on its body had already shrunken by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chen sighed. Now that we succeeded, Fate GU can already use 50% of its strength. Even if it is outside of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it can start to show some effect. Lian Zhusheng said excitedly. Oh? What effect? Bai Kangshui asked in puzzlement. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, but he smiled and said, the effect of Fate Immortal GU is fate itself. You have to know, all living beings in this world have certain paths in life that they follow, they cannot be allowed to change. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable harmed Fate Immortal GU, the world went into chaos. Right now, Fate Immortal GU has already recovered 50% of its strength, with its existence, the world is already starting to adjust itself. All of those who derailed from their original path before this, even if they took a huge detour, will start to move towards their original fate, and continue on that path. At this moment, in Northern Plains, Blazing Heaven Demoness listed her true intentions. After considering them, Fang Yuan replied to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He did not directly reject the 6th request, he said that he could not directly make the decision for such a thing. He would try to inform his master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, but whether he would show up or not was the master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached a consensus, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. After patiently negotiating, both sides set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was hard to break. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experiences to avoid loopholes in the alliance agreement and increasing the difficulties of breaking it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster Attainment level, she would still need at least 2 to 3 years to break the agreement. Moreover, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster. After setting the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan's safety was assured, he followed the agreement and handed over Self-Strength Immortal GU to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal GU, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the results. In fact, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not overbearing in this negotiation. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused to hand over Self-Strength Immortal GU, then that would be another story. Fang Yuan made great gains this time. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not try to lay her hands on Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention Fairy Li Shan's Time Luck Immortal GU. This showed that she was truly sincere in cooperating with Fang Yuan. Be it his Wisdom Path Attainment, Fixed Immortal Travel or other aspects, Fang Yuan had very great value if used. After achieving a mutually beneficial result by cooperating, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not strike forcefully. After all, in her mind, Fang Yuan was backed by Purple Mountain True Monarch. After He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal GU, Fang Yuan purposely let go of it, and she successfully refined it rapidly. It had finally returned to her. He Lulan sighed as she used the Immortal GU. At once, her body shook as 3 Strength Path Phantoms appeared. These 3 phantoms were not burly and rough-looking men like before, they were similar to He Lulan's own appearance, they were all peerless beauties. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed at this. Little Lan, you have finally unraveled the biggest obstacle in your heart, and found your true self. He Lulan nodded in joy. When she killed He Cheng personally, she felt refreshed, her breathing became more relaxed, and she felt like she had started a new life. The Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were proof. He Lulan smiled and laughed. She turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Elder Aunt, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan calling her Elder Aunt and trembled from excitement. She knew that He Lulan actually hated her. After all, if it were not for her injury, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself during the course of events when undercover in He tribe. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness could be considered the killer of He Lulan's mother. He Lulan continued, next, I will return to He tribe by infiltrating it. I will find He Fan's inheritance, and obtain it afterwards. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan shouted in disagreement. He Lulan's words made them severely shocked. Back then, Suziana died because of this. He Lulan wanted to walk on Suziana's former path. How could her 2 aunts allow tragedy to strike again? Don't worry, I have already planned this for a long time. He Lulan expected their reactions. She placed her arms behind her as she walked slowly, analyzing calmly. Times are different now. The 4 elders of He tribe would not leave their base easily after this battle. With He Cheng's death, He tribe's reputation has sunken. In the following days, many super forces will collaborate and deal with He tribe. With He tribe's current strength, they cannot hold on to so many resources anymore. This is a rare opportunity. I will get into He tribe and obtain the highest authority. It is time this super force had a new owner. He Lulan had great ambition. Even Fang Yuan was shocked at her goals. Old Ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal some resources, he even hid himself during the process, fearful of He tribe's revenge. But He Lulan actually wanted to take over all of He tribe. It is too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke plainly, but she showed off a stance that did not allow rebuking. He Lulan looked at her aunts fearlessly. She smiled. I know that you are concerned about me, but I'm afraid you have the wrong idea. This is my decision. I am not discussing it with you. You can refuse to cooperate with me, but you cannot interfere with my choice. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other speechlessly. He Lulan knew that it was hard to accomplish this goal herself, but if she had the help of both her aunts, along with Fang Yuan's strength, it would be of huge help to her. The danger would be lower, and she would have a higher chance of succeeding. Fine, I will give you some assurance. He Lulan said, taking out a mask. This mask was emanating with the aura of an immortal GU. Attitude GU. At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed onto this mask. Attitude GU was a legendary immortal GU. It was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, and also one of the immortal GU that Fang Yuan was searching for. That was because Attitude GU was the core immortal GU of Familiar Face. Fang Yuan had the modified Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. If he fused Attitude GU into it, his disguise would surely be at a higher level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled look. This GU was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Feng Yu, and gave Attitude GU to her. He Feng Yu was a spoiled brat. As a mortal, she brought the immortal GU to roam the icy plane. In the end, she was targeted by a mysterious GU immortal and vanished. Attitude GU also disappeared as a result, and never showed up again. He Lu Lan's lips curled up. She toyed around with Attitude GU. That's right, I obtained this Attitude GU from the icy plane. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to the icy plane? Wait, unless... That's right, I purposely went to the northern icy plane for my immortal ascension because I had clues of Attitude GU's whereabouts. That was the only way I could subdue Attitude GU, by borrowing the heavenly might of the tribulation. Ha ha, I will not talk about the specific details. He Lu Lan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She assessed He Lu Lan again, feeling complex emotions. She was both happy and dejected. Nobody found out that He Lu Lan had obtained Attitude GU, and she did not tell anyone either. Even Fairy Li Shan was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed internally. He Lu Lan wore the mask, saying plainly, from now onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped and smiled. Excellent. With Attitude GU as well as the genuine He tribe bloodline, this matter might very well succeed. Fang Yuan was shocked. He Lu Lan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 949. Divine Concealment. He Lu Lan's appearance had changed greatly after wearing the mask. Clad in black and gold armored martial attire, with short hair and bright eyes, a heroic and domineering aura radiated around her and gave an oppressive sensation to others. She unexpectedly looked almost the same as Fairy Black Moon's appearance, which Fang Yuan had seen in the records from Central Continent back in his previous life. Attitude GU influences not my eyes, but my mind. Right now, the person I am looking at is still He Lu Lan wearing Attitude GU, but my mind is perceiving her as a different person. This is far too huge of a coincidence. It seems He Lu Lan is undoubtedly Fairy Black Moon. Fang Yuan was convinced of this, understanding the hidden inside details of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lu Lan had become the winner of the Imperial Court contest. According to history, she was a tyrant and was later assassinated. But in fact, she had not died. She joined Central Continent Spirit Affinity House and became the next generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. And later, she returned to Northern Plains, leading Central Continent's GU Immortals, wrecking 88 True Young Building and destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' GU Immortal world. If that was the case, how was He Lu Lan able to get in touch with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lu Lan won in the Imperial Court contest, entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained Mo Yao's will. And under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how big of an influence Mo Yao's will was, Fang Yuan was not sure. His intuition told him that this guess should be the truth of history during his previous life. It was only that in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference, the whole situation was thrown into disorder. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused him to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already caused a huge influence to the future of Central Continent. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beyond imagination. But now, He Lu Lan is still in Northern Plains. If so, who will Spirit Affinity House appoint as the next generation fairy? Will it be Feng Jinhuang? Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander. He felt that since He Lu Lan was no longer involved, Feng Jin Huang was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the next generation fairy. Zhao Lian Yun, you can be the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you successfully obtain this inheritance. Standing in front of the Thieving Heaven Inheritance's entrance, a Wisdom Path GU Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Xu Hao, spoke to Zhao Lian Yun. Zhao Lian Yun gazed at the huge entrance of light with a resolute expression. I don't care about being the next generation fairy, I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as quickly as possible. Illusory fairy Li Junying stood beside Xu Hao, revealing a slight smile as she heard this. She softly stroked Zhao Lian Yun's cheek, revealing a bewitching smile. Cute little sister, this is a Thieving Heaven inheritance. As long as you can successfully inherit it, you will be very likely to have the power to save your lover. Zhao Lianyun blushed. Her eyes, however, were sober and calm. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to deceive. Zhao Lianyun persisted in asking, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance immediately let me ascend and become a GU Immortal? Ah. The female GU Immortal, Li Junying, did not have an answer to this. In fact, she also did not know the specific contents of the inheritance. She glanced at the male GU Immortal Xu Hao, before continuing, even if you can't immediately become a GU Immortal, by obtaining Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will become the strongest competitor for the position of the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Don't underestimate this position. As long as you succeed, you can borrow the sect's strength to save your lover. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only super forces like ours can match up to old Ancestor Xuehu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not speak any further, taking a firm step forward into the entrance of light and disappearing within. Do you think she can succeed? Illusory fairy Li Junying let out a sigh, and asked with a worried expression. Xu Hao, however, was confident. We have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If even she can't succeed, who can? He continued, I know you are worried the inheritance will have difficult tests, and Zhao Lianyun might not be able to pass them since she is only a mortal. But you don't know much about this aspect. After these last years of research, I have already confirmed what the qualification for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inheritance tests are. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can easily obtain his inheritance, and there are no other dangerous tests. I just don't know how much Zhao Lianyun can grow by inheriting this. Li Junying felt at ease at her husband's words. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zhao Lianyun were to immediately advance to a GU Immortal. After all, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement. Compared to ascending to Immortal, I want his formless hand more. Back then, if only I had a slightly stronger Immortal killer move, I would not have been defeated by Feng Ju. Xu Hao's fists were clenched as he said this, his eyes flickering with a vague light of hatred. No organization would lack internal strife. Spirit Affinity House naturally was not an exception. After Feng Ju disappeared, many GU Immortals of Spirit Affinity House tacitly agreed to trouble Fairy by Cheng. And Xu Hao and Li Junying, this couple were the most important people in the anti-Feng faction. Li Junying consoled her husband. Heaven's Envy Manor had sent the news of the deaths of Ao Shui and Ling Mai. And Feng Ju has been missing for so long, he might already be dead as well. Why would you be bothered by a dead person? Xu Hao discontentedly gritted his teeth. HMPH, in the past, Feng Ju had such might that almost anything he said in the sect was carried out automatically, suppressing us for so many years. I was dispatched to comprehend the Thieving Heaven inheritance. This was also him removing me from a seat of power. But it was fortunate, I became the person who has the most understanding of Thieving Heaven's inheritances, and have the highest authority regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could we have openly taken charge of Zhao Lianyun? Li Junying repeatedly nodded. At present, Feng Jin Huang is the top candidate for the next generation's fairy, but Zhao Lianyun's appearance is a new variable, becoming the competitor with the highest threat to Feng Jin Huang. If we could support her to rise to the status, we would not only be able to suppress that slut by Cheng, but also can make use of it to regain authority. Zhao Lianyun was just newly arrived, but had already fallen into the power struggle within Spirit Affinity House, becoming a powerful weapon for Xu Hao and Li Junying to fight for authority. As the saying goes, in this world, people often had no control of the situation. Xu Hao was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly focused, becoming very surprised. Huh? She came out so quickly. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared from thin air. Xu Hao hurriedly asked, "The thieving heaven inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really so simple?" Even if he had done deep research and was mentally prepared, he could not avoid having an envious feeling right now. Li Junying had already moved ahead to welcome Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was out of the inheritance space, and appeared somewhat clueless and dazed right now. "How was it? Did you succeed? What did you inherit?" Under the heat of the moment, Li Junying grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small, tender shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned from the pain. "I am also not too sure. There was a dazzling light after I entered, then a will appeared. He told me to accept the rank 9 Immortal killer move, Divine Concealment." Divine Concealment. Hearing this term, Xu Hao and Li Junying's eyes opened wide as they glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun, however, was disappointed, asking anxiously, "I did not become a GU Immortal, and also didn't experience any changes. Can I still save Brother Ma Hongyun?" Xu Hao reacted at this moment, and started laughing heartily, replying firmly, "Of course. I did not think the true content of this inheritance was this. Being able to inherit Divine Concealment is a gargantuan fortune. Rank 9 Immortal killer move Divine Concealment." Li Junying also involuntarily let out a gasp. In the past, when thieving heaven demon Venerable created Theft Path, he stole the treasures of the world with no one able to forecast or deduce his movements. Why was that the case? It was rumored that it was because of two defensive killer moves thieving heaven demon Venerable possessed. One was Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Li Junying nodded. Right, Divine Concealment makes it so that no thoughts, wills, or emotions can deduce your state or origins. Do you know what this means? The methods of probing and deducing of almost all wisdom path GU immortals in the world come from these three aspects: thought, will and emotion. And with Divine Concealment, you are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path GU immortals. Rank 9 Divine Concealment, only a rank 9 wisdom path GU immortal can have a chance to succeed in making deductions about you. Xu Hao continued, "This is actually still not its most amazing aspect. You might not even believe it when I say it, but the most amazing thing is that Divine Concealment can make GU Masters immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities." Li Junying's expression looked enchanted, while Zhao Lianyun still looked uncomprehending. Xu Hao could not help but laugh. He realized Zhao Lianyun was only a mortal and not a GU Immortal, thus she did not understand the significance of this. He patiently explained, "Heaven's will is a kind of will. You have Divine Concealment. Since Heaven's will can't probe you, it can't send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped the detection of Heaven's will. When you ascend to Immortal later, you won't attract any heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. After thieving heaven demon Venerable created Divine Concealment, no calamities and tribulations befell him. But this has its disadvantages as well. Calamities and tribulations are not entirely bad, they are a major way to increase the number of Dao marks a GU Immortal has. In the future, although you won't face calamities and tribulations, and will be incomparably safe, you won't be able to increase your quantity of Dao marks through calamities and tribulations, and your accomplishments would be limited. Unless you have the other methods of thieving heaven demon Venerable to support your cultivation. In records of history, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved round and round in puzzlement, as she probed, Divine Concealment is so powerful, then what about Ghostly Concealment? Xu Hao, who had been talking with confidence, did not have an answer for this, and Li Junying also slowly shook her head. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. The former is known by everyone, but the latter is extremely mysterious. There are many guesses and public opinions vary, but they are all unreliable and there has never been a publicly accepted answer. Xu Hao replied. Li Junying spoke faintly, but since both are equally famous, it also must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, her tone one of astonishment. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. Another thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luo Po Valley, and that inheritance is about ghostly concealment. What? A second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luo Po Valley. Xu Hao and Li Junying were surprised and joyous. They glanced at each other with bright eyes. Chapter 950. Unexpected Compensation. Zhao Lianyun's information was very important. Xu Hao and Li Junying immediately thought of Feng Juji rather than the thieving heaven inheritance. Combined with the information from the central continent GU immortals who returned, they were almost certain the reason why Feng Juji disappeared was because he was trapped inside the thieving heaven inheritance. The thieving heaven inheritance must have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Juji. Xu Hao was a wisdom path GU immortal. He said this after deducing. Then what should we do now? Li Junying's words made them sink into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around left to right and back. She did not speak. The reason why she mentioned this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains, using Spirit Affinity House's power to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflicts within Spirit Affinity House. Xu Hao and Li Junying looked at each other. They interacted with their gazes. Both of their gazes gradually turned cold. They had chemistry and a close rapport built over the years. They quickly came to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and temporarily not report it. They wanted Feng Juji to die. If they reported it, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send people to save him. If Feng Juji was still alive, what would happen once he was saved? After dragging it out for 3 days, both immortals reached the time limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups in Spirit Affinity House were alarmed. They organized a group to save him. As for the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, she became the key person in this rescue mission. She was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! A loud sound was heard as intense explosions occurred. The entirety of Giant City trembled. What is going on? What is going on? Is someone attacking Dark Flow Giant City? In Dark Flow Giant City, people had fallen to the ground. Shocked cries were heard. Dark Flow Giant City was enormous. It had a total of 7 layers. The lower 5 layers were the residences of mortal GU masters and were very bustling and clamorous. 1 layer above was where people with some connection to immortal zombies resided. The highest layer was reserved for immortals only. At this moment, at the highest layer of Dark Flow Giant City, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough cough. Fang Yuan was covered in soot as he came out of the secret room. He was coughing non-stop. He failed again when refining Star Thought Immortal GU. Ever since they made the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He came to Dark Flow Giant City and used Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Refinement Path GU formation. He was not a Refinement Path GU immortal. He could not set up a Refinement Path GU formation of such a level himself. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal GU again. Blazing Heaven Demoness had funded him a huge amount of immortal materials for GU refinement in accordance with the agreement. This time, the immortal materials were not tampered with at all. Fang Yuan had an easy time during the refinement, but during the final few steps, the GU refinement failed, and an intense explosion occurred. Not only was the entire Refinement Path GU formation blown to bits, the explosion also destroyed the secret room, alerting all of the GU immortals in Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortals in the lower layers felt it. At the final few steps, the Dao marks will undergo a unique change that cannot be controlled. The interaction of Dao marks would only stabilize under one condition, that is the successful refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU. This step is purely dependent on luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it GU masters, desolate beasts, desolate plants, Even if they had Dao marks in them, they could only make use of them through GU worms. Thus, when GU immortals refine GU, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks, they could not control intense changes in the Dao marks. To make a rather crude comparison, refining a rank 6 immortal GU was like playing golf. The GU immortals' preparations are all to ensure that the golf ball moves according to the path that they had planned. But the long path that the ball needs to travel on is filled with over 100 holes. Only when the golf ball falls into the correct hole at the end of the path would the GU refinement succeed. GU immortals could only ensure that the golf ball would move according to their wishes during the first half of the route. By the second half, the ground would be uneven and filled with pits. The GU immortals would not be able to control how the ball moved anymore. Thus, whether the ball could enter the proper hole depended on luck. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer tampered with the immortal materials, her funding is not without cost. I need to pay her back eventually. Refining immortal GU is simply too hard, the success rate is too low. Maybe I can seek help from Lang Ya Land Spirit. He should have a strong refinement path immortal GU, or a special refinement method to increase the rate of successfully refining immortal GU. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. The number of immortal GU that he had refined in his life shocked countless people. Even though Longhair Ancestor had died, his land spirit was alive, and Lang Ya Blessed Land was still intact. Fang Yuan's GU refinement had failed again, he even suffered injuries. He decided to seek help from Lang Ya Land Spirit and try to increase his chances, even if he had to pay a huge price. I'd suggest you to first try refining the Strength Path Immortal GU. At this time, Fairy Li Shan came over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could no longer stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ever since they killed Cheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying inside Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was exposed, everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a band of immortal zombies to assault the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Demonic Path GU immortals, with high rates of success. In actual fact, it was because Fairy Li Shan was the traitor exposing intelligence to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great Grandmaster, even though she was restricted by the alliance agreement of the forces of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She could skirt around the restrictions and aid Blazing Heaven Demoness while only suffering mild injuries from violating it. How could old Ancestor Shui keep such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced the expulsion of Fairy Li Shan, and declared her to be an enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the biggest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was welcomed by Zombie Alliance. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness made her one of them. Furthermore, she was the key person in forcing old Ancestor Shui to give in just now. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was very well respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan heard Fairy Li Shan's words and frowned. Please explain. Fairy Li Shan sighed. There is a change in the situation. My sister's funding for your refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU might have to be delayed. Why is that the case? Fang Yuan could not understand. They had just set the agreement. Was Blazing Heaven Demoness going to break the agreement so quickly? That did not make sense. Because funding Fang Yuan's refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU was Blazing Heaven Demoness' idea. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason, and Fang Yuan soon understood why. The reason was that the cooperation between Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shui had a huge impact on Northern Plains after Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance went into a ceasefire. The conflict between both forces received much attention, some of the other regions even looked into the matter. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old Ancestor Shui knew their limits. They cooperated and settled this conflict rapidly and peacefully. The Righteous Path forces in Northern Plains were excitedly watching this as they wanted to see a conflict between them. Suddenly, there was a turn of events. As the conflict ended, Zombie Alliance's headquarters sent out a mandatory mission in addition to the contribution points. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together, using all their resources to refine a giant GU formation. This GU formation sole use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If a situation like old Ancestor Shui stealing bodies happened again, the GU formation would activate and defend the place. If it could not defend the place, the power of the GU formation would teleport these immortal zombie bodies out of northern plains. Right now, Zombie Alliance is putting in a huge sum. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, but the other 3 branches and even the headquarters are building this giant immortal GU formation together. Just here alone, we are using 13 immortal GU, and countless supplementary mortal GU. Most of the immortal GU are sent here from the headquarters, but we also have to refine a number of them. Thus, Darkflow Giant City is recalling all the immortal zombies back to refine GU. There will definitely be insufficient storage in Darkflow Giant City. The immortal zombies will have to use their personal resources. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would be compensated for contributing their personal resources. The Zombie Alliance headquarters was giving out huge amounts of contribution points, much higher than ordinary times, to compensate the members. This was among the biggest actions taken by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. An immense amount of contribution points made the immortal zombie members feel enthusiastic about refining GU. As long as they participated and expended immortal materials, regardless of whether they failed or succeeded, they would be able to obtain a huge sum of contribution points. This was a benefit rarely seen in 1,000 years. Furthermore, after setting up this GU formation, the Zombie Alliance graveyard would be safe without any future worries. The immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance were also delighted to see the creation of this giant immortal GU formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea were temporarily unable to return to Eastern Sea. They stayed and refined immortal GU, and a huge number of supplementary mortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was in the same place. She could no longer fund Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought immortal GU was obstructed. He could not even continue using the GU refinement secret room. He had already rescinded the Zombie Alliance agreement that had been placed on him. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was the branch leader, had the authority to do this. In Darkflow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were both outsiders. Except that Fairy Li Shan was much more popular and well regarded than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought, in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance had this plan too, and they even succeeded. But the reason was not because old Ancestor Shui stole immortal zombies from the graveyard. It seems that the course of history will not alter easily. In this life, Zombie Alliance is building this giant immortal GU formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop them, of course. Zombie Alliance was a huge force. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was just the leader of a branch, was already able to suppress him firmly. If not for Fang Yuan's immense value which interested Blazing Heaven Demoness, choosing to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have been dead already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he was entitled to. Blazing Heaven Demoness action is going against our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan asked as he looked at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. This was indeed Blazing Heaven Demoness violating the agreement. According to their alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to give Fang Yuan quite a sum of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan was willing to forego the compensation claim, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay him, otherwise the backlash of the agreement would heavily injure her. Blazing Heaven Demoness was feeling regret towards this as well. If she had known this, why would she fund Fang Yuan? Wasn't a different condition better? Even if she wanted to fund him, she could do so in a different way that did not break the agreement. The plan of Zombie Alliance caught Blazing Heaven Demoness off guard. Since Fang Yuan refused to let go, she could only compensate him.